My brother has been impersonating me online, and I exposed him during a live tournament. I, 23 years old, recently discovered that my older brother, Kyle, 26 euros male, has been pretending to be me in the competitive gaming community for the past 2 years. When I exposed him during a major live-streamed tournament, it destroyed his reputation and career, but also fractured our family. Some people think I went too far, while others say he got what he deserved. For context, I've been a competitive esports player since I was 17, primarily in fighting games. I competed under the tag Phantom and had built a modest following in the community. Not huge, but respected. I was ranked in the top 50 nationally and had won several regional tournaments. Gaming was my passion, but I also maintained a full-time job in IT because esports income was inconsistent. 2 years ago, I took a break from competitive play. My girlfriend at the time had gotten seriously ill and needed extensive care. I stepped back from tournaments to focus on her and my job. I still played casually and kept up with the community, but I wasn't competing or streaming actively. Kyle had always been jealous of my gaming success. He'd tried to break into competitive gaming himself, but never had the dedication or skill. He was mediocre at best, and had basically given up on competing seriously by the time he was 23. About 6 months ago, I started noticing something weird. People in the gaming community would mention seeing Phantom at tournaments I hadn't attended. I assumed someone else had started using a similar tag. It happens sometimes. But then I saw clips online of Phantom playing in a regional qualifier, and the gameplay looked familiar but not quite like mine. I dug deeper and found a Twitch channel under the name Phantom_official with over 50,000 followers. The streamer's camera was always off, they used a voice modulator, and they claimed to be me, using my tag, my history, my tournament wins. They were streaming regularly and had multiple sponsorship deals with gaming peripheral companies. I watched several streams and realized the person playing was Kyle. I recognized his gameplay patterns, his habits, even the way he set up his controller. He'd been pretending to be me, using my competitive history and reputation to build a following and get sponsorships. I confronted Kyle directly. He admitted everything. He said when I'd stepped back from competing, he'd seen an opportunity. He'd created the streaming channel pretending to be Phantom, me, using my established reputation to gain followers. He'd been deliberately vague about his identity, never showing his face, modulating his voice, so people assumed he was the Phantom they knew from previous tournaments. Kyle said he'd done it because I'd wasted my gaming talent by prioritizing my girlfriend and my job over competition. He said I'd abandoned the community and my reputation, so he'd decided to use it since I wasn't. He said he'd built the channel into something profitable and had finally found success in gaming, just using my identity instead of his own. I asked about the sponsorships. He'd signed contracts with gaming companies worth thousands of dollars, all under the Phantom brand that was actually my competitive identity. He'd been making money by pretending to be me. I told Kyle he needed to come clean immediately and tell his followers and sponsors the truth. He refused. He said he'd built something real and wasn't going to destroy it just because I'd suddenly decided I cared about my gaming reputation again. He said if I exposed him, I'd be ruining his career out of jealousy that he'd succeeded where I'd failed. Kyle said, "You gave up on Phantom. I made Phantom relevant again. You should be thanking me for keeping your legacy alive instead of threatening to destroy what I've built." I was furious, but I also didn't know what to do. If I publicly claimed to be the real Phantom, would anyone believe me? Kyle had been actively performing as Phantom for 2 years while I'd been inactive. He had the followers, the streams, the recent tournament footage. I had my old achievements, but no recent activity to prove my current identity. Then I learned that Phantom_official, Kyle pretending to be me, had qualified for the National Fighting Game Championship, the biggest tournament of the year with a $100,000 prize pool and over 200,000 viewers watching the live stream. Kyle was going to compete on the national stage using my identity. I made a plan. I registered for the same tournament under a different tag, Wraith, using my legal name instead of my usual competitor name. I didn't tell anyone in the community who I was. I just entered as a new player. I trained intensively for 2 months, getting back to my competitive peak. I studied Kyle's recent gameplay and prepared strategies specifically to counter his style. I made it through the qualifiers and into the main bracket. And because of how the seeding worked out, I was matched against Kyle, Phantom_official, in the quarterfinals, broadcast live to hundreds of thousands of viewers. Before the match started, the commentators were hyping it up as Phantom versus an unknown newcomer Wraith. Kyle was sitting in his booth wearing a mask. He'd started doing that at in-person events to maintain his mystique and hide his identity. I was in my booth under my own name. I destroyed him. 3 games, 3 decisive victories, reading and countering everything he tried. It wasn't even close. Kyle's hands were shaking by the 3rd game because he'd realized who I was. After I won, during the post-match interview that was being live-streamed, I did something that would either vindicate me or make me look insane. I said, I want to address something. The person competing as Phantom_official has been impersonating me for the past 2 years. I'm the original Phantom. Those tournament wins from 2019-2022 that Phantom_official claims, those were mine. I took a break from competition for personal reasons, and my brother Kyle saw an opportunity to steal my identity and build a streaming career using my reputation. The stream chat exploded. The commentators didn't know what to say. Kyle tried to leave his booth, but tournament officials stopped him. I continued. I can prove everything. I have the original accounts, the old tournament registrations under my legal name, the emails from my early sponsors. Phantom_official is my brother, and he's been committing identity fraud for 2 years. Kyle was forced to remove his mask on camera. People in the community who knew both of us immediately recognized him. The tournament organizers investigated during the commercial break. I showed them my documentation, my old accounts, everything. Kyle was disqualified from the tournament. His sponsors immediately suspended their relationships with him pending investigation. His Twitch channel was flagged for impersonation. Within 24 hours, his entire online presence had collapsed as the truth spread through the gaming community. But the fallout in my family has been devastating. My parents are furious at me for humiliating Kyle on a national stage instead of handling it privately. They say I destroyed his career and his mental health for revenge when I could have just asked him to stop quietly. Kyle has had a complete breakdown. He's lost his sponsorships, his following, most people unfollowed once they learned he'd been impersonating someone else, and his reputation in the gaming community. He's moved back in with our parents and is severely depressed. Several family members think I went too far by exposing him publicly during a live-streamed tournament, rather than reporting him through official channels privately. They say I deliberately chose the most humiliating method of exposure to punish him. But others in the community have supported me, saying Kyle committed fraud and stole both my identity and potential income, and that public exposure was appropriate for someone who'd been publicly impersonating me. Did I go too far by exposing my brother's impersonation during a live tournament instead of handling it privately? Update. The investigation revealed Kyle's impersonation damaged my career more than I knew. I posted 3 weeks ago about exposing my brother Kyle for impersonating me in the gaming community during a live-streamed tournament. The responses were mixed. Some people supported the public exposure. Others thought I should have handled it privately. Since then, the situation has exploded in ways I didn't anticipate, and I've learned that Kyle's impersonation damaged my career far more than I'd initially realized. After the tournament exposure, several gaming companies and tournament organizers reached out to me, asking for meetings. I assumed they wanted to verify my identity or discuss Kyle's fraud. But the conversations revealed something much worse. 3 different tournament organizers told me that Phantom_official, Kyle, had been toxic and abusive in their events over the past 2 years. He'd insulted opponents, made inappropriate comments to female players, and had even been temporarily banned from 2 tournaments for poor sportsmanship. The organizers had assumed this behavior was coming from me, the original Phantom, and it had damaged my reputation in the community. One tournament director showed me messages where Kyle, as Phantom, had made racist remarks to an opponent after losing a match. Another showed me clips of Kyle raging and throwing equipment during an event, then posting bitter complaints about the brackets being rigged against him. All of this behavior had been attributed to me. Community members who'd followed my early career had watched Phantom become increasingly toxic and had assumed I'd changed as a person. Some had stopped following or supporting Phantom specifically because of the personality shift. I'd been confused over the past year when old community friends had been cold or distant when I'd interacted with them online. Now I understood. They thought I'd become an asshole based on Kyle's behavior while pretending to be me. The sponsorship companies that had dealt with Phantom_official also contacted me. Kyle had violated contract terms multiple times, missing content deadlines, providing subpar promotional material, and even making inflammatory political posts that the sponsors had explicitly prohibited. These violations had been attached to the Phantom brand, which was my brand that Kyle had stolen. One sponsor had actually been preparing to sue Phantom_official for breach of contract before the tournament exposure revealed that the person they'd contracted with was an imposter. They told me that if Kyle had continued the impersonation, I could have been held legally liable for his contract violations, since he'd been using my competitive identity. But the worst revelation came from the women's division of the fighting game community. Several female players came forward and said that Phantom_official had been sending them inappropriate messages, making sexual comments during streams, and creating a hostile environment. They'd reported this behavior to tournament organizers, attributing it to me, the original Phantom. I was horrified. Not only had Kyle stolen my identity and achievements, he'd been actively destroying my reputation by being toxic, abusive, and inappropriate while using my name. And I'd had no idea any of this was happening because I'd been away from the competitive scene. One woman, a competitive player named Astrid, told me she'd blocked and avoided Phantom for over a year because of harassment that had actually come from Kyle. She said she'd been disappointed because she'd respected my early career, but the person claiming to be Phantom had become creepy and aggressive, and she'd wanted nothing to do with him. I've had to individually reach out to dozens of people in the community to explain that the toxic behavior wasn't me, that an imposter had been using my identity. Some have been understanding. Others have been skeptical. They've said it's convenient that I'm blaming a brother for behavior that ruined my reputation. The trust in the community has been fundamentally damaged. Even people who believe my impersonation story aren't sure they can trust the real Phantom anymore, because the line between my behavior and Kyle's behavior has been so thoroughly blurred. Meanwhile, Kyle's mental health has deteriorated severely. He's been diagnosed with depression and anxiety and has started therapy. His therapist has told our parents that public exposure and public shaming have traumatized him and that he's at risk for self-harm. Our parents blame me directly. They say I could have handled the impersonation privately, reported it to platforms, worked with sponsors to clarify the fraud, built my own new competitive identity separate from what Kyle had created. Instead, I'd chosen the nuclear option of live streaming exposure that destroyed Kyle's mental health. My mother said, "You didn't just expose him. You humiliated him in front of hundreds of thousands of people. You knew he was struggling mentally, and you chose the most devastating way possible to reveal the truth. You prioritized your gaming reputation over your brother's life." Kyle sent me a message last week. He said he knows what he did was wrong, but that my method of exposure was cruel and calculated. He said I deliberately waited until the biggest tournament of the year with the largest audience to maximize his humiliation. He said I could have exposed him at any earlier point, but had chosen to do it when the damage would be greatest. He wrote, "You didn't expose me to reclaim your identity. You exposed me to destroy me. And you succeeded. My career is over. My reputation is ruined, and I can barely get out of bed. I hope your revenge was worth it." I've been struggling with this. Yes, Kyle stole my identity and damaged my reputation through toxic behavior. But did I need to expose him during a live-streamed tournament with hundreds of thousands of viewers? Could I have achieved the same result, reclaiming my identity and stopping the impersonation through private channels? My girlfriend, the one who'd been ill during my competitive break and has since recovered, thinks I did what I had to do. She says Kyle had stolen 2 years of my career and had shown no signs of stopping. Public exposure was the only way to definitively prove who was who and reclaim my identity. But my parents and several family members think I let anger drive me to choose the most destructive method of exposure possible, and that Kyle's current mental health crisis is a direct result of my decision to humiliate him publicly rather than handle it privately. The gaming community is also divided. Some say public exposure was justified for someone who'd been publicly impersonating me and damaging my reputation. Others say I could have reclaimed my identity without destroying Kyle's mental health in the process. Did I take it too far by choosing to expose Kyle during a live tournament rather than through private channels? Final update. Kyle's therapy revealed why he impersonated me and what I didn't know. It's been 2 months since I exposed my brother Kyle for impersonating me during a live-streamed fighting game tournament. The family rift has deepened, but Kyle's ongoing therapy has revealed information that's completely reframed my understanding of what happened and why. After my last update, Kyle's mental health continued to deteriorate. He was hospitalized briefly after expressing suicidal thoughts. Our parents blamed me directly, saying the public humiliation I'd inflicted had pushed him to this point. I felt terrible but also defensive. Kyle had stolen my identity, damaged my reputation, and shown no remorse until he was caught. Was I really responsible for his mental health crisis? Or was he facing natural consequences for fraud and impersonation? Kyle's therapist requested a family therapy session. I was hesitant, but my girlfriend convinced me to attend. She said that regardless of what Kyle had done, understanding why might help everyone heal. At the session, Kyle's therapist asked him to explain when and why he'd decided to impersonate me. Kyle's answer was nothing like what I'd expected. Kyle said the impersonation had actually started as an accident. When I'd stepped away from competitive gaming, Kyle had been practicing fighting games using my old setup and equipment at our parents' house, where he'd been living at the time. He'd logged into a practice match using my Steam account without thinking about it, and someone had recognized the Phantom tag. That person had messaged asking if I was coming back to competition. Kyle said he'd initially planned to explain I was his brother and he was just practicing. But instead, he'd impulsively said yes. He was Phantom, and he was considering a return. From there, it had snowballed. People were excited that Phantom was coming back. Kyle found that as Phantom, people treated him with respect and interest they'd never shown Kyle. He'd started streaming with the voice modulator to maintain mystique, but really to hide that he wasn't me. But here's what Kyle revealed that I'd never known. He'd started the impersonation during the same month that our older sister had died. I didn't include this background in my original posts because it felt like a private family tragedy, but it's essential to understanding what happened. Our sister Maya had died in a car accident 2 years ago. She was 28. Our family had been devastated, especially Kyle, who'd been extremely close to her. Kyle said that during his grief over Maya's death, pretending to be me had been an escape. As Phantom, he wasn't Kyle, the grieving brother who'd lost his sister. He was a successful competitive gamer with a following and a purpose. The identity theft had started as an impulse, but had become a way to dissociate from grief he couldn't process. Kyle's therapist explained that Kyle had been using the impersonation as a maladaptive coping mechanism for complicated grief. Therapy revealed that Kyle had felt responsible for Maya's death. He'd been supposed to pick her up the night of her accident, but had canceled last minute because he'd been gaming. Maya had driven herself and had been hit by a drunk driver. Kyle had been carrying guilt that he'd prioritized gaming over his sister's safety, and that guilt had made him quit competitive gaming himself. It felt wrong to enjoy gaming when gaming had indirectly contributed to Maya's death. But then, impersonating me had allowed him to game again without being Kyle the brother who was too busy gaming to pick up his sister. He could be Phantom instead, someone with no connection to Maya's death. The therapist said the toxic behavior I'd discovered, the raging, the inappropriate comments, the poor sportsmanship, were all signs of Kyle's underlying mental health crisis. He'd been unraveling psychologically while trying to maintain the impersonation, and his behavior had become increasingly erratic. When I'd exposed him during the tournament, it hadn't just destroyed his streaming career. It had destroyed the dissociative identity that had been protecting him from grief he'd never processed. I was stunned. I'd had no idea Kyle felt responsible for Maya's death. I'd had no idea the impersonation was connected to grief rather than just jealousy or opportunism. But there was more. Kyle's therapist asked me if I knew why Kyle had specifically chosen to impersonate me rather than creating his own streaming identity. I said I'd assumed it was because my reputation and achievements gave him a shortcut to credibility and following. The therapist said that was part of it, but there was something deeper. Kyle had always resented that I'd stepped away from competitive gaming to care for my girlfriend, while he'd sacrificed his relationship with Maya by canceling picking her up for gaming. Kyle had seen my choice to prioritize my girlfriend over gaming as proof that I was a better person than him. I'd made the sacrifice he'd failed to make. Impersonating me had been, in Kyle's mind, a way to become the version of himself that would have chosen Maya over gaming. By being Phantom, me, Kyle was performing as the brother who'd made the right choice, who'd valued people over games. Except he'd gotten it backwards, because I'd stepped away from gaming while he was using my identity to hide in gaming. The therapist said, Kyle didn't just steal your competitive identity. He was trying to become you because he believed you were the brother who deserved to live without guilt. He failed to save Maya, and he believed you would have succeeded. Our parents were sobbing. I was crying. Kyle was shaking. Kyle said, When you exposed me during the tournament, you didn't just take away my streaming career, you took away the only identity I had where I wasn't the brother who let Maya die. And I couldn't survive being Kyle again, so I wanted to die. I realized that my revenge had been far more devastating than I'd intended. I'd thought I was exposing fraud. I'd actually been destroying the coping mechanism of someone in severe psychological crisis. The family therapy has continued. Kyle is getting intensive treatment for complicated grief and PTSD related to Maya's death. He's had to accept that Maya's death wasn't his fault, and that no amount of impersonation or identity theft could change what happened. I've had to accept that my nuclear revenge, the live-streamed tournament exposure, had been aimed at someone who was psychologically fragile in ways I hadn't understood. My parents have apologized for blaming me entirely for Kyle's mental health crisis. They'd known about his guilt over Maya, but hadn't realized how it connected to the impersonation. They now understand I'd acted without knowing the full context. But they also maintain that if I'd approached the situation with more curiosity about why Kyle had done it, rather than jumping immediately to public exposure, I might have learned about his crisis and found a less destructive way to handle it. Kyle and I are slowly rebuilding a relationship. He's apologized for stealing my identity and damaging my reputation. I've apologized for the method of exposure, for prioritizing reclaiming my gaming identity over investigating whether he was okay. The gaming community has been somewhat understanding after the grief context became public. Some people still criticize both of us. Kyle for impersonation and toxic behavior, me for harsh public exposure. Others see it as a tragedy where two brothers grieving their sister hurt each other in different ways. I've decided to retire the phantom tag entirely. It's too connected to trauma now, both mine and Kyle's. I compete under Wraith now, building a new identity separate from everything that happened. Kyle is not gaming competitively or streaming anymore. His therapist says he needs to process Maya's death before he can engage healthily with gaming again. Was my revenge justified? I've stopped asking that question. Kyle committed fraud and stole my identity. I exposed him publicly and contributed to his mental health crisis. Both things are true. What I've learned is that sometimes people's worst behavior is driven by their worst pain. Kyle didn't steal my identity because he was jealous or lazy. He stole it because he was trying to escape guilt over our sister's death by becoming someone else entirely. I didn't expose him cruelly to punish him. I exposed him because I was angry about identity theft and didn't know enough to ask why it had happened. We both acted from pain and anger without understanding what the other was dealing with. And we both have to live with the consequences. Kyle with his damaged reputation and ongoing mental health treatment. Me with knowing my revenge traumatized someone who was already in crisis. Maya's death broke our family. Kyle's impersonation was a symptom of that breaking. My revenge deepened the fracture. And now we're all trying to heal from grief, betrayal, and trauma that has tangled together in ways none of us intended. Sometimes revenge isn't about justice or consequences. It's about one person's pain colliding with another person's pain and creating destruction that hurts everyone. I exposed my sister for sabotaging all my relationships during her wedding speech. I, 25F, recently discovered that my older sister, Nicole, 29F, has been deliberately sabotaging my romantic relationships for the past 4 years by impersonating me and sending cruel messages to people I was dating. When I exposed her during her wedding reception in front of 200 guests, it caused a massive scandal that destroyed her marriage before it even began. Half my family thinks I'm a hero. The other half thinks I'm a monster. For background, I've had terrible luck with relationships since college. I'd meet someone, we'd hit it off, things would go well for a few weeks or months, and then suddenly they'd ghost me or break up with me, citing that I'd changed or become mean and unstable. This happened over and over. At least 8 serious relationships ended this way over 4 years. Each time, the person would say I'd sent them horrible text messages, insults about their appearance, cruel comments about their family, bizarre accusations of cheating, or aggressive demands for their social media passwords. But I'd never sent any such messages. When I'd ask to see proof, they'd either show me screenshots that looked like they came from my number, or they'd say they'd already deleted the messages because they were so hurtful. I started thinking I was going crazy. Maybe I was sending these messages in some kind of dissociative state? Maybe I had a mental health issue causing blackouts where I'd send terrible texts I didn't remember. I went to therapy for over a year trying to figure out if I had some psychological problem. My therapist eventually concluded I didn't have dissociative disorder or any condition that would cause blackout texting. But I still couldn't explain why multiple people across years were all claiming I'd sent them abusive messages I had no memory of sending. 3 months ago, I started dating Marcus, 27M. He was wonderful, kind, funny, emotionally mature. We were taking things slowly, and it felt different from past relationships. I was cautiously hopeful. One night, Marcus and I were having dinner at my apartment when his phone buzzed. He looked at it, and his face went strange. He showed me a text message that appeared to come from my number. It said, "I've been cheating on you with my ex. You're just a placeholder until he takes me back. Also, you're terrible in bed and your job is pathetic. Lose my number." I was holding my phone in my hand at that exact moment. I hadn't sent any message. Marcus watched me not texting while the message appeared on his phone from my number. We immediately realized someone was spoofing my number or had access to send messages that appeared to come from me. Marcus is in IT and helped me investigate. We checked my phone records, my cloud accounts, my messaging apps, everything. What we discovered was devastating. Nicole had been using a phone number spoofing app to send messages that appeared to come from my number. But it was more sophisticated than just spoofing. She'd somehow gained access to my Apple ID years ago, probably when she'd helped me set up my new iPhone, and had been using that access to monitor who I was texting and when. Whenever I'd start dating someone seriously, Nicole would identify them from my messages, get their number, and start sending them increasingly horrible texts that appeared to come from me. She'd time them for when she knew I wasn't actively texting, late at night, during work hours, when I was at family dinners. She'd been destroying my relationships systematically for 4 years. Marcus and I gathered evidence, screenshots of the spoofing app on Nicole's phone. We got access when she left it unlocked at a family dinner. Records of her Apple ID accessing my messages, and a document where she'd apparently been keeping notes about my relationships and her interventions. I confronted Nicole privately. She didn't deny it. She said she'd been protecting me from men who weren't good enough for me. She said every guy I'd dated had been beneath my standards, and she'd been doing me a favor by getting rid of them before I wasted more time. When I asked why she thought she had the right to make that decision, she said, "Because you have terrible judgment in men. You were going to end up married to some loser. I was saving you from yourself." I asked about the therapy I'd gone through, the year I'd spent thinking I had a mental disorder. Nicole shrugged and said I'd probably benefited from therapy anyway, so it wasn't wasted. I demanded she tell our family what she'd done. She refused, saying it would make her look bad, right before her wedding, which was 3 weeks away. She said if I told anyone, she'd deny everything and make me look like a jealous sister trying to ruin her wedding. Nicole said, "I'm getting married to an amazing man. You're still single because you pick losers. Maybe instead of blaming me, you should ask yourself why your relationships never work out even when I'm not involved." I was so angry I could barely see straight. 4 years of failed relationships, a year of therapy for a disorder I didn't have, constantly questioning my own sanity, all because Nicole had decided I needed her protection. I told Marcus everything. He was horrified and said Nicole had essentially been emotionally abusing me for years while gaslighting me into thinking I was unstable. He said I needed to expose her. I decided to wait until her wedding. I know that sounds vindictive, but Nicole had specifically threatened to deny everything and ruin my credibility if I exposed her before her big day. I wanted to expose her when she couldn't control the narrative. Nicole's wedding was lavish. 200 guests, expensive venue, live band, the whole production. During the reception, there's a tradition in our family where siblings give speeches about the bride or groom. I was scheduled to give a speech about Nicole as her maid of honor. I'd originally written something nice. Instead, I changed it. I stood up with my microphone and said, "I want to talk about the kind of person Nicole really is, because I think her new husband deserves to know who he married." Then I told the entire story. I explained how Nicole had been sabotaging my relationships for 4 years by impersonating me and sending cruel messages to people I was dating. I showed screenshots from her phone on the venue's projector screen, the spoofing app, her notes about my boyfriends, her access to my Apple ID. I said, "My sister has spent 4 years gaslighting me, destroying my relationships, and making me think I was mentally ill. She did this because she thought she knew better than me who I should date, and when I confronted her, she threatened to deny everything and make me look crazy. So I'm exposing her here in front of everyone, where she can't control the narrative or make me look like the unstable one." The room was dead silent. Nicole stood up and screamed that I was lying, that I was jealous, that I was trying to ruin her wedding. but I had the evidence on the screen. Her own apps, her own notes, everything. Nicole's new husband, Brad, looked horrified. He demanded to know if what I'd said was true. Nicole tried to say I'd faked the screenshots, but multiple people in the audience, including Marcus, who was there as my +1, confirmed the evidence was real. Brad said he needed time to think and left the reception. Half the guests left with him. The other half were either supporting me or yelling at me for ruining Nicole's special day. My parents were furious at me. Not at Nicole for what she'd done, but at me for exposing it at her wedding. My mother said there were appropriate times and places for these discussions, and a wedding wasn't one of them. Nicole's wedding effectively ended right there. Brad didn't come back. The reception dissolved into chaos, with family members arguing about whether I'd done the right thing. Since then, Brad has annulled the marriage. They got married that morning, so annulment was still possible. He said he couldn't be married to someone capable of such prolonged, calculated cruelty and deception. Nicole has moved back in with our parents and is devastated. Half our extended family has cut me off for destroying Nicole's wedding and marriage. The other half has reached out to say they'd suspected Nicole was controlling and manipulative, but hadn't realized the extent. My parents say I could have exposed Nicole privately, or waited until after the honeymoon. They say I deliberately chose the most humiliating moment possible to punish her, and that I'm responsible for her marriage ending and her current mental health crisis. But my friends and Marcus say Nicole spent 4 years systematically destroying my romantic life and mental health, and that public exposure at her wedding was appropriate, given she'd threatened to deny everything if I'd confronted her privately. Did I go too far by exposing my sister during her wedding reception, instead of handling it privately? Update. Brad contacted me and revealed Nicole's sabotage was even worse than I knew. I posted 4 weeks ago about exposing my sister Nicole at her wedding for sabotaging my relationships. The responses were mixed. Many supported the wedding exposure. Others thought I should have handled it differently. Since then, the family rift has deepened. But I've learned that Nicole's sabotage extended far beyond romantic relationships, and the wedding exposure has revealed patterns of behavior that have shocked everyone who knew her. A week after the wedding disaster, Brad, Nicole's now ex-husband, contacted me and asked to meet. I was hesitant. I didn't know if he blamed me for the marriage ending or what he wanted. But he said he had information I needed to hear. We met at a coffee shop, and Brad told me he'd spent the week after leaving the wedding going through Nicole's devices and accounts with her reluctant permission. She'd given him access, trying to prove she wasn't hiding anything else. What he'd found had convinced him the annulment was the right choice. Brad discovered that Nicole hadn't just been sabotaging my romantic relationships. She'd been sabotaging multiple areas of my life for years. He showed me evidence that Nicole had 1. Intercepted emails about job opportunities I'd applied for and sent rejection responses pretending to be the hiring companies, making me think I'd been rejected when I'd actually been offered interviews. 2. Created fake social media accounts to leave negative reviews of my freelance graphic design work, tanking my online reputation and costing me clients. 3. Contacted my college professors during my final year, pretending to be me and asking for deadline extensions, making them think I was disorganized and unreliable, which had affected my final grades and references. 4. Sent messages to several of my close friends over the years pretending to be me, creating drama and causing friendships to end. 5. Even sabotaged my application to a graduate program by sending a follow-up email from me, withdrawing my application after I'd been accepted. I sat in that coffee shop staring at the evidence and feeling like my entire adult life had been manipulated without my knowledge. Relationships, friendships, career opportunities, education. Nicole had her fingers in everything, pulling strings to make me fail. Brad said he'd found a journal where Nicole had documented her interventions in my life, going back 6 years. She'd written about how she was guiding me away from mistakes and toward better choices. but her interventions had consistently resulted in me losing opportunities, relationships, and confidence. He showed me an entry from 3 years ago where Nicole had written, "Intercepted another job offer for me. The position was beneath her capabilities, and accepting it would have stunted her career growth. She'll be frustrated now, but eventually she'll find something worthy of her talents. I'm protecting her future, even if she doesn't understand that yet." The job she'd protected me from. It was a design position at a growing tech startup. That company is now worth millions, and early employees have significant equity. Nicole had cost me not just a job, but potentially life-changing career growth. Brad said he'd confronted Nicole about all of this. She'd admitted to everything but maintained she'd been helping me. She said I'd been making bad decisions in every area of my life. Dating the wrong men, pursuing the wrong jobs, maintaining the wrong friendships. And she'd been course-correcting because she loved me and wanted the best for me. Brad had asked Nicole if she'd sabotaged his relationship with her. She'd said no, because Brad was worthy of her and the kind of partner she deserved. But she'd admitted that if Brad had been wrong for her, she would have expected me or their parents to intervene similarly. Brad realized he'd married someone with a pathological need for control and a complete inability to respect boundaries or autonomy. He said the annulment wasn't just about what she'd done to me. It was about realizing that anyone in Nicole's life was subject to her manipulation if she decided she knew better than they did about their own choices. After talking to Brad, I went to my parents and showed them all the evidence. I expected them to be horrified. Instead, they were defensive. My father said Nicole had taken things too far, but that her intentions had been good. He said I did have questionable judgment sometimes, and Nicole had been trying to protect me from my own mistakes. My mother said that what Nicole had done was wrong, but that I'd been cruel and vindictive by exposing her at her wedding, and that I'd destroyed her marriage over sisterly overprotectiveness. I was stunned. I said, she didn't just sabotage a few relationships. She sabotaged my career, my education, my friendships, my entire adult life for 6 years. And you're calling it overprotectiveness? My mother replied, Nicole made mistakes, but she was acting out of love. You exposed her publicly to humiliate her. Your methods were worse than her intentions. I realized then that my parents had probably known, at least partially, about Nicole's interventions. Several of the sabotaged opportunities had happened while I was living at home or in close contact with family. Nicole couldn't have hidden all of it from them. I asked directly, "Did you know what she was doing?" My father hesitated, then said, "We knew Nicole was protective of you. We thought she'd calm down as you both matured. We didn't know the full extent." But my mother's response was more revealing. "We knew Nicole sometimes gave you guidance about your choices. We didn't police how she chose to help you because she's your older sister, and she has more life experience." They'd known. Maybe not every detail, but they'd known Nicole was interfering in my life, and they'd allowed it because they agreed with her assessment that I needed guidance. I asked about the therapy I'd undergone, thinking I had a dissociative disorder. My mother said she'd thought the therapy was good for me anyway, and would help me make better choices. She'd known I was in therapy for a condition I didn't have, caused by Nicole's sabotage, and had supported it because she thought it would improve me. I left my parents' house and haven't been back since. I've cut off contact with them and with Nicole. Several extended family members have done the same after learning the full extent of Nicole's manipulation. But other family members still think I overreacted. My aunt, my father's sister, called me and said that while Nicole's methods were unorthodox, I'd destroyed her wedding and marriage over family dynamics that could have been worked out in therapy. My aunt said, "You had every right to be angry, but you chose nuclear revenge over giving your sister a chance to make amends. Now she's lost her husband, her reputation, and her mental health is suffering. Was your revenge worth destroying her life? Several of my cousins have echoed this sentiment, that Nicole was wrong, but my wedding exposure was disproportionately cruel and vindictive. The community of people Nicole hurt has been growing. 3 former friends I'd lost touch with reached out after hearing about the wedding exposure through social media. All 3 had ended their friendships with me years ago after receiving bizarre, insulting messages that appeared to come from me. Messages Nicole had sent using her access to my accounts. One friend, Kayla, told me she'd thought I'd had a breakdown when I'd sent her a message calling her pathetic for getting engaged to her college boyfriend. She'd cut me off to protect herself. Now she knows I never sent that message. Nicole had, probably because she disapproved of Kayla's relationship. The pattern is becoming clear. Nicole had systematically isolated me from support systems, sabotaged my opportunities, and destroyed my relationships, all while making it look like I was self-sabotaging through my own instability or poor choices. Brad told me he's considering whether there are legal remedies for Nicole's actions: fraud for the intercepted job opportunities, harassment for the fake messages, something. My own lawyer says most of what Nicole did falls into gray areas that are hard to prosecute, but that I could potentially sue for damages if I could prove financial losses from the sabotaged job opportunities. Nicole has been posting on social media about betrayal by family and having your wedding destroyed by a jealous sibling. Many people who don't know the full story have been supporting her and calling me cruel. But people who do know the details have been sharing the truth, and Nicole's narrative is slowly falling apart. Did I go too far by exposing Nicole at her wedding instead of pursuing private accountability? Or was public exposure appropriate for someone who'd been privately destroying my life for 6 years? Final update. Family therapy revealed the disturbing reason Nicole believed she had to control my life. It's been 3 months since I exposed my sister Nicole at her wedding for sabotaging multiple areas of my life for 6 years. The family fracture has been severe, but a series of family therapy sessions has revealed the origin of Nicole's controlling behavior, and it's far more disturbing than anyone anticipated. After my last update, several family members who'd initially defended Nicole changed their positions after learning the full extent of her sabotage. My uncle, my mother's brother, was particularly horrified when he learned Nicole had intercepted job offers and sabotaged my education. He insisted on family therapy sessions, saying our family had fundamentally broken dynamics that needed professional intervention. My parents, Nicole, and I attended 5 sessions with a family therapist who specializes in enmeshment and control dynamics. The early sessions were brutal. Nicole maintaining she'd been protecting me, my parents defending her intentions while criticizing my public humiliation of her, and me trying to make them understand that 6 years of life sabotage wasn't protection. But in the 4th session, the therapist asked Nicole a question that broke everything open. When did you first believe you needed to protect your sister from her own choices? Nicole started crying and said, when our older sister died because nobody protected her from her choices. I was confused. We don't have an older sister. It's just Nicole and me. The therapist looked at our parents. My mother had gone pale. My father was shaking his head slightly, as if telling Nicole to stop. Nicole continued, we had a sister, Alexis. She died when I was 8. She was 17. And she died because she made bad choices and nobody stopped her. The therapist asked my parents, is this true? My mother reluctantly confirmed it. We did have an older sister named Alexis who died when Nicole was 8 years old and I was 4. I have no memory of her. I was too young. Our parents had made a decision to never talk about Alexis after her death because the grief was too painful. Alexis had died in a car accident. She'd been with her boyfriend who'd been driving drunk. Both of them had died. Alexis had known her boyfriend drank and had gotten in the car with him anyway. Nicole said, I watched Mom and Dad fall apart after Alexis died. I heard them say over and over that they should have stopped her from dating that boy, that they should have forbidden her from seeing him, that they should have done more to protect her from her own bad judgment. And I promised myself I'd never let that happen again. The therapist asked, You've spent 17 years believing you needed to prevent your younger sister from making any potentially harmful choice because your family couldn't prevent Alexis's death. Nicole nodded. She said when I'd started dating as a teenager, she'd been hyper-vigilant about who I was seeing. When any boyfriend showed any red flag, drove too fast, drank at parties, anything, Nicole would intervene to get rid of them. But the interventions had escalated from warning me about dangerous boyfriends to sabotaging any relationship she deemed unworthy, to controlling my job choices, my friendships, my entire life. The therapist turned to my parents. Did you know Nicole was trying to protect her sister in ways that involved deception and sabotage? My father admitted they'd known Nicole was watchful over me. They'd thought it was sweet that she was protective. When they'd noticed her helping guide my decisions, they'd encouraged it because they'd failed to protect Alexis and didn't want to fail again. My mother said, We were terrified after Alexis died, terrified of losing another daughter. When Nicole started paying attention to who I was spending time with and helping steer her away from potentially harmful situations, we were grateful. We thought she was doing what we'd failed to do for Alexis. The therapist asked, Did you explicitly encourage Nicole to monitor and control her sister's choices? My parents denied that, but the therapist pressed. When Nicole told you about intervening in your younger daughter's life, how did you respond? My mother admitted, We thanked her. We told her she was being a good sister. We said it was important to watch out for family. The therapist said, So you reinforced Nicole's belief that controlling her sister's choices was not just acceptable but praiseworthy. My parents had created an environment where Nicole's surveillance and sabotage of my life was framed as love and protection. Every time Nicole had helped guide me away from a choice they deemed wrong, they'd validated it. Nicole said, I thought I was saving you. Every time I sabotaged a relationship or a job, I thought I was preventing you from making a mistake that could hurt you. I thought I was being the sister to you that nobody was to Alexis. The therapist asked me, Did you know about Alexis? I said I'd had vague memories of an older sibling, but had been told I was remembering wrong or imagining things. My parents had completely erased Alexis from our family narrative after her death. The therapist explained what had happened. After Alexis's death, my parents had developed pathological fear about losing another child. Instead of processing their grief, they'd enlisted Nicole, an 8-year-old child, as a co-parent responsible for preventing me from making harmful choices. Nicole had spent her entire adolescence and adulthood believing that my survival depended on her controlling my choices. She'd internalized that she was responsible for keeping me alive by any means necessary. The sabotage, the manipulation, the gaslighting. Nicole genuinely believed these were acts of love and protection. In her mind, she wasn't destroying my life. She was saving it. The therapist said to my parents, You lost one daughter to a tragic accident. In your grief and fear, you turned your surviving daughters into a surveillance system where one child was responsible for controlling the other. That's an impossible burden to place on a child, and it created a dynamic where neither daughter could develop healthy autonomy. My parents finally broke down. My father said they'd been so terrified after Alexis died that they'd done everything wrong, erasing her memory, making Nicole responsible for my safety, reinforcing controlling behaviors as love. Nicole said, I know I hurt you. I know I destroyed your relationships and opportunities. But I genuinely believed I was protecting you from becoming another Alexis, another sister whose bad choices led to death. I thought losing job opportunities or relationships was better than losing your life. I asked Nicole, "Did you really think my boyfriends were going to kill me? Did you think my career choices were life or death?" Nicole admitted, "Not rationally, but emotionally, yes. Every choice you made felt like it could lead to disaster. I couldn't distinguish between actual danger and normal life risks because I'd been programmed to see all your choices as potentially fatal." The therapist has diagnosed Nicole with severe anxiety disorder and hypervigilance stemming from childhood trauma, Alexis's death. My parents are in therapy for unprocessed grief and for the ways they parentified Nicole and controlled my life through her. I'm in therapy processing the fact that I have an older sister I never knew, that her death shaped my entire life in ways I never understood, and that my family's grief turned into my life being controlled for decades. Nicole and I are slowly rebuilding a relationship, but it's completely different now. She's on medication for anxiety and working on understanding that my choices are not her responsibility. I'm working on forgiving her, while also maintaining boundaries about her never having that kind of control over my life again. My parents and I have a more complicated road. They allowed and encouraged Nicole to sabotage my life because they were terrified of losing me the way they'd lost Alexis. Their love became surveillance and control. Brad, Nicole's ex-husband, has said he understands the context now, but still made the right choice in ending the marriage. He said understanding why someone is controlling doesn't make living with that control acceptable. The family members who criticized my wedding exposure have mostly apologized after learning about Alexis and the dynamics that led to Nicole's behavior. Some still think I could have handled it differently, but they understand why the years of secret sabotage felt like betrayal that required public exposure. Did I go too far exposing Nicole at her wedding? I still don't know. She destroyed 6 years of my life, based on trauma and fear programmed into her by grieving parents when she was 8 years old. I exposed her publicly based on anger and betrayal without knowing that trauma existed. Nicole was a victim who became a perpetrator. I was a victim who became an avenger. Our parents were grieving parents who damaged both their surviving daughters in different ways. We're all trying to heal now, but healing doesn't undo what happened. Nicole's marriage is still over. My sabotaged opportunities are still lost. Alexis is still dead. And our family will always carry the scars of grief that turned into control, love that turned into surveillance, and protection that turned into destruction. Sometimes there are no villains, just traumatized people hurting each other in different ways. And sometimes revenge isn't about justice. It's about making pain visible to people who've been hiding it behind good intentions. I exposed my mother for monetizing our childhood trauma on her parenting blog. I, 27F, recently discovered that my mother, Linda, 52F, has been running a massively successful parenting blog for the past 10 years, where she's shared intimate details of my and my siblings' private lives, struggles, and embarrassing moments without our knowledge or consent, and has made over $400,000 in the process. When I exposed her during a parenting conference where she was a keynote speaker, it destroyed her influencer career and created a permanent rift in our family. Some people think I was justified in protecting our privacy, while others believe I overreacted to what they call normal parenting memoir content. For background, I'm the oldest of 3 siblings, me, 27F, my brother, Tyler, 24M, and my sister, Ashley, 21F. We grew up in what seemed like a normal middle-class family. Our mother was a stay-at-home mom who was very involved in our lives. Maybe overly involved, but we thought that was just her being caring and attentive. What I didn't know until 3 months ago was that my mother had been documenting nearly everything about our lives on a popular parenting blog called Real Mom Chronicles that she started when I was 17. The blog had grown to over 2 million followers across various platforms, had partnerships with major brands, and had made her a well-known figure in the authentic parenting influencer space. I discovered the blog completely by accident. I was at a bookstore and saw a new parenting book on the bestseller table called Raising Real Kids, A Mother's Journey Through the Messy Truth of Parenting by Linda Matthews, my mother's name. The cover had a photo of 3 silhouetted children that I immediately recognized as me, Tyler, and Ashley from childhood photos. I was confused. My mother had written a parenting book? She'd never mentioned writing anything, let alone publishing a bestseller. I bought the book and started reading it in the parking lot. What I found was horrifying. The book was filled with detailed stories about my childhood, my adolescence, my struggles, all presented as honest parenting stories, but containing information I'd shared with my mother in confidence, expecting privacy. There were chapters about my eating disorder at age 15, which I'd struggled with privately and had worked hard to recover from. Detailed accounts of my first breakup at 16, including verbatim conversations I'd had with my mother while crying in my room. Stories about my anxiety and panic attacks in college, and even intimate details about my relationships and sexual experiences that I'd confided to my mother in my early 20s. My brother's struggles with ADHD and depression were documented in excruciating detail. My sister's experience being bullied in middle school, her first period, her struggles with acne, all of it was in this book, presented as teaching moments for other parents. I was shaking as I read. These were our private lives, our vulnerabilities, our difficult moments, and our mother had packaged them into marketable content without ever telling us. I immediately called Tyler and Ashley and asked if they knew about the book. They had no idea. I sent them photos of pages containing stories about them. Tyler called me back within 20 minutes, furious. Ashley started crying. That evening, I searched Linda Matthews' parenting blog and found Real Mom Chronicles. The blog had been running for 10 years and contained hundreds of posts about me, Tyler, and Ashley. Our childhoods, struggles, embarrassments, and private moments had been content for a decade. Early posts from when I was 17-18 documented my college application process, including me being rejected from my top choice school and crying about it. Posts from when Tyler was 14-15 detailed his ADHD diagnosis, medication struggles, and behavioral issues at school, using his real first name. Posts about Ashley included photos of her at ages 11 to 14 during her awkward phase, detailed descriptions of her menstrual cycle and puberty struggles, and stories about her being teased at school. The blog had started anonymous. My mother didn't use our real names initially, just teen daughter, middle son, and youngest daughter. But over the years, she'd gotten more casual about privacy. Recent posts used our actual first names. Some posts included photos where our faces were visible. The blog had comment sections where thousands of strangers discussed our lives, gave advice about our problems, and analyzed our behavior. People I'd never met had been reading about my eating disorder, my breakups, my panic attacks, and offering opinions about what my mother should do about her troubled daughter. I felt violated in a way I'd never experienced before. My mother had been monetizing our pain, our growth, our private struggles, turning her children into content for profit and internet fame. I confronted my mother with Tyler and Ashley present via video call. Tyler lives out of state. I asked her directly, "Have you been writing about us on a parenting blog for 10 years without telling us?" She didn't deny it. She said she'd started the blog when I was in high school as a way to process the challenges of parenting teenagers and to help other mothers going through similar struggles. She said it had grown beyond what she'd expected and had become a source of income and fulfillment for her. I asked why she'd never told us we were the subjects of a massively popular blog. She said she'd protected our identities by using pseudonyms initially, and that the blog was about her experience as a mother, not about us specifically. When I pointed out that she'd gradually started using our real names and posting identifiable photos, she said our generation overshares everything on social media anyway, and that she'd been more respectful of our privacy than we were ourselves. I said, We chose what to share about ourselves on our own social media. You shared intimate details of our private lives without our consent. That's completely different. My mother responded, I'm your mother. I lived through these experiences too. They're my stories just as much as they're yours. I have a right to share my parenting journey. Tyler asked about the money. He'd found information showing Real Mom Chronicles made substantial income from sponsorships, affiliate marketing, and speaking engagements. Probably hundreds of thousands of dollars over the years. My mother admitted the blog had been financially successful, but said that money had supported the family and that we'd benefited from it indirectly through the lifestyle it provided. Ashley, my 21-year-old sister, was sobbing. She said, You wrote about my period, Mom. Thousands of strangers read about me getting my first period and having cramps. You posted photos of me with acne and braces and wrote about me being bullied. How could you do that? My mother said she'd been honest and authentic about parenting struggles, and that modern mothers needed that honesty. She said we were overreacting, and that the blog had helped thousands of families by normalizing difficult parenting moments. I told my mother she needed to take down the blog, delete all content about us, and donate the profits to charity. She refused. She said the blog was her life's work and her career, and that she wasn't going to destroy it because we were suddenly uncomfortable with normal parenting memoir content. My mother said, Every parent talks about their kids. Every parent shares parenting stories. I just did it in a public forum. You need to understand that my experience raising you is mine to share. I said there's a difference between mentioning your kids in conversation and running a decade-long monetized blog where you document their eating disorders, mental health struggles, and intimate moments for millions of strangers to consume. My mother responded that we'd signed away our right to complain by accepting her financial support through our 20s, support that had come from blog income. She said we'd indirectly consented by benefiting from the money. We were at an impasse. My mother refused to take down the blog or stop writing about us. She said we could ask her not to write about us going forward, but that past content would stay because it was part of her authentic journey and had helped her build her platform. 2 weeks later, I learned my mother was scheduled to be a keynote speaker at a major parenting conference with 2,000 attendees. The conference was focused on authentic parenting in the digital age, and my mother was presenting on building trust through honest storytelling. The irony was painful. She was speaking about trust while having violated our trust for a decade. I bought a ticket to the conference. During the Q&A portion after my mother's keynote speech about the importance of honest representation of parenting challenges, I stood up and identified myself. I said, I'm Linda's oldest daughter. I'm one of the children whose eating disorder, panic attacks, and relationship struggles have been documented on Real Mom Chronicles for millions of people to read. I want to ask you directly, in front of this audience, do you believe children have a right to privacy from their own parents' monetized content? And did you ever consider asking for my consent before sharing the most difficult moments of my adolescence with the internet? The audience went silent. My mother went pale. She tried to say that she'd always been respectful of boundaries while sharing her parenting experiences. I said, You wrote 3,000 words about my eating disorder when I was 15, including what I weighed and what I ate. You shared photos of me at my lowest weight. You documented my therapy sessions, my panic attacks, my struggles. You did this without my knowledge or consent. You made over $400,000 sharing our private pain. How is that respecting boundaries? I'd brought printed excerpts from her blog and book, pages containing my most vulnerable moments, my siblings' private struggles, intimate details we'd shared in confidence. I held them up for the audience to see. I said, This is my eating disorder being monetized. These are my brother's ADHD struggles being packaged as content. This is my sister's puberty being documented for sponsorship revenue. Our mother has built a career on our trauma, and we never consented to any of it. Several parents in the audience looked shocked. Some were nodding in agreement. Others looked uncomfortable, perhaps recognizing their own social media habits in my accusations. The conference organizers intervened, saying the Q&A was meant for questions about parenting techniques, not personal family disputes. But the damage was done. Attendees were already posting about the confrontation on social media, and by the next day, multiple parenting influencers and child privacy advocates had picked up the story. Within a week, my mother lost 3 major brand sponsorships. The parenting conference issued a statement saying they'd be reviewing their policies on speaker credentials and would be more carefully vetting content creators' consent practices. Several publications wrote articles about sharing about parenting, and the ethics of monetizing children's private lives. My mother's blog was held up as an example of problematic oversharing. Real Mom Chronicles follower count dropped by 30%. Readers who'd trusted my mother's authentic content felt betrayed, learning that the children whose struggles they'd been reading about had never consented and had never even known they were blog subjects. My mother's career as a parenting influencer has essentially ended. She's tried to continue blogging, but the controversy has destroyed her credibility. My family is fractured. My father says I destroyed your mother's career and sense of purpose over what he calls normal parenting storytelling. He says every parent shares stories about their kids and that I weaponized that normal behavior to punish my mother for being successful at it. Extended family members have told me I was vindictive and cruel to humiliate my mother publicly at a professional conference instead of resolving this privately through family discussions or even legal channels. But Tyler and Ashley have supported me. Tyler said, "She profited from my ADHD and depression without me even knowing. That's exploitation, not storytelling." Ashley said, "Every time I meet someone new, I wonder if they've read about my period or my acne or my bullying experiences on Mom's blog. She took away my ability to control my own story." Did I go too far by confronting my mother publicly at a parenting conference instead of pursuing private resolution or legal action? Update. Investigation revealed Mom had been forging our consent for years. I posted 8 weeks ago about exposing my mother at a parenting conference for running a monetized blog that detailed my and my siblings' private lives without our knowledge or consent. Most responses supported my decision to expose privacy violations publicly, though some thought I should have pursued legal channels. Since then, my mother's parenting blog empire has completely collapsed, but investigations by platforms, brands, and even child advocacy organizations have revealed that my mother had been actively fabricating our consent for years, not just failing to ask for it, but creating false documentation claiming we'd approved her content. After the conference exposure, several brands that had sponsored Real Mom Chronicles launched internal investigations to determine whether they'd unknowingly funded content created without subject consent. This became especially important because some brands had policies requiring consent from anyone featured in sponsored content, including family members. One major children's clothing brand that had paid my mother over $50,000 in sponsorships demanded documentation showing that me, Tyler, and Ashley had consented to being featured in blog posts and promotional materials. My mother initially claimed she had our verbal consent from years ago. When the brand said they needed written documentation, my mother provided contracts that she claimed were consent forms we'd signed. The brand's legal team contacted me, Tyler, and Ashley directly to verify the consent. That's when we saw the documents for the first time. The consent forms were dated from 5 years ago and contained signatures that were supposedly ours. But none of us had ever seen these documents before, let alone signed them. I looked at my alleged signature on the consent form. It was similar to my actual signature, but not identical. It was clearly forged. Someone had copied my signature style but gotten small details wrong. Tyler and Ashley confirmed the same. Their signatures on the consent forms were forgeries, close enough to be plausible, but clearly not their actual signatures. My mother had been forging our consent for years to satisfy brand requirements and platform policies. She hadn't just failed to ask permission. She'd actively created fraudulent documents to make it appear we'd agreed to have our private lives monetized. The brand immediately severed ties with my mother and demanded refund of all sponsorship payments. They also reported the forged consent forms to relevant authorities as potential fraud. But the investigation revealed something even worse. My mother hadn't just forged consent forms for brands. She'd forged our signatures on multiple types of documents: release forms for photos used in her book, model releases for images used in advertising, consent forms required by some blogging platforms for content featuring minors, permission forms for our childhood photos to be used in speaking presentations, legal agreements related to podcast appearances where she'd discussed us. My mother had created an entire paper trail of false consent over multiple years. When confronted with evidence that the signatures were forged, my mother initially claimed we had signed them, but had forgotten because it was so long ago. When we insisted we'd never seen the documents before, she admitted that she'd signed on our behalf because we were family, and she'd assumed we wouldn't mind. She said, "I'm your mother. I have the right to sign things for you when it's in the family's interest. Parents sign documents for their children all the time." Her lawyer, she'd hired one as the legal issues mounted, had to explain that signing someone else's name without permission is forgery, even if you're related, and even if you think they'd agree if asked. The investigation also revealed something disturbing about how my mother had maintained her authentic parenting blogger image while hiding the blog from us for so long. Several readers who'd followed Real Mom Chronicles since the beginning told investigators that my mother had explicitly claimed in early blog posts that she'd talked to her kids about the blog and that they were okay with her sharing their stories to help other families. One blog post from 7 years ago, when I was 20, included this passage. "I sat down with teen daughter today and asked if she minded me sharing our struggles with eating and body image on the blog. She said, 'Mom, if my experience can help even one other girl, it's worth it.' I'm so proud of her generosity." This conversation never happened. I was never asked. I never said that quote. My mother had literally fabricated a conversation to make readers believe I'd consented to having my eating disorder documented for thousands of strangers. Tyler found a similar fabricated quote attributed to him. "Middle son told me today, 'Mom, it's cool that you write about my ADHD. It makes me feel less alone knowing other kids struggle too.'" Tyler never said this. He didn't even know the blog existed until 3 months ago. My mother had been creating fictional consent conversations to satisfy readers who occasionally questioned whether it was ethical to share so much detail about her children's private lives. The revelation of forged documents and fabricated consent conversations has destroyed what remained of my mother's credibility. Parenting bloggers who'd initially defended her right to share her own parenting story have withdrawn their support after learning she'd committed actual fraud to continue profiting from content we'd never approved. Child privacy advocates have held up my mother's case as an example of why platforms and brands need stronger protections and verification processes for content featuring minors and family members. My mother's response has been to claim she's being persecuted for being an honest parent, and that the forgery accusations are exaggerated. She's posted on social media that she may have signed some administrative paperwork on our behalf, but that it was normal parental oversight and not fraud. But legal experts have said that forging adult children's signatures, I was over 18 for some of the forged documents, is absolutely fraud, regardless of familial relationship. My relationship with my mother is destroyed. Beyond the privacy violations, beyond the monetization of our trauma, she forged our signatures. She created false evidence that we'd consented to exploitation we knew nothing about. My father has filed for separation from my mother. He said learning about the forged signatures crossed a line, even for him. He defended the blog as mom sharing her experiences, but he can't defend fraud. What hurts most is realizing that my mother didn't just violate our privacy passively. She actively worked to cover up that violation by creating fake consent. Every time someone questioned the ethics of her blog, she'd claim we'd agreed to it. She built an entire false narrative where her children were willing participants in her content creation, when the truth was, we didn't even know it existed. Did I go too far by exposing my mother publicly, triggering investigations that revealed not just privacy violations but actual fraud? Final update. Therapy revealed mom's blog was retaliation for her own documented childhood. It's been 6 months since I exposed my mother for running a monetized blog documenting my and my siblings' private lives, which led to investigations revealing she'd forged our consent for years. Her influencer career has ended, my parents are divorcing, and my mother faces possible fraud charges. But court-mandated family therapy has revealed the origin of her compulsive need to document and share our lives, and it connects to her own traumatic childhood in ways none of us knew. After my last update, my mother faced legal action from multiple brands seeking refund of sponsorship payments made based on forged consent documents. She settled most cases out of court by agreeing to repay approximately $180,000, complete therapy addressing her truthfulness and boundary issues, and cease all content creation featuring me, Tyler, or Ashley. As part of the settlement with one brand that was particularly aggressive in pursuit of damages, my mother agreed to family therapy sessions where we could address the harm caused. The brand's lawyers believed documented family therapy might demonstrate my mother's commitment to making amends and could influence the final settlement amount. The family therapist we worked with specialized in privacy violation and family exploitation cases. Apparently, there are enough sharenting cases now that this has become a therapy subspecialty. In our third session, the therapist asked my mother when she'd first started thinking of her children's lives as content worth documenting and sharing publicly. My mother's answer was unexpected. When I was 12 and found my own mother's journals about me. This caught everyone off guard. The therapist asked my mother to explain. My mother said her own mother, our grandmother who died when I was young, had kept extensive journals throughout my mother's childhood and adolescence, documenting everything: grades, friend conflicts, puberty, boyfriend drama, struggles with weight and appearance. My mother said, "I found them when I was 12 in my mother's closet. I started reading and realized she'd been writing about every private thing I'd ever told her, every struggle I'd had, every embarrassing moment. It was all there in her journals, my body changing, my periods, my crushes, my insecurities." The therapist asked how finding those journals had affected my mother. My mother said she'd felt violated and betrayed initially, but that her mother had told her the journals were a record of our family history, and that someday my mother would appreciate having that documentation of her childhood. My grandmother had told young Linda that writing things down helps process them, and that the journals were for the family, a record that would be treasured later. My mother said, "I was angry at first, but eventually I accepted Mom's explanation that this was normal family record keeping. And when she died and I inherited those journals, I did find myself reading them and remembering things I'd forgotten. There was value in having that detailed record." The therapist asked, "So when you started blogging about your own children, you were recreating what your mother had done with journals, but in a public, monetized format?" My mother said, "I thought I was creating a family record like my mother had. Except instead of private journals that only I would read, I was sharing with a community of mothers who could benefit from knowing they weren't alone in their struggles. It seemed like an improvement on what my mother had done. At least my content was helping other people. But then my father revealed something that reframed everything. Linda, your mother's journals weren't just family records. She was planning to publish them." My mother looked shocked. My father explained that my grandmother had been working on a memoir based on her journals before she died. She'd been meeting with agents and editors about a book tentatively titled Raising Linda, a mother's honest account of parenting through the difficult years. My grandmother had died before the book was published, but she'd been actively trying to monetize documentation of my mother's private childhood, exactly what my mother later did to us through her blog. My father said, "Your mother was planning to do exactly what you did, share intimate details of her child's life publicly for money. You found those journals when you were 12, but you didn't know she was planning to publish them. After she died, I found the book proposal in her papers, but never told you because I thought it would hurt you to know she'd planned to exploit your childhood that way." My mother was processing this information. The therapist said, "So your mother documented your private life with plans to monetize it through publication. You felt violated when you discovered the journals, but you later internalized the idea that this was family record keeping. And then you did the same thing to your children. But you actually succeeded in publishing and monetizing where your mother had only planned to." My mother started crying. She said, "I thought I was doing something different. I thought I was creating helpful content for other mothers, not exploiting my kids. But I was doing exactly what my mother tried to do to me." The therapist asked my mother directly, "Did you know that what you were doing was wrong? Or did you genuinely believe it was acceptable family documentation?" My mother admitted, "Both. I knew it felt wrong, which is why I never told them about the blog. But I also told myself it was the same as my mother's journals, family history being preserved. I convinced myself that because my mother had done it to me, it was a normal thing mothers did." The therapist said, "You replicated your mother's violation of your privacy, but you took it further by making it public and monetized. You experienced the harm of having your private life documented without consent, and then you inflicted that same harm on your own children." Over several more sessions, we unpacked the pattern. My grandmother had violated my mother's privacy through extensive journaling and planned publication. My mother had felt violated but had rationalized it as family record keeping. When my mother had her own children, she'd recreated that violation but had justified it as helping other mothers and creating community. The therapist explained that trauma survivors sometimes recreate the dynamics that hurt them, either trying to master the trauma by controlling it from the other side or because they've internalized harmful behavior as normal. My mother had been violated by her own mother's documentation of her private life. Instead of recognizing that violation and choosing not to repeat it, she'd normalized it and had inflicted the same violation on her own children. But worse, because she'd made it public and had profited from it. The revelation about my grandmother's planned memoir has been difficult for me, Tyler, and Ashley to process. We'd viewed our grandmother as a loving figure from our early childhood, not knowing she'd planned to exploit our mother's private life the same way our mother later exploited ours. My mother has written apology letters to all three of us, acknowledging that her childhood experience with her mother's journals doesn't excuse what she did to us. She's said, "I should have recognized that what my mother did to me was wrong and chosen not to repeat it. Instead, I convinced myself it was normal and took it even further by making it public. I harmed you the way my mother harmed me, and I'm sorry." My relationship with my mother is permanently changed. Understanding the origin of her behavior has created some compassion, but it doesn't erase the violation or the forged consent or the years of our lives being monetized for strangers' consumption. Tyler has said he may eventually forgive our mother, but trust is destroyed. Ashley is in therapy processing both what our mother did to her and what our grandmother did to our mother. My father has continued with the separation, saying that understanding why Linda did this doesn't change that she violated their children's privacy for a decade and forged legal documents to cover it up. As for the original question, did I go too far by exposing my mother publicly? I've stopped asking that question. My mother violated our privacy, monetized our trauma, and forged our consent. I exposed that violation. The subsequent investigations revealed additional fraud and the intergenerational pattern of documentation abuse. What I've learned is that trauma can be passed down through generations in insidious ways. My grandmother violated my mother's privacy through journals and planned publication. My mother internalized that violation as normal and recreated it with her own children through a public blog. The exposure broke that cycle. My children, if I have them, will not have their private struggles documented and shared without consent. The pattern of mothers exploiting their children's lives for content ends with my generation in our family. My mother's blog is gone. The forged consent has been exposed, and 3 adult children are rebuilding their sense of privacy and autonomy after years of having our lives treated as public content. Sometimes exposure isn't about going too far. It's about going far enough to end a pattern that's been harming families for generations. My mother needed to be stopped. My grandmother should have been stopped. I stopped it. That's enough. I exposed my sister for blocking all contact between me and my estranged father. I, 29 male, recently discovered that my older sister, Victoria, 32F, has been systematically intercepting and destroying all communication between me and my estranged father for the past 12 years, preventing us from reconnecting, while making each of us believe the other wasn't interested in contact. When I exposed her during our mother's 60th birthday celebration in front of 80 family members, it created a massive scandal that destroyed multiple relationships. Some people think I was justified in revealing years of manipulation, while others believe I should have confronted her privately instead of ruining our mother's milestone celebration. For background, my parents divorced when I was 8 and Victoria was 11. It was a contentious divorce. My mother had discovered my father was having an affair, and the split was bitter and painful. My father, James, moved to a different state with his new partner, and custody was arranged so Victoria and I would stay primarily with our mother, with visits to our father every other weekend and holidays. For the first few years after the divorce, Victoria and I did visit our father regularly. But when Victoria turned 14, she refused to continue visitation. She said our father had chosen his new family over us, and she wanted nothing to do with him. My mother supported her decision. Courts generally don't force teenagers to visit parents they don't want to see. I was 11 at the time, and I continued visiting our father alone for another year. But the visits became increasingly uncomfortable. My father would ask about Victoria and seemed sad she wasn't there, and my mother would interrogate me about the visits when I returned. I felt caught in the middle of their ongoing conflict. When I turned 13, I also stopped visiting our father. It seemed easier than navigating everyone's emotions. My father didn't fight it. He sent birthday and holiday cards for a few years, but we didn't have regular contact. By the time I was 17 and thinking about college, I realized I wanted to reconnect with my father. I was old enough to understand that divorces are complicated, that people make mistakes, and that I might regret not having a relationship with him as an adult. I sent my father a letter through the address I had from old birthday cards. In the letter, I explained that I was applying to colleges and wanted to reconnect. I asked if we could start talking again, maybe meet for coffee or have phone calls. I never received a response. I was hurt but assumed my father had moved on with his new family and wasn't interested in reconnecting with a teenage son he hadn't seen in years. I went to college feeling rejected and sad, but I tried to move forward. Over the next 12 years, I tried to reach out to my father 5 more times. When I graduated college, I sent an announcement with a note saying I'd love for him to be part of my life. When I got my first real job, I emailed him. I'd found his email through social media, saying I wanted to share my success with him. When I got engaged 3 years ago, I sent a letter saying I hoped he might want to attend my wedding. When my wedding happened, he didn't respond to the invitation. I sent photos afterward with a note saying I wished he'd been there. When my daughter was born last year, I sent a birth announcement saying his granddaughter would love to know him. I never received a single response to any of these attempts at contact. After my daughter was born and I heard nothing, I gave up. I accepted that my father had moved on completely and had no interest in being part of my life or my daughter's life. 3 weeks ago, I got a Facebook message from a woman named Diane, who identified herself as my father's wife, his partner from after the divorce whom he'd eventually married. The message said, "I don't know if you'll respond to this, but I wanted to try one more time. Your father has been devastated by your rejection over the years. He's respected your wishes not to have contact, but with his 65th birthday coming up, I'm hoping you might reconsider. He's never stopped loving you and thinking about you. If you're willing, I'd love to arrange a call or meeting." I was completely confused. Rejection? Respected my wishes? I'd been trying to contact him for 12 years with no response. I wrote back explaining that I'd sent multiple letters and emails over the years trying to reconnect, but he'd never responded. Diane wrote back immediately, "That's impossible. Your father never received any letters or emails from you. He's tried to reach out to you dozens of times over the years, but you never responded. He assumed you wanted nothing to do with him." We compared timelines. Every time I'd sent my father communication, he'd supposedly never received it. Every time he'd tried to reach out to me, I'd supposedly never received it. Someone had been intercepting our communications in both directions for over a decade. I asked Diane what address and email my father had been using to contact me. She gave me an old address, my mother's house, where I'd lived until college, and an email address I'd never seen before. That email address was very similar to mine, but with one letter different. Someone had created a fake email account nearly identical to my actual email and had been giving that to my father as my contact information. I checked with my mother about mail that might have come to her house for me over the years. She said Victoria had always handled my mail since I'd moved out, forwarding me anything important. Victoria had been intercepting my father's attempts to contact me and had been destroying them. She'd also somehow been intercepting my attempts to contact him. I called Victoria and asked her directly if she'd been blocking communication between me and our father. There was a long silence, and then she admitted it. She said she'd protected me from our father's manipulation by making sure his letters and emails never reached me. She'd created the fake email address and had been giving it to our father any time he'd asked how to contact me. She'd been telling him I wanted no contact and that he should respect my boundaries. When I'd sent letters to our father's address, Victoria had apparently contacted Diane, my father's wife, and told her that I was harassing our father and that any mail from me should be destroyed without him seeing it. Diane, trying to respect what she thought were my father's wishes being communicated through his daughter, had been destroying my letters before my father saw them. I was shaking with rage. Victoria had been systematically destroying my relationship with my father for 12 years. She'd prevented us from reconnecting when I was a teenager. She'd kept him from knowing about my college graduation, my engagement, my wedding, the birth of his granddaughter. I asked Victoria why. She said, "Because he abandoned us. He cheated on Mom and started a new family. You were too young to understand how much he hurt us. I was protecting you from getting hurt again by someone who proved he's unreliable and selfish." I said I was 29 years old, not a child who needed protection. I had a right to decide for myself whether to have a relationship with my father. Victoria said, "You tried to decide when you were 17, and I knew you'd regret it. I was saving you from making a mistake that would hurt you when he inevitably disappointed you again." I told Victoria she'd taken away 12 years of potential relationship with my father. My daughter was a year old and had never met her grandfather because of Victoria's interference. Victoria said, "Your daughter is better off without him in her life, just like you were better off without him." Victoria truly believed she'd been protecting me. She'd appointed herself the guardian of my relationship with my father and had decided unilaterally that no contact was better for me than risking disappointment. Our mother's 60th birthday celebration was scheduled for the following weekend. It was a big milestone party with extended family, her friends, and community members, about 80 people total. Victoria was giving a toast as the oldest child. I made a decision. I invited my father and Diane to the party as my guests. I didn't tell my mother or Victoria they were coming. When my father arrived at the party, there was visible shock from my mother and Victoria. My mother demanded to know why I'd invited him to her birthday celebration without asking. Victoria tried to get him to leave. I asked for everyone's attention and said I needed to share something important before the birthday toasts. Then I explained what I'd discovered. For the past 12 years, my sister Victoria has been intercepting all communication between me and our father. When I tried to reconnect with him at 17, she destroyed his responses and created a fake email address to ensure we couldn't contact each other. She's prevented me from having a relationship with my father for over a decade, kept him from knowing about my marriage and the birth of my daughter, and made each of us believe the other wasn't interested in contact. I invited my father here today because I've wasted 12 years being estranged from him based on my sister's manipulation, and I'm not wasting any more time. The room erupted. My mother was furious, at me for bringing my ex-husband to her birthday party, and at Victoria when she realized the accusation was true. Extended family members who'd believed my father had abandoned me were shocked to learn he'd been trying to maintain contact the entire time. Victoria tried to defend herself, saying she'd been protecting me, and that our father didn't deserve to be part of our lives after what he'd done to our mother. Several family members who'd been angry at my father for abandoning his kids demanded to know if Victoria's interference was why they hadn't seen him in years. My father was emotional, confirming that he'd tried to reach out hundreds of times over 12 years and had been devastated thinking I wanted nothing to do with him. The party essentially ended. My mother's milestone 60th birthday celebration became about my father's presence and Victoria's decade of manipulation. Since then, my family has been fractured. My mother says I destroyed her birthday by bringing my father and by exposing Victoria publicly instead of handling it privately. She says I could have confronted Victoria quietly and rebuilt my relationship with my father without involving her celebration. Victoria has told family members that she was acting out of love and protection, and that I've betrayed family loyalty by choosing our father over her after everything she did to protect me from him. Several aunts and uncles have said that while Victoria was wrong to interfere, I was cruel to expose her at a family celebration and to invite my father to his ex-wife's birthday party without warning anyone. But my father and I have started rebuilding our relationship. He's met my daughter. We've talked about the lost years and what Victoria's interference cost us both. My wife supports what I did, saying Victoria committed a serious violation and deserved public accountability for preventing a father and son from having a relationship. Did I go too far by exposing Victoria during my mother's birthday party instead of confronting her privately? Update. My father's emails revealed Victoria had been poisoning my mother against reconciliation. I posted 9 weeks ago about exposing my sister Victoria for blocking communication between me and my estranged father for 12 years. Most responses supported my decision to expose long-term manipulation publicly, though some thought I shouldn't have done it at my mother's birthday party. Since then, my relationship with my father has deepened as we've worked to recover the lost years, but access to his saved emails has revealed that Victoria's interference was far more extensive than I'd known. She'd been actively working to ensure our mother remained hostile toward my father, and that any family reconciliation was impossible. After the birthday party confrontation, my father and I began meeting regularly to rebuild our relationship. He's been getting to know my wife and daughter, and we've been sharing stories about the 12 years we lost to Victoria's interference. During one of our meetings, my father showed me a folder on his computer where he'd saved every email he'd sent trying to reach me over the years. He'd kept them as a record of his attempts to maintain contact in case I ever accused him of abandoning me. Reading through his emails to the fake email address Victoria had created was heartbreaking. My father had sent birthday messages every year, updates about his life, questions about mine, expressions of love and regret about the divorce. All of it had gone into a void because Victoria controlled that fake account. But then my father showed me a different folder. Emails Victoria had sent him over the years. I'd assumed Victoria's interference was passive, just destroying mail and giving him a fake email address. But the emails revealed she'd been actively manipulating him. Victoria had been sending my father emails from her own address for years, supposedly updating him about my life and wishes. These emails included messages saying I was angry that he kept trying to contact me and wanted him to stop. False claims that I'd said I never wanted to hear from him again, and that his attempts at contact were harassment. Fabricated stories about me saying negative things about him, including that I thought he was a deadbeat father who'd abandoned his responsibility. Fake updates about my life designed to make him think I was doing fine without him and didn't need or want his involvement. My father had been receiving regular emails from Victoria, telling him that I was explicitly asking him to stop trying to contact me. He'd backed off his attempts to reach out, not because he didn't care, but because he thought he was respecting my clearly stated wishes as communicated by my sister. But the emails revealed something even more disturbing. Victoria had been coordinating with my mother to ensure family hostility toward my father remained strong. In several emails, Victoria would copy my mother on messages to my father, making sure my mother saw how protective Victoria was being of me. Victoria would write things like, "I wanted to let you know that my name saw your latest attempt to contact him and it upset him greatly. Please respect his boundaries and stop trying to force your way back into his life." My mother would reply all, reinforcing Victoria's message. "I agree with Victoria. You gave up your right to be in my name's life when you destroyed our family. Stop contacting him." Victoria had been using fabricated claims about my wishes to maintain my mother's anger toward my father and to prevent any possibility of family reconciliation. There were also emails where Victoria had contacted extended family members, aunts, uncles, grandparents, updating them about my father's unwanted contact attempts. She'd positioned my father as someone who was harassing me, despite my clear wishes, and had turned extended family against him. One email to my grandmother said, "My name is really struggling with his father's constant attempts to contact him. It's affecting his mental health. Can you please talk to father's name and get him to understand that he needs to let go and move on? My name has made his choice and wants to be left alone." This email was completely fabricated. My grandmother had apparently confronted my father about harassing me, which had made my father even more reluctant to keep trying to reach out. Victoria had been systematically turning my entire extended family against my father by claiming he was violating my wishes, when in reality, I'd been desperately trying to reconnect with him. I confronted Victoria again with this new evidence. She initially denied that the emails were manipulative, saying she'd been accurately representing my feelings based on what she knew about me. When I pointed out that she couldn't have been accurately representing my feelings because I was actively trying to contact my father at the same time she was telling him I wanted no contact, she shifted her defense. She said, "I was representing what your feelings should have been. You were too forgiving, too naive. You wanted to give him another chance he didn't deserve. I was protecting you from yourself by making sure he stayed away." I asked about involving my mother and extended family in her manipulation. Victoria said, "Mom needed to stay strong and not let him manipulate his way back into our lives. And the family needed to support you, not pressure you to forgive someone who'd abandoned you. I was managing everyone's emotions to keep you safe." Victoria had appointed herself the manager of the entire family's relationships and emotions regarding my father. She'd decided unilaterally that my father should be permanently exiled from the family, and had spent 12 years executing that plan through systematic lying and manipulation. But the emails revealed one more disturbing pattern. Victoria had been monitoring my mother's emotions carefully, and any time my mother showed signs of softening toward my father or considering forgiveness, Victoria would send new emails to my father designed to provoke conflict. For example, When my mother mentioned once that maybe enough time had passed and perhaps my father could attend my college graduation, Victoria had sent my father an aggressive email from me, saying that if he showed up at my graduation, I'd leave and he'd ruin my special day. My father had stayed away from my graduation, not because he didn't care, but because he'd been told I'd explicitly said I didn't want him there. Victoria had been sabotaging any possibility of healing or reconciliation by creating new conflicts whenever peace seemed possible. I shared the emails with my mother. Her reaction was complicated. She was angry at Victoria for manipulating her, but she also said that Victoria's interference had protected our family unit after the divorce and had prevented my father from worming his way back into our lives. I said, "He wasn't trying to worm his way back into your life. He was trying to maintain a relationship with his son. Victoria prevented that for 12 years and made you complicit in her manipulation." My mother responded, "Maybe I was complicit because part of me agreed with what Victoria was doing. Your father hurt me deeply. Maybe I didn't want him to have easy access to you either." This admission stunned me. My mother had benefited from Victoria's interference because it kept my father out of our lives, which aligned with my mother's desire to not have to interact with her ex-husband. I asked my mother directly, "Did you know Victoria was intercepting communications and lying to everyone?" My mother said she hadn't known the full extent, but she'd known Victoria was managing contact between me and my father, and had assumed Victoria was being protective. She'd chosen not to ask too many questions because the result, my father staying away, was what she'd wanted. My mother had been willfully ignorant of Victoria's manipulation because it served her emotional needs. The family dynamics have become even more fractured since these revelations. My father is angry not just at Victoria, but at my mother for enabling Victoria's interference. He says my mother had a responsibility to ensure I could maintain a relationship with my father regardless of her feelings about the divorce, and she'd failed that responsibility. Extended family members who learned they'd been manipulated by Victoria's fake updates are angry and embarrassed. My grandmother apologized to my father for confronting him about harassing me when he'd actually been trying to maintain legitimate contact. Victoria's defense has shifted to claiming she was acting on behalf of the family unit, and that maintaining distance from my father was healthier for everyone involved. She says even if her methods were imperfect, her goal of protecting me and my mother from my father's influence was valid. Did I go too far by exposing Victoria, triggering deeper investigation that revealed not just her manipulation, but my mother's complicity? Final update. Victoria's therapy revealed she'd been recreating our mother's abandonment trauma. It's been 7 months since I exposed my sister Victoria for blocking all communication between me and my estranged father for 12 years, and 4 months since I discovered she'd been systematically manipulating our entire family to maintain his exile. Victoria has been in court-ordered therapy, part of my father's settlement with her for parental alienation, and the therapy has revealed that her obsessive need to control my relationship with my father stemmed from her own childhood trauma related to our parents' divorce. Trauma that our mother inadvertently reinforced for years. After my last update, my father consulted with a family attorney about whether Victoria's interference could constitute parental alienation. The attorney said that while I was an adult for most of the 12-year period, Victoria's deliberate campaign to prevent father-child contact could potentially be actionable. My father wasn't interested in suing Victoria for money, but he wanted acknowledgement of the harm and a guarantee that she'd stop interfering. They reached a settlement where Victoria would complete family therapy addressing her behavior, write formal apologies to everyone she'd misled, and have no contact with my father or his family unless I explicitly arranged it. The family therapist who worked with Victoria, and eventually with our whole family, specialized in divorce trauma and parental alienation. In our 4th session, the therapist asked Victoria when she'd first decided that keeping our father away from me was her responsibility. Victoria's answer was immediate. The night Mom told me she'd die if Dad came back into our lives. This statement shocked everyone in the room. My mother said she'd never said anything like that, but Victoria insisted it was true. Victoria described a night about a month after our parents' divorce was finalized. She'd been 11 years old. She'd heard our mother crying in her bedroom and had gone to check on her. My mother had apparently been devastated that night, grieving the end of her marriage and the affair that caused it. Victoria said my mother had told her, "I can't survive seeing him. If your father stays in our lives, if I have to see him at your school events and holidays and family gatherings, I'll fall apart. I need him gone completely, or I won't survive this." My mother didn't remember saying this. She said if she'd said anything like it, it was in the immediate aftermath of the divorce, when she was emotionally destroyed and wasn't thinking clearly about the impact on her children. But Victoria, at 11 years old, had internalized this as a literal threat. If our father remained in our lives, our mother would die. The therapist asked Victoria, "So when your brother started trying to reconnect with your father as a teenager, what did you think would happen?" Victoria said, "I thought Mom would fall apart. I thought having Dad back in our lives, even just in my name's life, would destroy her. I thought I had to choose between having a father and having a mother, and I chose to protect Mom." The therapist asked my mother, "Did you communicate to Victoria that her job was to protect you emotionally? Did you make her responsible for your well-being after the divorce?" My mother admitted she might have. She said the divorce had devastated her, and Victoria had been so mature and supportive during that time. She'd relied on Victoria emotionally in ways that probably weren't appropriate for an 11-year-old. The therapist said, "So Victoria became your emotional caretaker at age 11, and she internalized the belief that your survival depended on keeping your ex-husband completely out of the family. When her brother tried to reconnect with his father, Victoria saw it as a threat to your survival, and by extension, to the family's survival. Victoria had been operating for 12 years under the belief that allowing me to have a relationship with my father would kill our mother. Every time she intercepted communication, every time she lied to my father or manipulated the family, she'd been doing it because she'd believed our mother's life depended on keeping my father away." The therapist asked Victoria, "When you saw that your mother was actually okay, that she survived and built a life without her ex-husband, did you ever reconsider whether maintaining total separation was still necessary?" Victoria said, "No, because I thought if Dad came back, even into my name's life, it would undo all of Mom's healing. I thought she'd only survived because he was completely gone, and any contact would bring back all her pain." The therapist explained that Victoria had developed what's called parentification trauma, where a child takes on adult emotional responsibilities and becomes the parent's caretaker. Victoria had spent her adolescence and adulthood believing she was responsible for our mother's emotional survival. When I'd tried to reconnect with our father, Victoria had seen it as a direct threat to her life's mission, keeping our mother safe from the man who'd hurt her. But the therapist also addressed what she called my mother's indirect reinforcement of Victoria's controlling behavior. Over the years, my mother had made comments about being grateful she never had to see my ex-husband, about being glad I chose to stay loyal to her, about appreciating that Victoria understood how painful my father's presence would have been. My mother had been unconsciously rewarding Victoria for keeping my father away, even though my mother claimed she'd never explicitly wanted Victoria to prevent my relationship with him. The therapist said, "You benefited from Victoria's interference. Even if you didn't know the extent of it, you appreciated the result. And Victoria received validation for her protective behavior, which reinforced her belief that she was doing the right thing." My mother broke down crying. She admitted that she'd been selfishly grateful that my estrangement from my father meant she never had to interact with him. She'd told herself it was my choice, but she'd never questioned whether it was really my choice or whether something else was happening. She said, "I should have encouraged you to maintain a relationship with your father, regardless of my feelings. I should have been the adult and helped you process the divorce in a healthy way. Instead, I leaned on Victoria and let her become my protector, and that turned her into someone who would manipulate everyone to keep me safe." The therapist worked with us over several more sessions on how my mother's divorce trauma had been passed to Victoria through parentification, and how Victoria had then inflicted control and manipulation on me while believing she was protecting the family. Victoria has written apologies to me, my father, Diane, my stepmother, and various extended family members. In her apology to me, she wrote, "I genuinely believed I was saving Mom's life by keeping Dad away. I thought if you had a relationship with him, Mom would relapse into the depression and grief that nearly destroyed her after the divorce. I was 11 when I took on the job of protecting her, and I never stopped doing that job even when I was 32 and you were 29 and Mom was fine. I'm sorry I stole 12 years of your relationship with your father. I was wrong." My relationship with Victoria is slowly rebuilding, though it's fundamentally changed. I understand now that she was operating from childhood trauma and a parentified role she'd never outgrown. But understanding doesn't erase the harm of 12 lost years with my father. My relationship with my mother is more complicated. She's apologized for making Victoria responsible for her emotional well-being after the divorce and for unconsciously benefiting from Victoria's interference. But I'm still processing the fact that my mother's unmanaged divorce trauma led to Victoria's controlling behavior that cost me a relationship with my father. My father has been remarkably forgiving. He says he understands that Victoria was a child when this pattern started and that my mother was in pain. He said, "I'm angry about the lost years, but I can see how it happened. Hurt people, and this whole situation was created by hurt that was never properly healed." My father and I now have a strong relationship. My daughter knows her grandfather. We're making new memories while acknowledging we can't recover what was lost. The question of whether I went too far by exposing Victoria at my mother's birthday party has become less important than understanding the full picture. An 11-year-old girl was made responsible for her mother's emotional survival after a devastating divorce. That girl grew into a woman who believed controlling family relationships was her job. And that woman's attempts to protect her mother ended up destroying her brother's relationship with his father for over a decade. Victoria wasn't a villain. She was a traumatized child who never stopped trying to save her mother from pain, even when it meant causing pain to others. My mother wasn't intentionally manipulative. She was a hurt woman who leaned too heavily on her daughter and unconsciously reinforced controlling behavior because the results protected her from interacting with her ex-husband. And I was the collateral damage of unprocessed divorce trauma that got passed down and manifested as 12 years of severed communication with my father. The exposure at the birthday party was harsh. It hurt my mother and humiliated Victoria publicly. But it also forced our family to confront patterns that had been harming us for years. Patterns that would have continued harming us if they'd stayed hidden. Sometimes exposure isn't about revenge or going too far. It's about bringing dysfunction into the light so it can finally be addressed and healed. Our family is healing now, slowly and painfully. But we're doing it with truth instead of secrets, with understanding instead of manipulation. Victoria is learning to not be responsible for everyone's emotions. My mother is learning to own her divorce trauma and its impact on her children. And I'm learning that the people who hurt us are often carrying their own pain they never properly processed. The 12 years with my father are still lost, but we have however many years remain, and our family has a chance to build healthier patterns going forward. Patterns where children aren't made responsible for parents' emotional survival, where divorce pain is processed instead of managed through control, and where relationships can exist honestly instead of being manipulated by someone who thought she was protecting everyone. The birthday party exposure ended the manipulation. The therapy that followed helped us understand why it happened, and now we're all trying to heal from the layers of hurt that created this situation in the first place. I exposed my brother for publishing my research papers under his name at his tenure ceremony. I, 31 First F, recently discovered that my younger brother, Ethan, 28 female, has been plagiarizing my academic research and publishing it under his name for the past 4 years to build his career as a university professor. When I exposed him during his tenure review ceremony in front of department chairs, fellow professors, and university administrators, it destroyed his academic career and fractured our family. Some think I was justified in protecting my intellectual property, while others believe I should have handled it through private academic channels. For background, I'm a research scientist working in marine biology with a focus on coral reef ecosystems and climate change impacts. I completed my PhD 3 years ago and have been working at a research institute conducting field studies and publishing papers in peer-reviewed journals. My work involves extensive data collection, analysis, and writing. I typically spend 12 to 18 months on each major research project before publication. Ethan is an assistant professor at a mid-tier university in environmental studies. He completed his PhD around the same time I did, and we'd always had a friendly academic rivalry. We'd share research ideas, discuss methodology, and occasionally review each other's draft papers before submission. Or so I thought. 3 months ago, I was reviewing literature for a new research proposal and came across a paper in an environmental studies journal that seemed eerily familiar. The paper was about microplastic accumulation in coral reef systems, which was exactly what I'd been researching for my dissertation. I read the paper carefully and realized it wasn't just similar to my work, it was my work. The methodology, data analysis, findings, and even specific phrasings in the discussion section were identical to a paper I'd written 2 years ago. But the author listed wasn't me. It was Ethan. I was confused at first. Maybe there had been some mistake? Maybe the journal had somehow mixed up author information. I contacted the journal and asked about the paper. They confirmed that Ethan had submitted it as sole author and that there was no record of my involvement. I confronted Ethan directly. He initially tried to claim it was a coincidence. We'd been researching similar topics and had arrived at similar conclusions independently. But when I pointed out that entire paragraphs were word for word identical to my unpublished dissertation chapter, he couldn't maintain the lie. Ethan admitted he'd taken my research. He said I'd shared my dissertation chapters with him for feedback before I'd published them, and he'd adapted some of my work for his own paper. He claimed it was only one paper, and that he'd changed enough that it was transformative use. I was furious. This wasn't adaptation or transformation. It was straight plagiarism. I started investigating further and discovered it wasn't just one paper. Over the past 4 years, Ethan had published 7 papers in various environmental studies journals. I obtained copies of all of them and was horrified to discover that 5 of those 7 papers were substantially or entirely based on my research. Research I'd shared with him in confidence. Research I'd either published under my own name or was planning to publish. In some cases, Ethan had published my work before I'd even submitted it to journals, effectively stealing not just my research, but my priority as the original researcher. In other cases, he'd published papers on research I'd shared with him in draft form, preventing me from publishing it myself because it would now look like I was plagiarizing him. Ethan had systematically stolen my academic work for 4 years and built his entire early career publication record on research I'd conducted. I confronted him with evidence of all 5 plagiarized papers. He broke down and admitted everything. He said he'd been struggling to produce original research, that the pressure to publish was intense, and that I'd been so prolific with my research that he'd thought I wouldn't mind if he borrowed some of my work. I asked how he thought I wouldn't notice that papers identical to my research were being published under his name. He said he'd assumed I was too busy with my own work to read environmental studies journals outside my specific field, and that our research was similar enough that no one would connect his papers to mine. Ethan begged me not to report him. He said if I exposed the plagiarism, he'd lose his position, his reputation would be destroyed, and he'd never work in academia again. He promised to never plagiarize again, and said he'd make it up to me somehow, though he couldn't explain how you make up for stealing years of someone's research. I told Ethan he had 1 week to voluntarily retract all 5 plagiarized papers, issue public corrections acknowledging they were based on my research, and inform his university of what he'd done. He refused, saying that would end his career just as effectively as me reporting him would. Ethan said, "You have a position at a research institute. You have funding, you have resources, you have a strong publication record under your own name. I'm struggling at a teaching-focused university, trying to build enough research credibility to get tenure. You can afford to be generous. I can't afford to lose my career over this." I was stunned by his entitlement. He'd stolen my intellectual property, built his career on my work, and was now arguing that I should let him keep his ill-gotten position because his situation was more precarious than mine. I contacted the journals where Ethan had published my plagiarized research and filed formal complaints. I also contacted Ethan's university and filed a research misconduct report with their Office of Research Integrity. The university launched an investigation. They compared Ethan's published papers to my published work, my dissertation, and drafts I'd shared with Ethan via email. The evidence was overwhelming. Not only were 5 of his 7 papers substantially plagiarized from my work, but the email trail showed I'd sent him my research explicitly marked as confidential, for review only, please do not share. During all of this, Ethan's tenure review was proceeding. He'd been up for tenure this year, and his research publication record, built almost entirely on my stolen work, was a key component of his application. The university scheduled a tenure review ceremony where Ethan would present his research accomplishments to the tenure committee, department chairs, and fellow faculty. It was a public event with about 60 people attending, standard practice for tenure reviews at his institution. I was invited to attend as a colleague and collaborator. The university was aware of my plagiarism complaint, but hadn't yet completed their investigation or informed Ethan that I'd reported him. I decided to attend. I know that sounds calculated and vindictive, but Ethan was going to stand in front of his colleagues and present a research record built on my stolen work. I wanted to be there when the truth came out. During Ethan's presentation, he walked through his publication record, highlighting each paper and its contributions to the field. 4 of the 5 plagiarized papers were included in his presentation, key evidence of his research productivity that was supposed to justify his tenure. When Ethan finished and opened the floor for questions, I raised my hand. I stood and said, "I have a question about your research methodology. Several of the papers you've presented today are remarkably similar to my own published research in marine biology. Can you explain the relationship between your work and mine?" Ethan went pale. He tried to say our work was in related fields and that some overlap was natural. I said, "It's more than overlap. Your 2021 paper on microplastic accumulation in coral reefs is almost identical to my dissertation chapter from 2020, which I shared with you for review. Your 2022 paper on ocean acidification impacts mirrors my published work from the same year. I'm asking you directly, in front of your colleagues and tenure committee, did you plagiarize my research?" The room was dead silent. The department chair asked what I was talking about. I said, "I filed a research misconduct complaint with your Office of Research Integrity 3 weeks ago. I have documentation showing that Dr. Ethan, last name, has systematically plagiarized my research across multiple papers spanning 4 years. He's built his tenure application on stolen intellectual property. I had brought copies of the evidence, side-by-side comparisons of his papers and my work, the email trail showing I'd shared confidential research with him, and the timeline showing he'd published my work either before or shortly after I had. The tenure committee chair said they were aware of the complaint and that it was under investigation, but that they hadn't expected it to be raised during the public ceremony. I said, "Dr. Ethan is asking you to grant him tenure based on a publication record that's substantially composed of plagiarized work. You deserve to know that before you vote." Ethan tried to defend himself, saying there were complicated collaborative dynamics and that the plagiarism allegations were based on misunderstandings about shared research. But several faculty members were already looking at the comparison documents I'd distributed, and the evidence was damning. The tenure ceremony was suspended. The university administration announced they were expediting their investigation and that the tenure vote would be delayed pending the outcome. Within 2 weeks, the investigation concluded that Ethan had committed serious research misconduct by plagiarizing multiple papers. 4 of his publications were formally retracted by the journals. Ethan was denied tenure, and his contract was not renewed. He essentially lost his academic career. My family has been in chaos since the exposure. My parents are devastated. They'd been so proud that both their children were successful academics, and now Ethan is unemployed and essentially blacklisted from academic positions due to the plagiarism findings. My mother says, "I destroyed your brother's life over academic jealousy, and that I could have resolved this privately without ending his career." My father says Ethan made a mistake, but that I chose the cruelest possible way to expose it by doing so during his tenure ceremony in front of his colleagues. Ethan himself has told me I'm dead to him, and that I prioritized my ego over family loyalty. He says every academic borrows from others, and that I took normal academic practice and weaponized it to destroy him. But several of my colleagues in marine biology have supported me, saying intellectual property theft is serious and that Ethan deserved professional consequences for plagiarism. They say exposing him publicly was appropriate, given that he was using stolen work to seek tenure. Did I go too far by exposing Ethan during his tenure ceremony, instead of letting the university investigation proceed privately? Update. The university investigation revealed Ethan had plagiarized other researchers too. I posted 5 weeks ago about exposing my brother Ethan for plagiarizing my research during his tenure ceremony. Most responses supported my decision to publicly expose academic misconduct, though some thought I should have let the university investigation proceed without my intervention. Since then, the situation has expanded significantly, and I've learned that my research wasn't the only work Ethan had stolen. He'd been plagiarizing multiple researchers systematically, and my exposure triggered a much larger investigation into his entire body of published work. After Ethan's tenure was denied and his contract wasn't renewed, the university's investigation continued beyond just comparing his work to mine. They began examining all 7 of his published papers to verify their originality and proper attribution. What they discovered was shocking. Not only had Ethan plagiarized 5 papers from me, but the 2 remaining papers, which I'd thought were his original work, were also plagiarized from other researchers. The investigation revealed that Ethan had taken a paper from a graduate student at another university who'd presented preliminary findings at a conference. The student hadn't published yet, but Ethan had apparently taken extensive notes during the presentation and then rushed to publish those findings under his own name before the student could. The other paper was plagiarized from a European researcher whose work had been published in a non-English language journal. Ethan had essentially translated the paper into English, made minor modifications, and republished it as his own work, apparently betting that reviewers wouldn't catch the plagiarism from a foreign language source. In total, all 7 of Ethan's published papers were based on someone else's research. He hadn't produced a single piece of original scholarship in his entire 4-year career as an assistant professor. The university expanded their investigation and contacted the other researchers whose work had been plagiarized. The graduate student whose conference presentation had been stolen was devastated. She'd been scooped on her own research and had struggled to publish afterward because Ethan's plagiarized version had already appeared in the literature. The European researcher was furious and indicated they were considering legal action for copyright infringement, in addition to the academic misconduct proceedings. But what really shocked me was learning how Ethan had managed this systematic plagiarism without being caught earlier. The university's investigation revealed that Ethan had been deliberately targeting researchers who he thought wouldn't notice or wouldn't be able to effectively challenge him. He'd targeted me because we were siblings, and he'd assumed family loyalty would prevent me from reporting him. He'd targeted the graduate student because early career researchers have less power and credibility. He'd targeted the non-English publication because he'd assumed language barriers would prevent detection. Ethan had been predatory in his plagiarism, specifically choosing victims he thought were vulnerable or unlikely to fight back. The investigation report was damning. It concluded that Ethan had engaged in systematic, deliberate, and predatory research misconduct over multiple years. The university formally expelled him from their faculty and reported him to relevant professional organizations. Several academic journals have now retracted all 7 of his papers. Ethan's PhD granting institution has launched their own investigation into whether his dissertation was also plagiarized. My family's response to these revelations has been complicated. My parents initially continued to blame me for exposing Ethan, but learning that he'd plagiarized 6 other researchers, not just me, has forced them to confront that this wasn't a one-time mistake or sibling rivalry. It was a pattern of deliberate academic fraud. My mother called me last week and said, "I didn't want to believe your brother was capable of this kind of deception. I thought maybe you'd misunderstood or overreacted to some shared research. But now, 7 papers, all stolen, from different people. I don't even know who he is." My father has been quieter, but admitted that defending Ethan had become impossible once the full scope of plagiarism was revealed. He said, "I wanted to believe there was some gray area, that maybe academic collaboration was more complex than I understood. But taking someone else's work and publishing it as your own, that's just theft. There's no gray area in that." Ethan, however, has not taken responsibility. He's been posting on academic social media about how he's a victim of an academic witch hunt and that collaborative research is being weaponized against innovative scholars. He's framed himself as someone being persecuted for challenging traditional academic hierarchies. This narrative has found some sympathetic audiences in certain circles, but most academics who've looked into the details have been appalled. Several prominent researchers in environmental studies have publicly condemned Ethan's plagiarism and have praised the university for thoroughly investigating. The graduate student whose work Ethan stole reached out to me directly to thank me for exposing him. She said, "I thought I'd just been unlucky with my research timing. I had no idea someone had deliberately stolen my work. If you hadn't exposed him, I never would have known what happened." But the most disturbing revelation came from Ethan's former department chair, who contacted me to apologize for not catching the plagiarism earlier. She said they'd had vague concerns about how quickly Ethan was publishing, given his teaching load, but they'd assumed he was just exceptionally efficient. She said, "We failed in our due diligence. We should have been more carefully vetting his publications. The fact that he was able to plagiarize 7 papers without detection reflects badly on our review processes." The university has since implemented new policies requiring more rigorous verification of faculty research and more thorough plagiarism screening for all submitted publications. As for whether I went too far by exposing Ethan during his tenure ceremony, I've received mixed feedback from other academics. Some say the public exposure was inappropriate, and that I should have trusted the university's confidential investigation process. They argue that academic misconduct should be handled through official channels without public shaming. Others argue that Ethan was actively seeking tenure based on a fraudulent research record, and that exposing that fraud publicly was necessary to prevent the university from making a decision based on false information. One senior professor told me, "You didn't expose your brother to humiliate him. You exposed him to prevent his colleagues from granting tenure based on stolen work. The timing was appropriate because it prevented an unjust outcome. But a tenure committee member from Ethan's university said, "Your intervention during the ceremony was disruptive and put the committee in an awkward position. We were already investigating the complaint. You could have waited for that process to conclude." Did I go too far by intervening publicly during the tenure ceremony instead of allowing the confidential investigation to proceed? Final update. Family therapy revealed why Ethan started plagiarizing and what I didn't know. It's been 3 months since I exposed my brother Ethan for systematic plagiarism of academic research, including 5 of my own papers. His academic career has ended with all 7 of his publications retracted, but family therapy sessions have revealed the origin of his academic fraud. And it's connected to family dynamics I'd never understood. After my last update, my parents insisted on family therapy to try to salvage some relationship between Ethan and me. I was reluctant, but my parents framed it as their condition for maintaining any relationship with me. If I refused therapy, they'd have to choose sides, and would likely support Ethan as the child who'd been publicly destroyed. The family therapist we saw specializes in professional ethics conflicts within families. In our 3rd session, the therapist asked Ethan when he'd first considered plagiarizing someone else's work. Ethan was quiet for a long time, then said, "When I realized I was never going to be as good as my sister." This caught me off guard. The therapist asked Ethan to explain what he meant. Ethan said that throughout our childhood and academic careers, I'd always been the smart one and the successful one, while he'd been in my shadow. Ethan said, "Everything I ever did, my name had already done better. Better grades, better test scores, better college, better grad school, better dissertation, better publications. Our parents constantly compared us, and I always came up short." I was stunned. I'd never perceived our relationship as competitive. We'd studied different fields. I was in marine biology. He was in environmental studies. I'd thought we had our own separate paths. But Ethan said, "You don't understand what it was like being your younger brother. Every achievement I had, Mom and Dad would say, 'That's great,' just like when your name did it. Every struggle I had, they'd say, 'Why can't you handle this like your name did?' I was never Ethan with my own accomplishments. I was always your name's less successful younger brother." The therapist asked my parents if this was accurate. My mother reluctantly admitted that they had compared us frequently. She said, "We thought it would motivate Ethan to see what his sister had achieved. We didn't realize it was crushing him." My father said they'd been proud of both children, but acknowledged that they'd used me as an example for Ethan throughout his life. He said, "We thought we were showing him what was possible. We didn't mean to make him feel inadequate." Ethan said the plagiarism had started when he'd been struggling to produce original research as a new assistant professor. The pressure to publish had been intense, and he'd been falling behind. Meanwhile, I'd been publishing regularly and successfully. He said, "I read your dissertation and it was brilliant. Everything I wrote seemed mediocre compared to what you could do. And I thought, why am I struggling to create something worse than what she's already created? Why not just use her work? She has plenty of success. She doesn't need every piece of research she produces." The therapist said, "So you felt entitled to your sister's work because you believed she had enough success that she wouldn't miss it?" Ethan said, "It wasn't like that exactly. It was more like she was always going to succeed no matter what. She was always going to be the golden child. I was always going to be the disappointment. So taking her research felt like balancing the scales somehow, like finally getting credit for something, even if it was really hers." I was processing this and feeling a mix of sympathy and anger. Sympathy, because I hadn't realized Ethan had felt so inadequate. Anger, because his response to feeling inadequate had been to steal my work and build his career on fraud. I said, "I understand you felt compared to me and that was painful, but the solution wasn't to plagiarize my work. It was to talk to our parents about the comparisons or to build your own research program in your own way. or to find a different career if academia wasn't right for you. Ethan said, "Easy for you to say. You've never been the disappointment. You've never known what it's like to be constantly measured against someone and always fall short." The therapist intervened and said, "Ethan, you've explained the emotional context for your choices, but emotional pain doesn't justify plagiarism. You stole your sister's intellectual property and damaged her career by scooping her publications. Can you take responsibility for that harm, separate from explaining the pain that motivated it?" Ethan struggled with this. He kept returning to the narrative that he'd been pushed to plagiarism by parental comparison and feeling inadequate. The therapist kept redirecting him to acknowledge that those feelings, while valid, didn't excuse theft. Then my mother said something that shocked me. Maybe we should have paid more attention when Ethan's grades started slipping in high school. He'd been getting good grades before, went to college and started winning all those academic awards. Then, suddenly Ethan was struggling. The therapist asked what my mother meant. She explained that Ethan's academic performance had noticeably declined during my first 2 years of college, when I'd been winning scholarships and academic recognition. My father added, "We thought he was just going through a teenage phase. We didn't realize he was giving up because he thought he couldn't compete with his sister." The therapist said, "So, for over a decade, Ethan has been operating from a belief that he fundamentally cannot succeed on his own merits because he'll always be compared unfavorably to his sister. And your parents reinforced that belief through constant comparison, rather than helping each child develop their own identity separate from sibling rivalry." My parents looked devastated. My mother said, "We destroyed our son's self-esteem by constantly holding up his sister as the standard he could never meet, and then we're shocked when he steals from her because he believes that's the only way he can achieve anything." Ethan started crying. He said, "I hate that I did this. I hate that I destroyed my career and our relationship. But I didn't know how else to be successful. Being myself wasn't good enough. Only being you, or stealing from you, seemed to work." The therapist worked with us over several more sessions on separating Ethan's genuine struggle with parental comparison from his choice to commit plagiarism. The key insight was that both things could be true. Ethan had been harmed by constant comparison to me, and he had harmed me by stealing my work. His pain didn't erase his wrongdoing. My parents have apologized for the constant comparisons and have committed to therapy to understand how their parenting created this dynamic. They've acknowledged that framing me as the standard Ethan should meet effectively told him he was only valuable if he was like me. Ethan has apologized for the plagiarism, but his apology was complex. He said, "I'm sorry I stole your work. I'm sorry I damaged your career and publications, but I also need you to understand that I felt I had no choice because being Ethan wasn't good enough for our parents. Only being your name was acceptable." I've accepted his apology, but told him that his feelings of inadequacy, while painful and real, were his responsibility to address through therapy, not by stealing from me. As for our relationship, it's permanently changed. I don't hate Ethan, but I can't trust him professionally or personally. He's currently working in science communication outside academia and is in individual therapy addressing his self-esteem and identity issues separate from comparison to me. The plagiarism destroyed his academic career, but the family therapy revealed it was a symptom of a longer-term problem, where Ethan had never developed a sense of self-worth independent from comparison to me. Did I go too far by exposing Ethan publicly at his tenure ceremony? Looking back with full context, I think the question is more complicated than I initially realized. Ethan deserved professional consequences for plagiarism. That's not in question. But the public exposure during his tenure ceremony was driven partly by my own anger at being plagiarized, and partly by a family dynamic I hadn't fully understood. If I'd known that Ethan's plagiarism was rooted in a decade of parental comparison that had destroyed his academic self-confidence, would I have chosen a less public way to report the misconduct? Maybe. but his pain still doesn't excuse theft of intellectual property. What I've learned is that family dynamics can create terrible cycles where one person's success becomes another person's torture, and desperate people do destructive things. Ethan plagiarized because he believed he couldn't succeed as himself. My parents created that belief through constant comparison. I unknowingly benefited from being the favored child, while Ethan suffered from being the unfavorably compared one. The plagiarism was wrong. The exposure was harsh. The family dynamics were toxic. All of these things can be true simultaneously. Ethan lost his career. I lost trust in my brother. Our parents lost their illusion that their parenting hadn't damaged their children. And we're all working through the wreckage of a family dynamic where one child's success was built on making the other child feel worthless. Sometimes, exposure isn't about revenge. It's about refusing to let your own work be stolen, even when the thief is family. And sometimes, the theft itself is a symptom of family damage that's been building for years. Ethan's plagiarism was his choice and his responsibility. But the family dynamics that made him feel worthless enough to make that choice, that's something we all have to work on together. I exposed my mother for erasing me as a parent and claiming she raised my children. I, 29 Favorbell, recently discovered that my mother, Sharon, 56 Favorbell, has been telling everyone in our community that she essentially raised my two children, ages 7 and 5, because I was an absent and incapable mother. When I exposed her lies during her retirement party in front of 150 people, it destroyed her reputation and our relationship, but also revealed how she'd systematically erased me from my own children's narrative. Some people think I was justified. Others believe I humiliated her unnecessarily. For background, I'm a single mother of 2 kids, Lily, 7 Favorbell, and Owen, 5 Famel. Their father left when I was pregnant with Owen and hasn't been involved since. I've raised them entirely on my own while working full-time as a nurse with rotating shifts, including nights and weekends. Because of my work schedule, my mother has helped significantly with childcare over the years. She'd watch the kids when I worked night shifts, pick them up from school when I couldn't, host them for sleepovers when I had back-to-back shifts. I've always been grateful for her help, and have told her repeatedly how much I appreciated her being such an involved grandmother. What I didn't know was that behind my back, Sharon had been telling people a completely different story about our family dynamic. I only discovered this 3 months ago when I attended a PTA meeting at Lily's school. One of the other mothers approached me and said, "It must be so hard being away from your kids so much. Your mother told me you're barely ever home and that she's basically raising them. It's so generous of her to step up like that." I was confused and said that while my mom helped with childcare due to my work schedule, I was absolutely raising my own children. The woman looked uncomfortable and said, "Oh, that's not what Sharon tells people. She says the kids live with her most of the time and that she said you're not really equipped to handle parenting on your own." I was stunned. I asked what exactly Sharon had been saying. The woman hesitated, but then explained that Sharon had been telling people at school events, church, and around the neighborhood that I was overwhelmed, irresponsible, and largely absent from my children's lives, and that she'd essentially taken over as their primary caregiver. I started investigating and discovered that Sharon had been cultivating this narrative for years. She'd told people I was too young when I had Lily, that I'd never really matured into motherhood, that I relied on her for everything, and that without her, my children would be neglected. Teachers at the school thought Sharon was the primary caregiver. People at church thought I was a struggling single mother who'd essentially handed my kids over to my mom. Neighbors thought my children lived with their grandmother, and that I was only occasionally around. None of this was true. Yes, Sharon helped with childcare, but my kids lived with me. They slept in my house every night except when I worked overnight shifts, about 2 to 3 nights per month. I made their meals, helped with homework, attended their school events, took them to doctor appointments, organized their birthday parties, and was absolutely their primary parent. But Sharon had been systematically erasing me from that narrative and positioning herself as their real parent, while casting me as inadequate and absent. I confronted Sharon privately. She didn't deny it. She said she'd been clarifying the reality of the situation because people didn't understand how much she did for my kids. She said people would judge me for being a single working mother, so she'd been protecting my reputation by explaining that the kids had a stable grandmother figure. I said she wasn't protecting my reputation. She was destroying it by making me sound like a neglectful mother. Sharon said I was being ungrateful and oversensitive. She said she'd sacrificed her retirement years to help raise my children and deserved credit for that sacrifice. When I pointed out that she'd literally been telling people I was barely ever home and not equipped to handle parenting, she said those were slight exaggerations, meant to help people understand why she was so involved. She said if people knew the truth, that I was actually a capable parent who just needed backup childcare sometimes, they wouldn't appreciate the extent of her help. Sharon said, "I've given up my golden years to raise your children because you can't do it alone. The least you can do is let me have some recognition for the sacrifice I've made. You get to be the mother on paper. I'm the one actually doing the work." I was absolutely floored. Sharon genuinely believed she was raising my children and that I was failing to acknowledge her role. She'd rewritten our family story to position herself as the hero grandmother, saving neglected children from an inadequate mother. I told Sharon she needed to correct the narrative, to tell people the truth, that she was a helpful grandmother, but that I was absolutely the primary parent raising my own children. She refused, saying it would make her look like she'd been lying and would diminish the respect people had for her contributions. Sharon said, "People admire me for stepping up. They respect the sacrifice I've made. If you take that away from me, what do I have? You have your children. Let me have my reputation." I was so angry I could barely speak. Sharon had stolen my identity as a mother, rewritten my children's story to erase me, and was now refusing to correct it because she enjoyed the admiration she received for raising kids that weren't hers to claim. 3 weeks ago was Sharon's retirement party. She was retiring from her job as a school administrator after 35 years. The party was large, about 150 people, including colleagues, former students, family, friends, and community members. Multiple people were scheduled to give speeches about Sharon's life and career. I was asked to give a speech as her daughter. I'd originally prepared something nice about her dedication to education and family. Instead, I completely rewrote it. I stood up with my microphone and said, "I want to talk about my mother's relationship with my children, her grandchildren, because it's something she's very proud of and talks about often." Then I told the truth. I explained that while Sharon had been a helpful grandmother, she'd been telling people for years that she'd essentially raised my children because I was an absent, overwhelmed, incompetent mother. I said she'd cultivated a narrative in which my kids lived with her, and I was barely present, when the reality was that they lived with me and she provided backup childcare. I said, "My mother has been stealing my role as a parent and erasing me from my own children's story. She's told teachers, neighbors, church members, and apparently many of you, that she's raising my kids because I can't handle it. This isn't true. I work full-time as a nurse to support my children. They live with me. I raise them. My mother helps with childcare, which I've always appreciated and acknowledged. But she's taken that help and transformed it into a narrative where she's the hero saving neglected children from their failing mother." The room was silent. Sharon stood up and said I was lying, that I was twisting her words, that she'd only ever spoken with love about our family situation. But I had receipts. I'd talked to teachers, neighbors, and church members who confirmed what Sharon had been saying about me. I said, "Ask anyone at my kids' school who they think the primary caregiver is. Ask my neighbors who they think my children live with. My mother has spent years building a reputation as a sacrificial grandmother, raising children I supposedly can't care for, and she's done it by destroying my reputation as a mother. People were looking at Sharon. Several of her colleagues seemed uncomfortable. My aunt, Sharon's sister, looked shocked. Sharon tried to say I was exaggerating, that she'd just been proud of her involvement with her grandchildren. But I'd brought printed screenshots of text messages where Sharon had told people my kids basically lived with her and that I was in over my head as a parent. The retirement party effectively ended there. Sharon was humiliated. Her carefully constructed image as the self-sacrificing grandmother was revealed as having been built on lies that diminished and erased her own daughter. Since then, Sharon has told everyone I destroyed her retirement celebration out of jealousy and resentment. She says she was only ever trying to help me, and that I've repaid her assistance by publicly humiliating her. My family is divided. My aunt thinks Sharon was wrong to misrepresent the situation, but that I should have corrected it privately, rather than exposing her at her retirement party. My sister says Sharon has been difficult about boundaries with all her grandchildren, and that the exposure was overdue. Several of Sharon's friends have told me I was cruel to humiliate an aging woman who'd only been trying to help with my children. Others have reached out, saying they'd always thought Sharon's stories about raising my kids seemed exaggerated, and they're glad to know the truth. My children's teachers have been apologetic. They genuinely believed Sharon was the primary caregiver and had been communicating with her as such. Now they understand that I'm the parent they should be contacting about school matters. Did I go too far by exposing Sharon during her retirement party instead of handling it privately? Update: Sharon had been undermining me to my own children. I posted 7 weeks ago about exposing my mother at her retirement party for telling people she'd essentially raised my children. Most responses supported my decision to correct the false narrative publicly, though some thought I should have handled it more gently. Since then, the family situation has worsened significantly, and I've discovered that Sharon's narrative about being the real parent extended beyond what she told outsiders. She'd also been actively undermining me directly to my own children. After the retirement party exposure, Sharon and I had minimal contact. She'd made it clear she felt betrayed and humiliated. I'd tried to explain that I was just correcting false information, but she maintained that I'd destroyed her reputation for no reason except jealousy. 2 weeks after my original post, something happened that changed everything. My daughter Lily, 7, came home from school upset. When I asked what was wrong, she said she'd been confused by something her teacher said. Lily's teacher had mentioned during class that, "Your mom will be so proud when she sees this artwork." Lily had apparently looked confused and said, "My mom?" The teacher had clarified, "Yes, your mother, my name." Lily had said to her teacher, "But my name isn't really my mom. Grandma Sharon is more like my mom because she takes care of me more." I was gutted. My 7-year-old daughter had internalized Sharon's narrative so deeply that she'd started identifying Sharon as her real mother, and me as, what, some secondary figure who was around sometimes? I sat down with Lily and gently asked where she'd gotten that idea. She said, "Grandma tells me all the time that she's the one who really takes care of me and Owen, because you have to work so much. She says she's been more of a mommy to us than you have, because you're always at the hospital." My hands were shaking. I asked what else Grandma Sharon had said about me. Lily said Sharon had told her that I was very young when I had her and didn't really know how to be a mom, so Sharon had to help raise her properly. Sharon had told Lily that most of her important memories, birthdays, school events, holidays, were possible because of Sharon, not because of me. Sharon had been actively working to replace me in my own children's understanding of their childhood. I talked to Owen, my 5-year-old, separately. He was less articulate about it, but he confirmed that Grandma says she takes care of us because Mommy is always working. When I asked if he thought I was his mommy, or if Grandma was, he seemed confused by the question, as if the lines had been deliberately blurred. I was devastated. It was one thing for Sharon to tell outsiders a false narrative about being the primary caregiver. It was another thing entirely to tell my own children that narrative, actively working to make them see her as their real parent, and me as some inadequate figure who needed her intervention. I called Sharon and demanded to know why she'd been telling my children that she was more of a mother to them than I was. Sharon said she'd only been being honest with them about the family situation. She said children deserve to know the truth about who was actually caring for them. I said, "The truth is that I'm their mother. I work to support them, but they live with me. I raise them. I'm absolutely their primary parent. You're their grandmother who helps with childcare. Why are you trying to erase that reality for them?" Sharon said, "Because they need to understand that they have someone stable in their lives. You work constantly. You're exhausted all the time. You rely on me for everything. I've been teaching them to appreciate that stability and to understand that I'm the constant in their lives even when you can't be." I said, "You're not teaching them to appreciate you. You're teaching them to not see me as their real mother." Sharon replied, "Maybe that's because you're not acting like their real mother. Real mothers are present. Real mothers put their children first. You put your job first and expect me to pick up the slack, and then you get angry when the children recognize who's actually raising them." I was so angry I hung up. Sharon genuinely believed that because she provided significant childcare support, she had earned the right to position herself as the primary parent, even to my own children. I immediately implemented new boundaries. Sharon would no longer have unsupervised time with my children until she agreed to stop undermining my role as their mother. When Sharon protested, I told her the alternative was no contact at all. Sharon went to other family members claiming I was punishing her for helping too much, and that I was keeping her grandchildren from her out of spite. Several relatives pressured me to reconsider, saying Sharon was an elderly woman who'd sacrificed to help me and didn't deserve to be cut off from her grandchildren. But then my aunt, Sharon's sister, came forward with information that explained Sharon's behavior in a new and disturbing way. My aunt told me that Sharon had struggled with infertility in her 30s before finally having me and my sister. She'd apparently always wanted a large family and had grieved not being able to have more children. When I'd gotten pregnant young and become a single mother, Sharon had seen it as a second chance at the motherhood experience she'd missed. According to my aunt, Sharon had explicitly said years ago that raising my children was like getting to be a young mother again, and that helping me was giving her the chance to mother the way she'd always wanted to. My aunt had thought this was just Sharon expressing gratitude for being an involved grandmother. She hadn't realized Sharon was actually trying to supplant me as the children's mother. My aunt said, "Your mother has been living out a fantasy where she gets to be a young mother with small children again. She's been treating your kids like they're her do-over babies, and she's rewritten the family story to make that fantasy feel legitimate. You're not her daughter raising her grandchildren. You're some inadequate young woman who provided her with children she could raise properly this time around." This reframing was horrifying but made terrible sense. Sharon hadn't just been taking credit for childcare. She'd been actively trying to replace me as the mother because she wanted to relive mothering young children. I brought this understanding to a family therapist who specializes in boundary issues and grandparent enmeshment. The therapist confirmed that what Sharon had been doing was psychological appropriation of my parental role, and that it was absolutely necessary to establish firm boundaries to prevent further damage to my children's understanding of our family structure. Armed with the therapist's guidance, I sent Sharon a formal letter outlining new terms. She could see the children only with me present. She was forbidden from making any comments suggesting she was their primary caregiver, and she had to actively correct the false narrative she'd spread by telling people the truth, that I was the children's mother, and she was a grandmother who'd helped with childcare. Sharon refused all of it. She said I was being controlling and ungrateful, and that she wouldn't lie to people by downplaying her role in raising the children. She said if I was going to punish her for loving her grandchildren too much, she'd rather not see them at all than pretend she was just some occasional babysitter. We haven't spoken in 3 weeks. Sharon has been posting on Facebook about grandparents' rights and how some daughters forget who helped them when they needed it most. She's positioned herself as a victim being cruelly cut off from grandchildren she helped raise. Did I go too far by restricting Sharon's access to my children after discovering she'd been undermining my parental role directly to them? Final update. My children's therapy revealed how deeply Sharon damaged their understanding of family. It's been 4 months since I cut off my mother Sharon's unsupervised access to my children after discovering she'd been telling them she was more of a mother to them than I was. The situation has reached a painful conclusion after my children's therapist revealed the extent of psychological damage Sharon's narrative had caused. After my last update, I enrolled both Lily and Owen in play therapy to help them process the confusing messages they'd been receiving about who their real parent was. The therapist, Dr. Martinez, specialized in family dynamics and children's understanding of parental roles. For the first few weeks, Dr. Martinez just worked on building rapport with the kids through play and art. But in our 4th family session, Dr. Martinez asked to speak with me privately about some concerning patterns she'd noticed in the children's understanding of our family structure. Dr. Martinez told me that both children had deeply internalized Sharon's narrative about being their primary caregiver. But it was worse than just confusion about roles. Sharon had created what the therapist called competing attachment narratives that were causing the children real psychological distress. Lily, my 7-year-old, had told the therapist in a play session that she had 2 mommies, me and Grandma Sharon, but that Grandma Sharon was the real one because she's always there. When Dr. Martinez had asked Lily how that made her feel, Lily had said she felt bad for me because I have to work instead of being a real mommy. Sharon had successfully made my own daughter pity me for working to support our family. She'd framed my employment, the thing that kept a roof over our heads and food on the table, as evidence that I was failing at motherhood. And my 7-year-old had absorbed that message. Owen, my 5-year-old, had an even more disturbing understanding. He'd told Dr. Martinez that Mommy, me, is like a friend who lives with us, and Grandma is the grown-up in charge. He'd drawn a picture of our family where Sharon was the largest figure in the center. He and Lily were on either side of her, and I was a small figure off to the side. Dr. Martinez said, "Your mother has been systematically decentering you from your children's understanding of their family structure. She's positioned herself as the primary attachment figure and has relegated you to a secondary role in their mental schema of who parents them." The therapist explained that this wasn't just about words or narratives. It was about how children form their core understanding of who is responsible for them, who they can depend on, and where they belong. Sharon had been deliberately interfering with my children's attachment to me as their primary parent. Dr. Martinez said this kind of interference could have long-term consequences for the children's emotional development and their relationship with me. Kids who grow up with competing parental figures, where grandparents undermine actual parents, often struggle with trust, boundaries, and understanding appropriate family roles. The therapy sessions with both children focused on helping them understand the difference between a parent and a helpful grandmother, and on reinforcing that I was absolutely their mother and the person responsible for them, even when I was at work. But during one session, Lily said something that broke my heart. "But if me is my real mommy, why does Grandma say she's the one who saved us?" I asked Lily what she meant by saved us. Lily explained that Sharon had told her that when she and Owen were babies, I didn't know what to do and was going to give them away. But Sharon had stepped in to save them and make sure they could stay in the family. This was completely false. I'd never considered giving up my children. Yes, being a young single mother had been challenging, but I'd never been on the verge of putting my kids up for adoption or anything similar. Sharon had invented a dramatic rescue narrative where she'd saved my children from being abandoned by their incompetent mother. I was shaking when I heard this. Sharon hadn't just been taking credit for childcare. She'd been telling my children that they wouldn't have a family at all if not for her intervention. She'd created a story where she was the hero who'd rescued them from me. I confronted Sharon one final time, this time with my lawyer present. I told her what Lily had said about being saved and demanded to know why she'd told my children I'd planned to give them up. Sharon initially denied it, but when I pressed, she admitted she'd told the children that I'd been overwhelmed as a young mother, and that without her support I might not have been able to keep them. She said this was basically true because I'd needed so much help. My lawyer intervened and explained that Sharon had been engaging in parental alienation, deliberately damaging the relationship between children and their actual parent by undermining that parent's role and authority. My lawyer said this was serious enough to potentially support a restraining order if needed. Sharon became defensive and said she'd only been being honest with the children about the family situation. My lawyer said, "You told 2 small children their mother was going to give them away. That's not honesty. That's manipulation designed to make them fear their own mother and depend on you instead." That's when Sharon finally revealed her true feelings. Those children needed a real mother, and I became that for them. I didn't undermine me. I saved those kids from growing up with an absent, struggling single mother who couldn't give them the attention and stability they deserved. I gave up my retirement to raise them properly, and now I'm being punished for loving them too much. My lawyer immediately advised that all contact between Sharon and my children should cease until Sharon completed therapy addressing her inappropriate boundary issues. I agreed. Sharon has since hired her own lawyer and has filed for grandparents' visitation rights in family court. Her petition claims that she's been a primary caregiver to my children since birth, and that cutting off contact is harmful to them. My lawyer has prepared a strong response documenting Sharon's parental alienation, the false narratives she created, and the psychological harm her behavior caused. We have Dr. Martinez's professional assessment, statements from teachers about Sharon's misrepresentations, and documentation of Sharon's own admissions about telling the children I'd planned to give them away. The court case is ongoing, but my lawyer is confident that Sharon's petition will be denied, given the evidence of her undermining my parental authority and causing psychological harm to the children. Dr. Martinez has continued working with Lily and Owen. Both children are slowly developing a clearer understanding that I'm their mother and that Sharon's role was as a helper, not a parent. Lily recently told the therapist, "I think I was confused before. Grandma helped take care of us, but Mommy is actually our mom." It's progress, but the damage Sharon caused will take years to fully address. My children spent their entire lives being told by their grandmother that I was inadequate and that she was their real parent. Undoing that narrative and rebuilding their trust in me as I exposed my mother for erasing me as a parent and claiming she raised my children. I, 29 Favor Bell, recently discovered that my mother, Sharon, 56 Favor Bell, has been telling everyone in our community that she essentially raised my 2 children, ages 7 and 5, because I was an absent and incapable mother. When I exposed her lies during her retirement party in front of 150 people, it destroyed her reputation and our relationship, but also revealed how she'd systematically erased me from my own children's narrative. Some people think I was justified. Others believe I humiliated her unnecessarily. For background, I'm a single mother of 2 kids, Lily, 7 Favor Bell, and Owen, 5 Famil. Their father left when I was pregnant with Owen and hasn't been involved since. I've raised them entirely on my own while working full-time as a nurse with rotating shifts, including nights and weekends. Because of my work schedule, My mother has helped significantly with childcare over the years. She'd watch the kids when I worked night shifts, pick them up from school when I couldn't, host them for sleepovers when I had back-to-back shifts. I've always been grateful for her help, and have told her repeatedly how much I appreciated her being such an involved grandmother. What I didn't know was that behind my back, Sharon had been telling people a completely different story about our family dynamic. I only discovered this 3 months ago when I attended a PTA meeting at Lily's school. I exposed my family for destroying my artwork at my first gallery opening. I, 26F, recently discovered that my family has been systematically destroying my artwork for the past 6 years because they disapproved of me pursuing art as a career. When I exposed them during my first professional gallery opening in front of art critics, collectors, and the entire community, it created a scandal that fractured my family and divided opinion on whether my public revenge was justified. Some background. I've been a serious artist since I was a teenager. I paint primarily oil paintings, large-scale pieces that take months to complete. Art has always been my passion, but my family, parents, older brother Derek, 30M, and younger sister Vanessa, 23F, has always viewed it as a hobby, not a viable career. My parents are both accountants. Derek is a corporate lawyer. Vanessa is in medical school. They value stable, traditional careers and have always been dismissive of creative professions. When I told them at 18 that I wanted to major in fine arts, they said they'd support me financially only if I also got a practical degree. So I double majored in art and business, hoping to satisfy them while pursuing my passion. After college, I moved into a small apartment and tried to build an art career while working part-time in graphic design to pay bills. My family was openly disapproving. They'd ask when I was going to get a real job and would introduce me to people as working in graphic design, while omitting that I was primarily focused on painting. I stored most of my artwork at my parents' house because my apartment was tiny. I had a dedicated space in their large basement where I kept completed paintings, works in progress, and supplies. I'd go there several times a week to work on larger pieces that wouldn't fit in my apartment. About 6 months ago, I got my first major break. A gallery in the city offered me a solo exhibition. It was a huge opportunity. Professional critics would attend, potential collectors, other artists. The gallery owner had seen my work at a group show and thought I had serious potential. I was ecstatic and immediately went to my parents' basement to select pieces for the exhibition. I needed 15 to 20 paintings, and I'd created over 50 pieces over the past 6 years that I'd stored there. When I went to the basement, I found only 12 paintings. Everything else was gone. Not just missing, destroyed. I found remnants in the trash, canvas cut into pieces, frames broken, paint scraped off and discarded. I was devastated. Years of work, pieces I'd spent months creating, paintings that represented my growth as an artist, work I'd planned to include in my first major exhibition, all destroyed. I confronted my parents immediately. They admitted they'd been disposing of my paintings over the past few years. My mother said the basement was getting cluttered, and they'd cleared out things that were taking up space. When I said those paintings were my professional work, my father said if I was serious about art as a career, I should have proper storage instead of treating their basement like a warehouse. I was shaking with rage. These weren't old furniture or boxes of junk. They were completed artworks, representing thousands of hours of creative labor. I asked how many paintings they'd destroyed. My mother estimated maybe 30 or 40 over the past few years. They'd destroyed 2/3 of my artistic output from the past 6 years. I asked why they hadn't told me they were clearing the basement. My father said they'd mentioned needing space several times, which was supposed to signal that I should remove my things. When I said I'd never heard them specifically ask me to remove my artwork, my mother said I should have been more attentive to their needs regarding their own home. Derek was there and said I was being dramatic. He said if the paintings were valuable or important, I wouldn't have left them in someone else's basement. He said treating our parents' home as free storage and then getting angry when they cleaned their own space was entitled behavior. I asked if they'd destroyed paintings they knew I'd planned to include in my gallery show. My mother said she didn't keep track of which paintings were which, because she didn't understand my art anyway. She said they all looked similar to her, so she'd just disposed of ones that seemed older or were taking up the most space. I left and spent the next week trying to salvage my gallery exhibition. I only had 12 completed paintings instead of the 20 the gallery expected. I had to paint new pieces frantically to fill the gaps, but creating meaningful artwork under that kind of time pressure and emotional distress was nearly impossible. The gallery owner was understanding, but disappointed. She'd curated the show expecting a comprehensive display of my evolution as an artist over 6 years. Now, we had fragments of that narrative with obvious gaps. I was also financially devastated. Those destroyed paintings represented potential sales. Emerging artists often sell early work to collectors once they gain recognition. My family had destroyed not just art, but potential income and career opportunities. During the preparation for the gallery opening, I made a decision. I was going to expose what my family had done. The gallery show was a public event, with critics, collectors, and community members attending. I was going to make my family's destruction of my work part of the exhibition's narrative. I created a new piece specifically for the show, a large-scale mixed-media installation made from the salvaged pieces of destroyed paintings, the cut canvas, broken frames, scraped-off paint I'd retrieved from my parents' trash. I titled it Family Support and included a placard explaining that the piece was constructed from fragments of 38 paintings my family had destroyed over 6 years because they didn't approve of my art career. My family was invited to the opening. They'd said they'd attend to support me, though their version of support had historically meant showing up, making polite small talk, and leaving early. The gallery opening had about 100 people in attendance: art critics from local publications, collectors, other artists, gallery representatives, and community members interested in emerging artists. My family arrived dressed formally, clearly intending to treat it as a social obligation. The exhibition was arranged chronologically, with my earliest surviving work at the entrance and progressing to recent pieces. The final piece, the one everyone saw before leaving, was Family Support, the installation made from destroyed paintings. My family saw it and immediately understood. My mother went pale. My father tried to steer them toward the exit, but by then, people were gathering around the installation reading the placard. A critic from a local art publication asked me to explain the piece. I said, "This installation is made from fragments of 38 paintings my family destroyed over the past 6 years. They disposed of my work because they didn't approve of my career choice and viewed my paintings as clutter in their basement. This represents 2/3 of my artistic output during the period when I was developing my voice as an artist. What you see in this room tonight is what survived my family's disapproval." The room went quiet. People were looking at my family. My mother tried to say something about miscommunication and not realizing I'd wanted to keep those paintings, but I interrupted. I said, "They knew these were completed artworks. They knew I was storing professional work in their basement. They destroyed paintings anyway because they don't value art as a legitimate career and wanted to discourage me from continuing. This installation is about how families can destroy creativity while claiming to support you." The critic asked if my family had apologized or offered to compensate me for the destroyed work. I said they'd called me dramatic and entitled for being upset that they'd cleaned their own basement. Derek tried to defend them, saying I'd been using their space as free storage and shouldn't expect them to preserve everything indefinitely. Several artists in the room responded that you don't destroy someone's professional work without explicit permission, regardless of where it's stored. The installation became the centerpiece of the critical response to my show. Reviews mentioned it specifically, discussing themes of familial sabotage of creative ambitions. The destroyed paintings became part of my artistic narrative in ways I'd never intended. But my family was humiliated. They left the opening early, and I've received dozens of angry calls and messages from them and extended family members saying I publicly shamed them for making a mistake about basement storage. My parents say they didn't realize the paintings were important and that I've destroyed our family relationship over art supplies. Derek says I deliberately humiliated them to punish them for not supporting my career choice. Vanessa says I could have discussed the destroyed paintings privately instead of making them part of a public exhibition. But several collectors who attended the opening have contacted me about purchasing work, including Family Support, which sold for more than any piece I'd ever sold before. The publicity from the controversial installation has brought attention to my work in ways a standard gallery show wouldn't have. Did I go too far by incorporating my family's destruction of my artwork into my gallery exhibition? Or was public exposure appropriate for people who destroyed 6 years of my creative work? Update. My family revealed they'd been destroying my art because they thought I had no talent. I posted 5 weeks ago about exposing my family at my gallery opening for destroying 38 of my paintings over 6 years. The responses were mixed. Many supported the public exposure, while others thought I should have addressed it privately. Since then, the family conflict has intensified, but I've learned that my family's destruction of my artwork was more deliberate and cruel than I'd initially believed, and the reasoning behind it has shattered what remained of our relationship. The gallery exhibition was ultimately successful beyond my expectations. Family Support, the installation made from destroyed paintings, received significant attention in local art media. Several pieces sold, and I've been invited to participate in 2 group exhibitions at larger galleries. The controversy around the destroyed paintings became part of my emerging artist narrative, but my family has been in crisis. Extended family members who attended the opening or read the reviews have been asking my parents why they destroyed my work. My parents have been defensive, insisting it was a misunderstanding about storage space and that I'd blown it out of proportion for artistic drama. 3 weeks ago, my younger sister Vanessa contacted me asking to meet privately. She said she needed to tell me something about the destroyed paintings that our parents and Derek didn't want me to know. We met at a coffee shop, and Vanessa told me the truth. The destroyed paintings weren't about storage space or basement clutter. Our family had been deliberately destroying my artwork because they'd decided I had no talent, and that allowing me to continue pursuing art was enabling a delusion that would ruin my life. According to Vanessa, this had started 6 years ago when I'd graduated college and announced I was pursuing art professionally. Our parents, Derek, and even Vanessa had discussed my art career as a phase I needed to outgrow. They'd agreed that the kindest thing they could do was help reality set in by making my art career as difficult as possible so I'd give up and find a real profession. Destroying my paintings was part of that strategy. My mother would periodically go through my stored work and destroy pieces she deemed not very good or not improving. The goal was to create frustration and disappointment that would make me question whether art was viable. Vanessa said, "They thought if you kept losing work and struggling to build a portfolio, you'd eventually realize you weren't talented enough for a professional art career and would move on to something more practical." I felt sick. This wasn't about storage space or miscommunication. My family had been conducting a deliberate campaign to sabotage my art career because they'd collectively decided I wasn't good enough to succeed. I asked Vanessa how she knew this. She said she'd been part of the discussions initially. When I'd first started painting seriously in college, the family had looked at my work and agreed it was nice for a hobby, but not professional quality. They'd decided that supporting my art career would be cruel, because I'd inevitably fail and waste years of my life. Vanessa showed me old family group chats where they'd discussed my art. My mother. Her latest painting is still very amateur. Should we talk to her about realistic career expectations? Derek. She's not Picasso. Someone needs to tell her that before she wastes her entire 20s on a career that's never going to happen. My father. Maybe if we stop providing storage and support for the art, she'll naturally transition to something more viable. The messages went on for years. They discussed my lack of talent, my unrealistic expectations, their responsibility to protect me from myself by discouraging art, and various strategies to make my art career untenable without explicitly forbidding it. Vanessa said she'd participated in these discussions for the first few years, but had started feeling uncomfortable as she watched me improve and develop as an artist. She said she'd told our parents last year that maybe they were wrong about my talent, but they'd dismissed her concerns. When I'd gotten the gallery exhibition, Vanessa said our parents had been privately worried. If the show was successful, it would contradict their assessment that I had no talent. My mother had actually destroyed several more paintings shortly after I'd announced the gallery show, hoping to limit what I could display and potentially make the exhibition less successful. I was devastated, but also enraged. 6 years of my creative development had been deliberately sabotaged by people who'd decided, without any professional expertise, that I wasn't talented enough to pursue art. They'd destroyed my work not because it was cluttering their basement, but because they'd wanted me to fail. I asked Vanessa why she was telling me now. She said the gallery opening had forced her to confront that our family had been wrong about my talent. The positive critical response, the sales, the invitations to other exhibitions, all of it contradicted their assessment. She felt guilty for having participated in discussions about my lack of talent and wanted me to know the truth. I contacted my parents and confronted them with what Vanessa had told me. They initially tried to deny it, but when I mentioned the group chat messages, my mother admitted it. She said, "We genuinely didn't think you had the talent for a professional art career. We'd looked at your work and it seemed fine, but not exceptional. We thought you were setting yourself up for heartbreak and financial instability by pursuing something you weren't naturally gifted at. We destroyed some paintings because we hoped you'd get discouraged and find something you'd actually be successful at." I asked what qualified them to assess artistic talent. My mother said they know what good art looks like, and my work wasn't at that level. When I pointed out that professional galleries and critics apparently disagreed, my father said one local gallery show didn't prove I had a sustainable career. Derek was even more blunt. "Your gallery show was successful because of the controversy we created, not because of your actual talent. People came to see the drama about destroyed paintings, not because they thought your art was remarkable. You're having a moment because we became villains in your artist narrative, but that's not the same as being a talented painter." I was stunned. Derek was suggesting that even my current success was somehow dependent on them, that my art was still mediocre but the destroyed painting story had generated publicity that I didn't deserve. I asked if they understood that they'd destroyed 6 years of my artistic development based on their own unprofessional assessment of talent. My mother said they'd acted out of love, trying to save me from wasting my life on something they didn't believe I could succeed at. The revelation of their deliberate sabotage, based on their assessment of my talent, has made the gallery installation Family Support even more significant to me. It's not just about destroyed paintings. It's about families who decide they know better than you about your own abilities and who sabotage you for your own good. Several extended family members have reached out since learning the truth. Some are horrified that my parents destroyed my work based on their judgment of my talent. Others think my parents' assessment might have been accurate, but their methods were wrong. My aunt, my mother's sister, said, "Your parents probably weren't qualified to judge artistic talent, but they were trying to protect you from a difficult career path. They handled it poorly, but their intentions were loving." But my uncle, my father's brother, had a different take. "They had no right to decide you weren't talented enough and sabotage your career based on that. Even if they'd been correct about your abilities, which they clearly weren't, destroying someone's work to discourage them is abusive." The art community response has been supportive. Several artists have shared their own stories of family members who dismissed their talent or sabotaged their careers. The gallery owner who gave me my first show said she's seen this pattern before. Families who can't recognize creative talent because they value different things. But I'm struggling with a painful question. What if my family had been right about my talent? If my early work had truly been mediocre and I'd never improved, would their sabotage have been justified as tough love, saving me from an unrealistic dream? My therapist says that's the wrong question. She says, regardless of my talent level, my family had no right to destroy my work or sabotage my career. She says the question isn't whether I was talented enough to deserve support, it's whether families should destroy their children's creative work based on their own amateur assessments. Did I go too far by exposing my family when their motivation was supposedly protecting me from pursuing a career they'd decided I wasn't talented enough for? Final update. The gallery owner revealed what my mother had been doing behind my back. It's been 4 months since I exposed my family for destroying my artwork, and 3 months since I learned they'd done it because they believed I had no talent. The situation has reached a devastating conclusion after my gallery owner revealed that my mother had been actively trying to sabotage my career in ways that went far beyond destroying paintings. After my last update, I went no contact with my parents and Derek. Vanessa and I maintained a relationship, though it was strained by her admission that she'd initially participated in family discussions about my lack of talent. My art career has continued to grow. The publicity from the family support installation led to representation by a larger gallery, invitations to group exhibitions, and interest from collectors. I've been able to quit my graphic design job and focus on painting full-time, the professional art career my family said I'd never achieve. Last month I met with Margaret, the gallery owner who'd given me my first solo exhibition. She asked how I was doing emotionally after everything with my family. I said I was processing the betrayal, but trying to focus on my work. Margaret hesitated, then said, "There's something I need to tell you about your mother. I've debated whether to mention it, but I think you deserve to know the full extent of what was happening behind the scenes." She explained that my mother had contacted her multiple times before my gallery opening, trying to convince Margaret to cancel my exhibition. The first contact had been about 8 months before the show, shortly after Margaret had offered me the exhibition slot. My mother had called the gallery saying she was my parent and had concerns about my readiness for a professional show. She'd told Margaret that I'd been struggling with mental health issues and that the pressure of a gallery exhibition might be harmful to me. Margaret had been concerned and had contacted me directly to check in. I'd assured her I was fine and had no mental health issues that would interfere with the exhibition. I'd thought it was just a standard check-in from a careful gallery owner. I'd had no idea my mother had planted that seed. My mother had contacted Margaret again a few months later, this time claiming that I'd been inflating my credentials and that some of the work I'd claimed was mine had actually been collaborative projects or heavily guided by professors. She'd suggested that Margaret verify the authenticity of my work before proceeding with the exhibition. Margaret had found this concerning enough to discreetly verify my academic records and authorship of my paintings. Everything had checked out. My work was entirely my own. But the verification process had taken time and had made Margaret briefly question whether she'd made the right choice offering me a show. Then, about a month before the opening, my mother had made a final attempt. She'd visited the gallery in person and had asked to speak with Margaret privately. She'd told Margaret that I'd been using the gallery exhibition as a way to prove something to my family, and that I'd become obsessed with succeeding as an artist to the detriment of my mental health and financial stability. My mother had told Margaret, "I'm worried my daughter is having a breakdown, and this gallery show is feeding into a delusion that she can make a living as an artist. As her mother, I'm asking you to consider whether it's ethical to encourage someone who doesn't have the talent for a sustainable art career. You'd be kinder to tell her the truth now, rather than let her fail publicly." Margaret had been shocked by this conversation. She'd told my mother that I was a talented artist and that the gallery wouldn't have offered me a show if they didn't believe in my work. My mother had responded by saying that Margaret was being taken in by a persistent amateur and would regret promoting work that wasn't genuinely professional quality. Margaret told me, "Your mother tried everything to get me to cancel your show. She questioned your mental health, your credentials, your talent, and even my professional judgment." When none of that worked, she showed up at the gallery and essentially begged me not to enable what she called your artistic delusion. I was sitting in Margaret's office trying to process this. My mother hadn't just destroyed my paintings in the basement. She'd actively tried to sabotage my first major professional opportunity by undermining my credibility with the gallery owner. Margaret continued, "I didn't tell you at the time because I didn't want to add stress while you were preparing for the show. But after learning about the destroyed paintings and the family dynamics, I realized you needed to know the full scope of what your mother was doing." She showed me emails my mother had sent, formal, carefully worded messages expressing parental concern about my mental health, my readiness for professional exhibition, and my unrealistic expectations about an art career. Margaret said she'd received similar contacts from other family members too. Derek had emailed asking about the gallery's vetting process for new artists and suggesting they reconsider offering shows to artists without proven track records. Someone using Vanessa's email address had sent a message asking if the gallery had insurance to cover potential issues if an artist wasn't emotionally stable enough for the pressure of exhibition. My entire family had been conducting a coordinated campaign to prevent my gallery show from happening. Margaret said, "In 20 years of running galleries, I've never seen a family work so hard to sabotage their own child's career. Usually, families are overly supportive or indifferent. Active sabotage at this level is extremely unusual." I asked why Margaret had proceeded with the exhibition despite all these warning messages. She said, "Because I trusted my own professional judgment about your work. Your paintings spoke for themselves. Whatever family drama was happening in the background, your art was legitimate and deserved to be shown." I left that meeting and immediately compiled all the evidence: the destroyed paintings, the family group chats about my lack of talent, and now the communications with my gallery trying to cancel my show. I created a new art piece, a documentation installation featuring printed emails, text messages, photos of destroyed paintings, and a timeline of my family's 6-year sabotage campaign. I titled it "Artistic Talent, a Family Assessment," and included it in my next group exhibition. The piece was controversial. Some viewers found it compelling as a commentary on how families suppress creativity. Others thought I was exploiting family dysfunction for artistic credibility. My family's response was explosive. My mother called me and said I was destroying our family's reputation over what had been genuine concern for your well-being. She said their attempts to cancel the gallery show had been motivated by love. They'd been trying to save me from public failure. Derek said I was building a career on victimhood and that my art was only getting attention because of the family drama, not because of actual talent. He said, "You're proving our point. Your art isn't good enough to succeed on its own merits, so you're using our family as content." But Vanessa had a different reaction. She called me crying and said she'd never known about the contacts with the gallery. She said our parents had clearly gone far beyond what they'd told her, and she was horrified by the extent of the sabotage. Vanessa said, "I thought we were having private family discussions about your career choices. I didn't know they were actively contacting galleries to try to destroy your opportunities. That's not protective parenting. That's sabotage." The art world response has been fascinating. Several critics have written about my work specifically in the context of family suppression of creativity. A curator at a regional museum has invited me to participate in an exhibition about artists who've overcome familial opposition. But the most unexpected response came from other artists. Dozens have contacted me sharing their own stories of family sabotage, parents who destroyed portfolios, relatives who contacted art schools to withdraw applications, families who actively tried to prevent creative careers. One artist told me her father had contacted every gallery she'd applied to, warning them she was mentally unstable. Another said her mother had thrown away her entire senior thesis project days before it was due, forcing her to drop out of her MFA program. The pattern is disturbingly common. Families who decide a creative family member lacks talent and who sabotage their careers for their own good. My relationship with my parents is permanently over. They've told extended family that I'm using them as villains to build an art career I don't deserve. Some relatives believe them. Others have seen the evidence and are horrified. Margaret, my gallery owner, has become something of a protector. She's publicly stated that she represents my work because of its quality, not because of family drama. She's shown the progression of my paintings over 6 years, demonstrating clear artistic development that contradicts my family's claims that I have no talent. But I'm left with complicated questions. Would my art career have succeeded without the family support installation? Did the controversy about destroyed paintings genuinely help my career in ways my actual painting talent wouldn't have? Derek's accusation haunts me, that I'm successful because of the drama, not the art. What if he's right? What if my family's sabotage actually became the thing that launched my career by creating a compelling narrative? My therapist says I'm missing the point. She says my art was strong enough that a professional gallery owner believed in it, despite sustained efforts by my family to undermine my credibility. She says the installations about family sabotage are valid art exploring real themes, not exploitation of family drama. The Artistic Talent of Family Assessment installation sold to a private collector for more than I'd ever made from a single piece. My parents say this proves they were right all along, that I'm profiting from family conflict, not artistic skill. But Margaret showed me reviews from critics who've analyzed my non-family related paintings, the landscapes, portraits, and abstract pieces that have nothing to do with destroyed artwork or sabotage. The reviews praise my technical skill, color sense, and emotional depth. My talent exists independent of the family drama, even if the drama has brought attention to it. I'm building a career as an artist. My family tried to prevent that career by destroying my work, contacting galleries to question my credibility, and telling me I had no talent. Their sabotage failed, and their failure became part of my artistic narrative. Was exposing them at my gallery opening too far? Was creating installations about their sabotage exploitative? I don't know anymore. What I know is this: I'm a working artist, making a living from my paintings. The career my family said I'd never achieve is happening. The talent they said I didn't have has been validated by professionals who actually understand art. My family destroyed 38 paintings because they believed I wasn't talented enough to succeed. Those destroyed paintings became family support, which sold and launched my career. Their sabotage became the catalyst for the success they tried to prevent. Sometimes, the people who try hardest to stop you from succeeding are the ones who end up proving you were right all along. And sometimes revenge isn't about punishment. It's about transforming what was meant to destroy you into the foundation of what you become. My family wanted me to fail as an artist. Instead, I've built a career partly by documenting how they tried to make me fail. That irony isn't lost on me, and I suspect it never will be. I exposed my sister for sabotaging my dance career at the national championship. I, 24 female, recently discovered that my older sister, Maya, 27 female, has been deliberately sabotaging my competitive dance career for the past 6 years by damaging my costumes, spreading false rumors to instructors, and interfering with performance opportunities. When I exposed her during the National Dance Championship in front of judges, sponsors, and hundreds of audience members, it destroyed her reputation in the dance community and fractured our family. Some people think I was justified in protecting my career, while others believe I should have handled it privately. For background, I've been a competitive dancer since I was 8 years old, focusing primarily on contemporary and lyrical dance. I trained 25 to 30 hours per week, compete nationally, and had been working toward making the national team that could lead to professional opportunities with major dance companies. Maya was also a competitive dancer growing up. She was extremely talented and was considered a rising star in our dance community when she was younger. She competed at the elite level and had been on track for a professional dance career until she suffered a severe knee injury at 18 that ended her competitive dancing. She had surgery and physical therapy, but her doctors told her she'd never be able to dance at an elite level again. After her injury, Maya transitioned into dance instruction and choreography. She teaches at the same dance studio where I train, and she's actually been my primary choreographer for the past 6 years, creating routines for my competitions, helping me refine technique, and supposedly supporting my career. I trusted Maya completely. She was my sister and my choreographer. I thought she was invested in my success. 3 months ago, something happened that made me question everything. I was preparing for a regional competition that would determine qualification for nationals. The night before the competition, I went to the studio to do a final run-through of my routine. When I opened my garment bag to check my costume, I found that someone had cut small slits in the fabric along the seams. Not obvious enough to notice immediately, but positioned precisely where the costume would tear during certain movements in my routine. If I'd performed without noticing, the costume would have split apart during the performance, which would have been disqualifying and humiliating. I only noticed because I'd decided to do a full dress rehearsal that night instead of waiting until the competition. During one of my signature leaps, the costume tore exactly as it had been designed to. I was horrified. Who would sabotage my costume? The studio had been locked, and only instructors had keys. I reported it to the studio owner, who checked the security footage. The footage showed Maya entering the studio at 11 p.m. the night before, after everyone else had left, going to the costume room where my garment bag was stored, and spending approximately 15 minutes there before leaving. She'd used her instructor key to access the building after hours. When confronted with the footage, Maya initially claimed she'd just been checking on the costume to make sure it was ready. But when the studio owner showed her the damaged costume, Maya broke down and admitted she'd cut the seams. She said she'd done it because she was worried I was becoming too confident and needed to be brought down a level before the competition. She claimed it was for my own good, that overconfidence leads to poor performance, and she was trying to keep me humble. I was devastated. My own sister, my choreographer, had deliberately sabotaged my costume to destroy my performance. But the studio owner convinced me not to press charges or make it public, saying it would create drama that would hurt the entire studio's reputation. I agreed to keep quiet, but I also started investigating. If Maya had sabotaged my costume this time, had she done other things to undermine me over the years? What I discovered was horrifying. Over the next few weeks, I found evidence that Maya had been sabotaging my dance career systematically for 6 years. She'd created choreography for me that deliberately included movements that were slightly off count or didn't align properly with the music, making my performances appear sloppy to judges who didn't know the intent. She'd contacted competition organizers multiple times over the years, claiming I was injured or sick, and withdrawing me from competitions I'd never agreed to withdraw from. She'd spread rumors to other instructors and judges that I was difficult to work with, had attitude problems, and was peaking too early and would burn out soon. She'd given me deliberately bad technique advice that had caused me to develop movement habits that judges marked down in scoring. She'd even contacted a professional dance company that had expressed interest in me, and told them I decided to retire from dance to pursue college instead. Maya had spent 6 years systematically destroying opportunities and undermining my performances while positioning herself as my supportive sister and choreographer. When I confronted her with all the evidence, she admitted everything. She said she'd been managing my career to prevent me from making the same mistakes she had. She said she'd pushed too hard, too fast, and that's what led to her injury, and she was protecting me by slowing down my progress. But I didn't believe that was the real reason. I thought Maya was sabotaging me because she was jealous. She couldn't dance anymore, so she was preventing me from achieving what she'd lost. Maya denied this. She said everything she'd done was for my benefit, and that I was ungrateful for her attempts to guide my career. She said if I exposed her sabotage, it would destroy her career as an instructor and choreographer. I told Maya she had 1 week to resign from the studio and remove herself from my career, or I would expose everything she'd done. She refused, saying she had a right to continue teaching and that she'd done nothing wrong that warranted professional consequences. Then, I qualified for the national championship, the biggest competition of my career. The national championship is where professional scouts, company directors, and major sponsors attend to identify emerging talent. Success at nationals could launch a professional dance career. Maya was still my choreographer of record for the competition. The routine I was performing at nationals was one she'd created, though I'd heavily modified it after discovering her sabotage patterns. The national championship has a unique format. Before each competitive performance, the choreographer is introduced and acknowledged. It's meant to celebrate the collaborative nature of dance and give credit to the people who help create the performances. When it was my turn to compete, the announcer introduced me and then said, "Choreography by Maya," last name, who has been coaching and creating for my name for 6 years and has been instrumental in her development as a dancer. The audience applauded for Maya, who was sitting in the choreographer section near the judges. She stood and waved, accepting credit for my performance. I walked to center stage, and before the music started, I took the microphone from the announcer. I said, "Before I perform, I need to correct something. Maya, last name, is listed as my choreographer, but she's actually been sabotaging my dance career for 6 years. She's damaged my costumes, withdrawn me from competitions without my permission, spread false rumors to judges and companies, and created faulty choreography designed to make me perform poorly. The routine I'm performing tonight is my own choreography, created after I discovered her sabotage. I'm dedicating this performance to every dancer who's been undermined by someone they trusted." The auditorium went silent. Maya stood up and shouted that I was lying. But I'd brought evidence. I'd uploaded documentation to a website and had the URL printed on cards that volunteers distributed to the judges, sponsors, and audience members before my performance. The evidence included security footage of Maya cutting my costume, email chains where she'd withdrawn me from competitions, and testimony from other instructors who confirmed she'd spread rumors about me. I performed my routine. I danced perfectly, perhaps the best performance of my life, fueled by anger and vindication. When I finished, the audience gave me a standing ovation, not just for the dance, but for exposing the sabotage. Maya tried to leave the venue, but several dance company representatives stopped her and demanded explanations. By the end of the night, Maya's reputation in the dance community was destroyed. I placed second at nationals and was offered a contract with a professional dance company. Maya was fired from the studio, blacklisted by multiple dance organizations, and has been unable to find work as an instructor or choreographer since. My family is devastated. My parents say I humiliated Maya publicly when I should have handled it through private channels with the studio. They say I destroyed her career over what amounted to bad coaching decisions and miscommunication. But other dancers have come forward saying Maya sabotaged them too when they showed promise, and that my exposure revealed a pattern of her crushing talented dancers out of jealousy and bitterness about her own ended career. Did I go too far by exposing Maya during my national championship performance instead of pursuing private resolution? Update. Multiple dancers revealed Maya sabotaged them, and her motivation was darker. I posted 6 weeks ago about exposing my sister Maya at the National Dance Championship for sabotaging my competitive dance career for 6 years. Most responses supported my decision to expose systematic sabotage publicly, though some thought I should have pursued private accountability. Since then, the dance community has been rocked by revelations that I wasn't Maya's only victim. She'd been systematically sabotaging multiple young dancers for years, and the motivation was far more disturbing than simple jealousy over her ended career. After my exposure at Nationals, the studio where Maya taught launched a formal investigation into her conduct. They interviewed current and former students, reviewed security footage from the past several years, and examined competition records and communications. What they discovered was shocking. Over her 8-year teaching career, Maya had sabotaged at least 12 different dancers in various ways. The pattern was always the same. She'd identify talented young dancers who showed potential for elite-level competition, position herself as their mentor and choreographer, and then systematically undermine their progress while appearing supportive. The studio's investigation revealed that Maya had damaged costumes for at least 6 different dancers before major competitions, withdrawn 8 dancers from competitions without their knowledge or permission, spread negative rumors about 10 different dancers to judges and competition organizers, provided deliberately incorrect technique advice to multiple students that caused them to develop bad habits, contacted professional companies and dance programs on behalf of 4 different dancers to decline opportunities the dancers didn't even know they'd been offered. The most disturbing discovery was about a dancer named Sienna, who'd trained at the studio 5 years ago. Sienna had been an exceptional talent, considered one of the most promising young dancers in the region. Maya had been her primary instructor and choreographer. Sienna had suddenly quit dancing at age 16, which had shocked everyone in the dance community. She'd told people she'd lost her passion for dance and wanted to pursue other interests. The investigation revealed that Maya had been systematically destroying Sienna's confidence through constant criticism, creating choreography designed to make Sienna fail, and even tampering with Sienna's audition videos for summer intensives and dance programs. Sienna's parents had found her crying in her room multiple times, saying she wasn't good enough and would never succeed at dance. They'd thought it was normal teenage insecurity and had encouraged her to push through. They'd had no idea Maya was deliberately crushing Sienna's confidence. When Sienna had finally been accepted to a prestigious summer intensive, despite Maya's interference, Maya had contacted the program and told them Sienna had a serious injury and wouldn't be attending. Sienna had never known about the acceptance or Maya's interference. Sienna had quit dancing shortly after, believing she lacked the talent to succeed despite years of dedication. The studio owner contacted Sienna, now 21, and told her about the investigation findings. Sienna was devastated to learn that her lack of confidence and decision to quit hadn't been based on reality. It had been manufactured by an instructor who'd been deliberately undermining her. Sienna reached out to me and said, "I thought I'd failed at dance because I wasn't good enough. I've spent 5 years believing I lacked talent. Now I learned that my instructor was sabotaging me the whole time. I lost my dream career based on lies." Other dancers came forward with similar stories. A dancer named Bree said Maya had told her she had no musicality and should focus on technical skills instead. But Maya's choreography for Bree had deliberately used music that didn't match Bree's natural movement style, making her appear off-rhythm to judges. Another dancer, Tessa, said Maya had insisted she was too tall for contemporary dance and should switch to jazz. But Maya had been creating choreography that emphasized Tessa's height in unflattering ways, and then using that as evidence that Tessa's height was a problem. The pattern was clear. Maya would identify a young dancer's insecurities, create situations that seemed to confirm those insecurities, and then position herself as the supportive mentor helping them cope with their limitations that Maya herself had manufactured. But the investigation revealed something even more disturbing about Maya's motivation. Maya's former therapist, who spoke to investigators with Maya's signed release after being subpoenaed, revealed that Maya had been diagnosed with a condition where she derived self-worth from being needed by people she deliberately made dependent on her. According to the therapist, Maya's knee injury had ended her competitive dance career, but it had also ended her identity as a successful dancer. She'd struggled with depression and had searched for a new source of self-worth. She'd found it in becoming the essential choreographer and mentor to young dancers. But she'd maintained that essential status by ensuring the dancers never succeeded enough to outgrow her. She'd create problems she could then help them solve, or she'd undermine their confidence so they'd remain dependent on her guidance. The therapist said Maya had described this pattern in therapy, but had framed it as helping young dancers avoid the mistakes I made, rather than acknowledging it as sabotage. The therapist had tried to challenge this framing, but Maya had stopped attending therapy when the therapist pressed too hard on the ethical issues. My family's response to these revelations has been devastating. My parents initially continued to defend Maya, saying she'd made mistakes in judgment, but had good intentions. But after hearing from Sienna and other dancers whose careers and confidence Maya had destroyed, they couldn't maintain that narrative. My mother broke down crying and said, "I thought I raised someone who would support and mentor young people. Instead, she's been destroying children's dreams to feel important. I don't understand how this happened." My father has been quieter, but he admitted he'd noticed Maya seemed to have a pattern of students who quit or underperformed, and he'd wondered why talented dancers kept leaving her instruction. He said, "I should have asked more questions. The pattern was there, but I didn't want to see it." Maya herself has not acknowledged wrongdoing. She's been posting on social media about being canceled by a vindictive dance community and punished for having high standards. She's framed herself as a victim of dancers who couldn't handle constructive criticism. But the dance community hasn't been sympathetic. Multiple dance organizations have formally banned Maya from teaching, choreographing, or judging at their events. Her name has become a cautionary tale about mentors who sabotage rather than support. The studio has reached out to all of Maya's former students, offering free sessions with sports psychologists to help process the betrayal and rebuild confidence that Maya may have damaged. Sienna has started training again. At 21, she's older than most competitive dancers, but she's working with a new coach to see if she can rebuild the career Maya stole from her. She said, "I don't know if I can compete professionally anymore, but I need to find out what I actually could have been without Maya sabotaging me. Did I go too far by exposing Maya publicly at nationals? Or should I have pursued private investigation first?" Final update. Maya's therapist revealed the childhood trauma that created her pattern. "It's been 4 months since I exposed my sister Maya for sabotaging my dance career and triggering an investigation that revealed she'd sabotaged at least 12 young dancers over 8 years. Her career as a dance instructor has ended, but family therapy sessions have revealed the origin of her destructive pattern, and it connects to a family trauma I'd been too young to remember. After my last update, my parents insisted on family therapy to try to understand how Maya had become someone capable of systematically destroying young dancers' careers and confidence. I was hesitant, but I agreed because several of Maya's victims, including Sienna, had asked me to find out if there was any explanation for why she'd done this. The family therapist we saw specializes in trauma and competitive performance psychology. In our 4th session, the therapist asked Maya when she first felt the need to prevent other dancers from succeeding. Maya was silent for a long time, then said something I didn't expect. "When I realized what success in dance had cost our family." I was confused. The therapist asked Maya to explain. Maya looked at our parents and said, "You don't talk about it, but I remember. I remember what happened with Claire." My mother went pale. My father said quietly, "Maya, that was a long time ago." I asked who Claire was. I'd never heard that name before. My parents exchanged looks, and finally my mother said, "Claire was your older sister. She died when you were 7 and I was 4. You were too young to remember clearly." I was shocked. We'd had another sister who died? Why had this never been discussed? Maya said, "I remember enough. Claire was the best dancer in her age group. She was training for elite-level competitions, and she died because of it." My mother started crying. My father explained, "Claire, who would have been 30 now, had been an exceptionally talented young dancer. She'd been training intensively for national competitions when she was 13. She'd developed an eating disorder trying to maintain the extremely low weight that judges at the time preferred for young dancers. Claire had hidden the eating disorder for months. By the time my parents realized how sick she was, her organs were failing. She died in the hospital at age 13 from complications of severe anorexia. My parents had been destroyed by grief and guilt. They blamed themselves for not noticing the eating disorder sooner, for allowing Claire to train so intensively, for prioritizing competitive success over her health. After Claire died, my parents had made a decision. They would never speak about her death to Maya or me. They'd removed photos of Claire from the house, stopped talking about her, and essentially erased her from our family narrative because the grief was too painful. But Maya remembered. She'd been 7 when Claire died, old enough to understand that her sister was gone, and that dance had somehow been connected to her death. Maya said, "I watched Claire waste away trying to be the perfect dancer. I watched her die in a hospital bed. I watched our parents fall apart. And I learned that being successful in competitive dance destroys people." The therapist asked, "So when you became a dance instructor, you were trying to prevent other young dancers from becoming like Claire, from becoming so successful that it destroyed them?" Maya said, "Every talented young dancer I taught, I saw Claire in them. The obsessive training, the perfectionism, the willingness to sacrifice everything for dance. And I thought, I can't let this happen again. I can't watch another talented dancer destroy themselves chasing success." But the therapist pressed further, sabotaging their careers, damaging their confidence, creating obstacles for them. That wasn't protecting them from Claire's fate. That was controlling them. Maya broke down. I know it doesn't make sense, but I kept thinking if I could just keep them from being too successful, if I could just slow them down, they wouldn't end up like Claire. They wouldn't push themselves to death." The therapist asked our parents, "Did you know Maya was traumatized by Claire's death and was manifesting that trauma by sabotaging young dancers?" My parents admitted they'd known Maya had been affected by Claire's death, but had thought keeping silent about it would help everyone move on. They'd never discussed Claire's death with Maya or me, never processed the grief as a family, and never acknowledged the connection between dance and the eating disorder that killed Claire. My father said, "We thought if we didn't talk about it, the girls would forget and wouldn't be traumatized. We didn't realize Maya remembered everything and was carrying it alone." My mother said, "When Maya wanted to be a dance instructor, we were worried. We thought about telling her about Claire, about the dangers of competitive dance, but we were afraid that talking about it would traumatize her more, so we stayed silent." The therapist said, "So you allowed Maya to work with young dancers without ever processing her childhood trauma around watching her sister die from dance-related illness. And Maya then projected that trauma onto every talented dancer she taught, trying to save them by sabotaging their success." The therapist explained that Maya's sabotage wasn't about jealousy over her own ended career. It was about unprocessed trauma from watching her sister die at 13 from complications of elite dance training. Maya had internalized the message that dance success equals death, and she'd been trying to prevent other dancers from succeeding at the level that had killed Claire. But her protection had become abuse. Instead of helping dancers develop healthy relationships with competitive dance, she'd been crushing their dreams and confidence while convincing herself she was saving their lives. I asked why she'd sabotaged me specifically. Her own sister. Maya said, "Because you're exactly like Claire. Talented, driven, obsessive about dance. When I watch you train the way she trained, I see her dying all over again. I thought if I could just slow you down, keep you from reaching the level where it becomes deadly, I could save you." The therapist worked with us over several more sessions to separate Maya's genuine trauma from her choice to abuse her position as an instructor. The key insight was that Maya's fear about dance success being dangerous had been based on a real tragedy, but her response had been to hurt rather than help the dancers she feared for. My parents are in grief therapy, finally processing Claire's death 23 years later. They've acknowledged that erasing her from family memory didn't protect Maya and me. It created a trauma that Maya carried alone and that I never knew existed. I'm in therapy, processing the fact that I had a sister who died, that her death was connected to competitive dance, and that Maya's sabotage was rooted in trying to prevent me from becoming Claire. Maya is in intensive trauma therapy, addressing her unprocessed grief about Claire's death. She's written apology letters to all the dancers she sabotaged, acknowledging that her trauma doesn't excuse the harm she caused. Sienna and several other dancers have accepted Maya's apology while maintaining that they can't have any relationship with her. Sienna told me, "I understand Maya was traumatized, but she took away years of my life based on her own unprocessed pain. Understanding doesn't undo that damage." As for whether I went too far exposing Maya at nationals, I've stopped framing it as too far versus justified. Maya sabotaged my career and many others based on trauma she'd never processed. I exposed that sabotage to protect myself and other dancers. Both things are true. What I've learned is that family trauma we don't talk about doesn't disappear. It morphs into other kinds of harm. Claire died from an eating disorder connected to elite dance. My parents tried to erase that death from family memory. Maya remembered anyway and spent years trying to prevent other dancers from succeeding because she believed success equals death. The exposure at nationals ended Maya's career, but also triggered investigation that revealed her pattern and led to family therapy that finally acknowledged Claire's death. Sometimes exposure isn't revenge. It's forcing buried trauma into the light so it can finally be processed rather than continuing to harm new people. Maya is alive, unlike Claire. The dancers she sabotaged are alive. We're all trying to heal from different kinds of dance-related trauma. Claire from literal death, Maya from watching that death and carrying it alone, Sienna and others from having their careers sabotaged, and me from discovering my family history was built on silence about a sister I never knew existed. The dance community needed to know about Maya's sabotage to protect future dancers. My family needed to confront Claire's death to understand why Maya became someone who destroys the success she fears will be deadly. Both things were necessary. The pain they caused was real, and we're all living with the consequences of traumas, processed and unprocessed, that have shaped our family in ways none of us fully understood until everything was exposed. I exposed my brother for erasing me from the family while I worked overseas. I, 30-year-old female, recently discovered that my younger brother Owen, 27-year-old male, has been systematically excluding me from family events and gatherings for the past 6 years by telling our family I was too busy or didn't want to come, all while I was desperately trying to stay connected from overseas. When I exposed him during our grandfather's 80th birthday party in front of 60 relatives, it revealed that I'd been virtually erased from family memories and narratives during the most significant years of my 20s. Some people think I was justified in revealing years of isolation and manipulation, while others believe I should have handled it privately rather than creating a scene at a milestone celebration. For context, 6 years ago, when I was 24, I accepted a job opportunity in Singapore working for an international development organization. It was my dream job, meaningful work, incredible experience, good salary. The contract was initially for 2 years, but I extended it twice because I was thriving professionally and personally. My family was supportive when I left, or so I thought. My parents said they were proud of me. My siblings, Owen, 21 at the time, and my older sister Michelle, 28, said they'd miss me but understood it was an amazing opportunity. We planned to stay connected through video calls, and I'd come home for major holidays. The first year went well. I came home for Christmas and Thanksgiving. We had weekly video calls. I felt connected to the family despite the distance and time zone challenges. But starting in year 2, things became more difficult. I'd call for our scheduled family video chats, and no one would answer. I'd text asking about upcoming holidays and get vague responses about plans being still in the works. When I'd book flights home for Christmas or Thanksgiving, I'd arrive to find the family had changed their celebration dates or locations without telling me. I'd ask why no one had informed me of the changes, and Owen would usually be the one to respond. We posted about it in the family group chat. You must have missed it. But I'd check the group chat religiously. No such messages existed. Over 6 years, I increasingly felt disconnected from my family. I was missing weddings, baby showers, birthday parties, and family gatherings. Every time I'd ask why I hadn't been invited or informed, I'd get responses like, "We thought you'd be too busy with work," or "The time zones make it hard to coordinate," or "We didn't want to pressure you to fly home for every little thing." I'd protest that I wanted to be included, that I wanted to know about events even if I couldn't attend. But somehow, I kept missing things. My sister Michelle got engaged and married. I found out about the engagement 3 weeks after it happened, and about the wedding date from a Facebook post. When I expressed hurt at not being told about Michelle's wedding in time to plan travel, Owen told me, "Michelle didn't think you'd be able to come since you're so far away. She didn't want you to feel obligated." I flew home for the wedding anyway, but I wasn't in the bridal party despite Michelle and I having been close growing up. When I asked Michelle why, she said she'd needed to finalize the bridal party quickly and had assumed I wouldn't be able to commit because of my work schedule. The same pattern repeated over 6 years. My cousin's baby was born. I found out 2 months later. My grandmother had surgery. I learned about it after she'd already recovered. My parents celebrated their 35th anniversary with a big party. I wasn't invited, and only saw photos after the fact. Each time, the explanation was that they didn't want to bother me, or thought I'd be too busy, or assumed I wouldn't be able to make it with such short notice. I started feeling like a ghost in my own family. I was living overseas, but I was desperately trying to maintain connection. Yet somehow, I was being excluded from everything that mattered. 3 months ago, I moved back home permanently. My contract in Singapore ended, and I decided it was time to be closer to family. I got a job in my hometown and moved back, excited to finally be physically present for family events. That's when things got really strange. At family dinners and gatherings, relatives would reference events and memories from the past 6 years. Events I'd never heard about. Memories I wasn't part of. When I'd express surprise that I hadn't known about these events, family members would look confused and say things like, "But we invited you," or "We definitely told you about that." I started to suspect something was wrong beyond just miscommunication or time zone issues. Then, 2 weeks ago, my aunt posted a family memories video on Facebook, a compilation of photos and videos from family events over the past decade set to music. I watched it with growing horror. The video included hundreds of photos from the past 6 years. Michelle's engagement party, her wedding, baby showers, birthday parties, holiday celebrations, family vacations. I wasn't in a single photo from the past 6 years, even though I'd been home for several of those events. But that wasn't the strangest part. There were photos from events I'd attended: Christmas 2019, Thanksgiving 2020, a cousin's graduation in 2021. I remembered being in those photos. But in my aunt's video, I'd been cropped or edited out. In photos where I'd been standing next to family members, I was simply gone. The photo had been altered to remove me. Someone had been systematically editing me out of family photos. I called my aunt and asked where she'd gotten the photos for the video. She said Owen had compiled them for her. He'd been the family's unofficial photographer and memory keeper for years, and he'd created a shared family photo album that everyone contributed to. I asked to see the original photos from events I'd attended. My aunt sent them to me. In the original photos on her phone, I was present. But in the versions Owen had uploaded to the family album, I'd been edited out. Owen had been photoshopping me out of family photos for 6 years. I confronted Owen directly. I showed him side-by-side comparisons of original photos versus the edited versions he'd put in the family album. I asked him why he'd been erasing me from family memories. Owen initially denied it, saying the photo editing was just cropping for better composition. But when I showed him 30+ examples where I'd been specifically and carefully removed from photos while everyone else remained, he couldn't maintain the denial. He finally admitted he'd been editing me out of photos. He said he'd done it because you weren't really there anyway. When I pointed out that I was literally physically present in those photos, he said, "You were physically there, but you weren't really part of the family anymore. You'd moved away. You'd chosen your career over family. I was just making the photos reflect reality." I asked about the events I'd missed, the weddings, parties, gatherings I'd never been told about. Owen admitted he'd been managing family communications regarding me. He'd been telling the family that I was too busy or didn't want to be included, while telling me that the family hadn't planned anything or that plans had changed. Owen had been systematically isolating me from my own family for 6 years. I asked why. He said, "You left. You chose Singapore over us. I was just helping everyone accept that you weren't part of the daily family anymore. It was easier for everyone to move on than to keep trying to include someone who wasn't really present." Owen had decided unilaterally that my physical distance meant I should be emotionally and socially removed from the family as well. He'd taken it upon himself to manage my relationships with parents, siblings, and extended family by preventing me from knowing about or participating in family life. I told Owen he'd stolen 6 years of family connection from me. He said, "You stole 6 years from us by moving to Singapore. I was just being realistic about what your choice meant for the family." Our grandfather's 80th birthday party was scheduled for the following weekend. It was a major milestone celebration with extended family coming from multiple states, about 60 people total. I made a decision. At the party, during the family toast, I asked for everyone's attention and said, "I want to share something that I think everyone should know. For the past 6 years, while I was working in Singapore, I've been systematically excluded from family events and edited out of family photos by my brother Owen. He's been telling you I was too busy or didn't want to participate, while telling me that events weren't happening or had been canceled. He's been managing all communications about me to ensure I remained isolated from the family, and he's been photoshopping me out of family photos to erase me from our shared memories." I showed a slideshow on my laptop, side-by-side comparisons of original photos and Owen's edited versions where I'd been removed. Photos from Michelle's wedding where I was present but had been cropped out. Screenshots of text messages where Owen told me events were canceled while simultaneously telling family members I'd declined to attend. The room erupted. Extended family members were shocked. Many had genuinely believed I'd been too busy to participate in family events or had chosen not to stay connected. My parents were horrified to learn that Owen had been intercepting communications and manipulating everyone's understanding of my relationship with the family. Michelle was particularly upset, crying as she realized I'd never actually declined to be in her bridal party. Owen had told her I'd said I was too busy with work to commit. Owen tried to defend himself, saying he'd been protecting the family from disappointment by managing expectations about my involvement. He said having a family member overseas was disruptive, and that helping everyone move on from my presence had made family gatherings easier and less fraught. Several relatives demanded to know how many events I'd missed because Owen hadn't told me about them. The list was extensive: 3 weddings, 4 baby showers, 2 milestone birthday parties, multiple holiday celebrations where dates had been changed without me being informed. My grandfather was hurt, saying he'd thought I'd chosen not to visit him regularly, when in fact, I'd never known when family gatherings were happening. The party became about Owen's manipulation rather than my grandfather's milestone, which I felt terrible about. But I also couldn't let another family event pass where I was being erased or excluded. Since then, my family has been fractured. My parents are furious at Owen, but also angry at me for making a scene at Grandpa's birthday rather than addressing the situation privately. They say I ruined an 80th birthday celebration that can never be redone. Owen has told family members that he was trying to help everyone adjust to my absence, and that I'm punishing him for being practical about the challenges of maintaining family connection across continents. Several relatives think Owen was wrong to manipulate communications, but that I was vindictive to expose him publicly at a milestone celebration rather than confronting him privately first. But other family members, particularly my grandfather, Michelle, and several cousins, have said they feel betrayed by Owen's manipulation and are grateful to finally understand why I seemed so disconnected for 6 years. My sister Michelle has been going through old photos and realizing how many times I was physically present but was edited out of the official family album that Owen maintained. Did I go too far by exposing Owen during Grandpa's 80th birthday party instead of handling this through private family conversations? Update. Owen had been replacing me in family photos with himself to complete the family. I posted 10 weeks ago about exposing my brother Owen for excluding me from family events and editing me out of photos while I worked overseas. Most responses supported my decision to reveal long-term manipulation publicly, though some thought I shouldn't have done it at my grandfather's milestone birthday. Since then, I've discovered that Owen's erasure of me from family life was far more disturbing than I'd initially realized. He hadn't just been removing me from photos, he'd been digitally inserting himself into my place in family compositions and memories, essentially replacing me as a family member while I was overseas. After the birthday party confrontation, my sister Michelle became obsessed with finding all the original photos from the past 6 years to see the full extent of Owen's editing. She contacted every family member who'd attended events during my time overseas and asked them to send her original, unedited photos from their phones and cameras. What Michelle discovered was shocking. Owen hadn't just been removing me from photos. In many cases, he'd been inserting himself into my original position in family groupings. For example, there was a photo from Christmas 2019 where I'd been standing between my parents in a 3-person shot. In Owen's edited version, I'd been removed, but the photo wasn't just cropped. Owen had digitally placed himself between my parents in the exact position I'd been standing, making it appear he'd been in that spot all along. Another photo from Michelle's wedding showed the immediate family: my parents, Michelle, me, and our grandmother. I'd been standing on my mother's right side. In Owen's edited version, I was gone, and Owen was standing on my mother's right side, in the same position I'd occupied in the original. Michelle found dozens of examples where Owen had not only removed me from photos, but had inserted himself into my place. Sometimes literally copy-pasting himself from other photos and positioning himself where I'd been standing. The most disturbing example was a family portrait from Thanksgiving 2020. The original photo showed 6 people: my parents in the center, me and Michelle on my mother's side, Owen and his girlfriend on my father's side. It was a balanced, symmetrical family photo. In Owen's edited version, I was gone. But instead of leaving an empty space or cropping the photo, Owen had moved himself from his father's side to my mother's side, taking my exact position in the photo. He'd even edited his clothing and positioning to match mine, creating the illusion that he'd always been standing there. Owen had been literally replacing me in family photos. Michelle was disturbed enough by this pattern that she consulted a family therapist who specialized in sibling dynamics. She showed the therapist examples of the original photos versus Owen's edited versions. The therapist said that what Owen had been doing went beyond simple exclusion. He'd been engaging in what she called identity substitution, where he was not just removing me from family memories, but was actively inserting himself into the role and position I'd held. Michelle shared this analysis with our parents. They were horrified and demanded Owen explain why he'd been replacing me in photos rather than just excluding me. Owen's explanation was chilling. The photos looked unbalanced without you. There were gaps in the family grouping. I was just fixing the composition so the family looked complete. I asked, "You were making the family look complete by pretending I didn't exist and you were in my place?" Owen said, "You physically weren't there for most of those years. You were in Singapore. I was there, at every event. I was the one showing up. It made sense for me to be in the family photos in the position you would have occupied if you'd actually been present." He'd convinced himself that because I was overseas, he was entitled to take my place in the family, not just metaphorically, but literally in family photos and memories. But Michelle's investigation revealed something even more disturbing. Owen had been doing this since we were children. Michelle found old photo albums from our childhood and noticed a pattern. In official family photos, the ones that got framed or sent to relatives, I was often missing or minimized, while Owen was more prominently featured. I'd always been a quiet, studious child who didn't like having my photo taken. Owen had been more outgoing and photogenic. I'd assumed that's why more photos featured him. He was more willing to pose and smile for the camera. But Michelle found evidence that Owen had been curating family photos even as a teenager. She found multiple versions of the same family events. In some versions, I was prominently included. In others, I'd been cropped out, or the photo was taken at an angle that excluded me. Owen had been managing the family's visual narrative for over a decade, consistently minimizing my presence while maximizing his own. Michelle confronted Owen about this pattern going back to childhood. He admitted he'd been selective about which photos got printed or shared, favoring ones where he looked good and I was less prominent. He said, "You never cared about photos anyway. You always said you hated having your picture taken. I was just honoring your preferences by not making you the center of attention." But Michelle found my childhood diaries, which I'd left at my parents' house. In them, I'd written about feeling invisible in the family, about feeling like Owen was always the focus, about wondering why there were so few pictures of me at family events compared to my siblings. I hadn't hated photos. I'd felt unseen and had stopped trying to be included because it seemed like the family didn't want me in their pictures. Owen's selective photography, dating back to childhood, had created and reinforced my sense of being less important to the family, which had made it easier for him to exclude me entirely when I moved overseas. My parents were confronted with evidence that they'd been complicit in this pattern. The framed family photos in their home featured Owen prominently, while I was often absent or in the background. The photo albums they'd maintained over the years had significantly fewer images of me than of my siblings. My mother broke down crying, saying she'd never noticed the disparity. She said Owen had always been the one volunteering to organize photos and create albums, and she'd trusted his curation without examining whether all her children were equally represented. My father admitted he'd noticed I seemed less present in family photos, but had attributed it to me being camera shy, rather than recognizing it as a pattern of exclusion. The family therapist said that Owen's behavior fit a pattern she'd seen before. A sibling who felt overlooked or less special, creating a narrative where they were more central to the family by literally editing reality to minimize a rival sibling's presence. Owen agreed to attend therapy to address what was happening. In one of the early sessions, the therapist asked Owen directly, "When did you start seeing your sister as someone who needed to be removed from the family narrative?" Owen's answer shocked everyone. "When I realized she was the one our parents were actually proud of." He explained that I'd always been the academic achiever, good grades, scholarships, honor societies. I'd gotten into a prestigious university and had landed a competitive international job. Meanwhile, Owen had struggled academically, had attended a less prestigious school, and had a more conventional career path. Owen said, "You were the success story. You were the one they bragged about to relatives. And then you left. You moved to Singapore, and you weren't even around to claim your spot as the favorite child anymore. I thought if I could just minimize your presence, maybe I could finally be the child they were most proud of." Owen had been trying to erase me from the family because he'd felt overshadowed by my achievements. When I'd moved overseas, he'd seen it as an opportunity to finally be the most important child, but only if he could make the family forget how important I'd been. Did I go too far by exposing Owen, triggering deeper investigation that revealed not just recent exclusion, but a lifetime pattern of him trying to erase me from family memories? Final update. Our cousin revealed Owen was recreating our father's childhood family dynamic. It's been 8 months since I exposed my brother Owen for excluding me from family events and digitally replacing me in photos, and 5 months since we discovered he'd been managing the family's visual narrative since childhood to minimize my presence. Owen has been in intensive therapy, and a revelation from our cousin has exposed that Owen's behavior was actually recreating a toxic family dynamic from our father's childhood that none of us knew about. After my last update, Owen committed to serious therapeutic work to understand why he'd spent over a decade systematically erasing me from family life and memory. My parents also entered therapy to address how they'd unconsciously enabled Owen's exclusion of me by not questioning why I appeared in so few family photos, or why I seemed disconnected from family events. 3 months ago, our extended family had a reunion that included my father's siblings and their families, about 40 people total. During the reunion, my cousin Diane, my father's brother's daughter, 45 years Eve, pulled me aside and said she needed to talk to me about Owen's behavior. Diane is significantly older than me and Owen. She's the same generation but almost 20 years older than I am. She said she'd been troubled by my exposure of Owen's photo editing and exclusion patterns because it reminded her of something from our father's childhood that our father had apparently never discussed with his own children. Diane explained that our father had an older brother, our uncle, Robert, who died in a car accident when our father was 28. I'd known Uncle Robert had died before I was born, but I'd thought he was just another deceased relative. What Diane revealed was that Uncle Robert had essentially been erased from family history after his death, in ways that closely paralleled what Owen had been doing to me. According to Diane, Uncle Robert had been the successful, high-achieving son in their family. He'd gone to a prestigious university, had a prominent career, and had been the source of family pride. Our father, the younger brother, had been more average, decent student, regular job, conventional life. When Uncle Robert died suddenly at 35, the family had been devastated. But in the years after his death, our grandfather, Diane's grandfather, my paternal grandfather, had begun systematically removing Robert from family photos and narratives. Diane said our grandfather would go through family photo albums and remove pictures of Robert, rearrange groupings so Robert's absence wasn't noticeable, and would redirect conversations whenever someone mentioned Robert. Within 5 years of his death, Robert had been almost completely erased from family memory. Diane said, "Your grandfather couldn't handle the grief of losing his successful son. So instead of processing the loss, he just erased Robert's existence. And he positioned your father, the surviving son, as if he'd always been the only son, the primary son." Our father had apparently never talked about this erasure with his own children. We'd grown up knowing we had a deceased Uncle Robert, but we'd never seen photos of him, never heard stories about him, never understood he'd been systematically removed from family history. Diane said, "Your father lived his entire adult life in a family where his older brother, who had overshadowed him, was deliberately forgotten. And I think Owen somehow absorbed that family pattern and applied it to you." I asked how Owen could have absorbed a pattern from before he was born, about an uncle he never knew. Diane said, "Family patterns don't require direct knowledge. They're transmitted through subtle behaviors, comments, and the emotional atmosphere of how family handles success, achievement, and prominence." She suggested I talk to my father directly about Uncle Robert and the erasure pattern. I did. My father was initially defensive, saying his brother's death was painful and he'd moved on rather than dwelling on loss. But when I pressed him about the photo removal and the deliberate erasure Diane had described, he admitted it was true. My father said, "My father couldn't handle having pictures of Robert around. Every photo was a reminder of what he'd lost, the successful son, the one he'd been most proud of. So he removed them, and eventually, we all just stopped talking about Robert. It was easier than dealing with Dad's grief." I asked if he understood that Owen had done the same thing to me, removing me from photos, erasing me from family memory, trying to become the primary child by eliminating the more successful sibling from the family narrative. My father went quiet. Then he said, "I never made the connection, but yes, Owen did to you what my father did to Robert. He tried to erase the high-achieving older sibling to make room for himself as the important child. But then my father revealed something that made the pattern even more disturbing. I think I unconsciously encouraged it. He explained that watching me succeed academically and professionally had brought up old feelings of inadequacy from his childhood, feelings of being the lesser son compared to his brilliant older brother. When Owen started minimizing my presence in family photos and narratives, my father had felt relieved rather than concerned. He said, "It was easier not to have constant reminders of your success and how far away you were. I know that sounds terrible, but having you less present in family memory meant I didn't have to feel inadequate in comparison to my successful daughter, the way I'd felt inadequate compared to my successful brother." My father had unconsciously recreated his own childhood dynamic, supporting the erasure of the successful older sibling so the less successful family member could feel more important. This revelation led to family therapy involving 3 generations, me and Owen, our parents, and even our grandfather, now 85, who was still alive and able to participate in some sessions. In one session, the family therapist worked with our grandfather about erasing Uncle Robert from family memory after his death. Our grandfather broke down and admitted he'd been ashamed that his most successful son had died while his ordinary son survived. He said he'd removed photos and suppressed memories because he didn't want to show favoritism to a dead son over the living one. But the therapist explained that erasure didn't protect my father. It taught him that success and prominence in the family were threatening, and that the way to deal with successful siblings was to erase them from memory. The therapist said, "You taught your surviving son that being overshadowed by an accomplished sibling is so painful that the only solution is to erase the accomplished sibling. Your son internalized that lesson, and when his own daughter began to overshadow his son, he unconsciously supported his son's attempt to erase her." 3 generations of our family had been operating under the same toxic pattern. When one child is more successful than the other, erase the successful one to protect the feelings of the less successful one. Owen has been unpacking this in therapy. He said, "I didn't consciously think, Dad's family erased the successful brother, so I should erase my successful sister. But there was always this feeling in our family that too much success by one person was threatening, that standing out too much was selfish, that if someone was too accomplished, it made everyone else look bad." Owen said he'd absorbed a family culture where achievement was both valued and resented, and where the solution to feeling overshadowed was to diminish the person casting the shadow. My father has apologized profusely, acknowledging that his own unprocessed feelings about being the lesser brother created an environment where Owen felt entitled to erase me to make himself feel more important. My grandfather has written me a letter, apologizing for creating the family pattern that ultimately led to my exclusion. He said, "I should have honored Robert's memory instead of erasing it. If I'd done that, your father wouldn't have learned that successful siblings need to be removed, and Owen wouldn't have felt justified doing the same to you." My relationship with Owen is slowly rebuilding. He's in therapy addressing not just his behavior toward me, but the underlying family patterns about achievement, success, and sibling rivalry that created the conditions for his erasure of me. My relationship with my father is more complicated. I understand now that he was carrying his own sibling trauma, and that he unconsciously perpetuated a pattern he'd inherited. But he still enabled Owen's exclusion of me for years, and benefited from my reduced presence in family memory. As for the original question, did I go too far exposing Owen at Grandpa's birthday party? The exposure was harsh. It hurt Owen and disrupted a celebration. But it also broke a 3-generation pattern of dealing with successful siblings by erasing them from family memory and narrative. If I hadn't exposed Owen publicly, the pattern would have continued. My grandfather would have died without ever addressing how he'd erased Uncle Robert. My father would have never confronted his own feelings of inadequacy and how they'd influenced his parenting. Owen would have continued managing family memory to center himself at my expense. The exposure was painful, but it forced our family to confront an intergenerational pattern of erasure that had been harming us for decades. A pattern where families deal with achievement and success by eliminating the successful person from memory rather than celebrating them. We're healing now, slowly. Owen is learning to handle his feelings of inadequacy without trying to erase those who make him feel inadequate. My father is processing his own sibling trauma and how it affected his parenting. My grandfather is making peace with the fact that his grief led him to erase his own son from family history. And I'm reclaiming my place in family photos, memories, and narratives. Not as the too successful daughter who needs to be managed or minimized, but as a person who deserves to be seen, remembered, and included, regardless of how my achievements make others feel. The past 6 years of exclusion and erasure are still lost, but we have the future. And this time, family photos will include everyone, successful or not, present or distant, accomplished or ordinary. Because the solution to feeling overshadowed is not to erase those who shine. It's to learn that someone else's light doesn't diminish your own. I exposed my sister for taking credit for the charity I founded at her awards gala. I, 26F, recently discovered that my older sister, Rebecca, 31F, has been claiming she founded and runs a successful youth mentorship nonprofit that I actually created, and she's been using this false narrative to build a career in nonprofit consulting and advocacy. When I exposed her during a gala where she was receiving a humanitarian award, it destroyed her reputation and career, but also fractured our family. Some people think I was justified in protecting my organization's integrity, while others believe I should have handled it through legal channels instead of public humiliation. For context, 5 years ago, when I was 21 and in college, I founded a nonprofit called First Gen Forward that provides mentorship, resources, and scholarships to first-generation college students from low-income backgrounds. I created this organization because I was a first-gen student myself and had struggled to navigate college without family guidance or financial support. I started small, matching college students with high school students in similar situations, creating resource guides, hosting workshops. Over 5 years, First Gen Forward grew significantly. We now serve over 500 students annually, have partnerships with 30 universities, have awarded over $200,000 in scholarships, and have a staff of 12 people plus hundreds of volunteers. I'm the founder and executive director. It's been my passion project and essentially my full-time job for the past 3 years since graduating. The organization is my life's work. Every program, every partnership, every success story represents countless hours of my labor and dedication. Rebecca, my older sister, has been tangentially involved with First Gen Forward since I started it. She helped me file the initial paperwork for nonprofit status, attended some early fundraising events, and served on the board of directors for the first 2 years before stepping down due to time constraints. I'd always been grateful for her early support, though, honestly, her involvement had been minimal compared to the work I'd put in. She'd helped with administrative setup, but she'd never developed programs, recruited mentors, written grants, or done any of the actual operational work that made the organization successful. 2 months ago, I was scrolling social media and saw a post from a nonprofit professional development conference. The post featured keynote speaker Rebecca, last name, founder of First Gen Forward, speaking on building sustainable youth mentorship organizations. Founder. Rebecca was being introduced as the founder of my organization. I was confused and angry. I clicked through to the conference website and found Rebecca's full speaker bio. Rebecca, last name, founded First Gen Forward in 2019 to support first-generation college students through mentorship and resources. Under her leadership, the organization has grown to serve 500-plus students annually and has partnered with 30-plus universities nationwide. Rebecca now consults with nonprofits and educational institutions on youth program development. Every achievement listed was mine. Every milestone was something I'd accomplished. But Rebecca's bio presented her as the founder and leader responsible for all of it. I called Rebecca immediately and demanded to know why she was claiming to have founded First Gen Forward. She was defensive and said she'd helped found it by assisting with the legal paperwork, so calling herself a founder was technically accurate. I said there's a difference between helping with paperwork and actually founding an organization, conceiving the idea, developing the programs, building the partnerships, doing the work. Rebecca said I was splitting hairs, and that her early contributions meant she could legitimately claim co-founder status. I pointed out that her bio didn't say co-founder, it said founder, with no mention of me at all. It also claimed she'd led the organization's growth, which was completely false. She'd stepped down from the board 3 years ago and hadn't been involved operationally since then. Rebecca said, "You're being territorial. We're sisters. The organization represents our family's commitment to education. Does it really matter whose name is attached to it publicly?" I said yes, it absolutely mattered. This was my life's work, my career, my passion project. She couldn't just claim credit for it to build her own consulting career. Rebecca said I was being ungrateful for her early support, and that I wouldn't have succeeded without her help with the initial setup. She said she had a right to claim involvement in the organization's founding, and that she was marketing herself using work she'd legitimately contributed to. I started investigating and discovered this wasn't just one speaking engagement. Rebecca had been presenting herself as the founder of First Gen Forward for at least 2 years. Her LinkedIn listed her as founder, First Gen Forward, 2019 to 2021, with no mention of me. She'd done multiple speaking engagements at conferences where she was introduced as the founder. She'd written articles for nonprofit publications where she discussed her journey founding First Gen Forward. She'd even been hired as a nonprofit consultant by 3 different organizations based partly on her claimed experience as a successful nonprofit founder. Rebecca had built an entire secondary career on falsely claiming to have founded my organization. She was making money consulting other nonprofits on how to build programs like mine, programs she'd never actually built herself. When I confronted her with all of this, she said, "I helped you at the beginning when no one else believed in your idea. I made it legitimate by handling the legal structure. I deserve credit for that contribution, and I'm not going to downplay my role just because you want all the glory." I told Rebecca she needed to publicly correct the record, update her bio, inform conferences and publications that she wasn't the founder, and apologized to organizations she'd consulted for under false pretenses. She refused. She said correcting the record would damage her professional credibility, and that she'd worked hard to build her consulting practice. She said if I tried to publicly contradict her claim to be the founder, she'd tell people I was trying to erase her contributions out of jealousy of her success. Rebecca said, "First Gen Forward exists because I helped you navigate the legal requirements. You can run the day-to-day operations and call yourself executive director. Let me have the founder title for my consulting work. We both benefit. The organization gets publicity through my speaking, and I get credibility for my practice." I was furious. Rebecca wanted to falsely claim credit for founding my organization so she could profit from it while doing none of the actual work. Last week, I learned that Rebecca was being honored at a major nonprofit sector gala with the Emerging Leader in Youth Development Award. The award description explicitly cited her founding First Gen Forward and demonstrating innovative leadership in youth mentorship. The gala had 300 attendees, including nonprofit executives, foundation directors, government officials, and major donors. It was being live-streamed to the nonprofit community. Rebecca was receiving an award for founding an organization she didn't found. I bought a ticket to the gala. When Rebecca received her award and took the stage to give her acceptance speech, she thanked people who'd supported her vision for First Gen Forward from the beginning and talked about the challenges of building a nonprofit from the ground up. When she finished her speech and asked if there were any questions, I stood up. I said, "I have a question. Rebecca, you've claimed to have founded First Gen Forward, but I founded that organization in 2019. You helped with initial paperwork filing, but had no involvement in conceiving the idea, developing programs, or building partnerships. You served on the board for 2 years and then stepped down. I've been the executive director and actual operational leader since day one. Why are you accepting an award for founding an organization you didn't found?" The room went silent. Rebecca said I was misremembering our collaborative founding and that we'd built the organization together as sisters. I said, "I have the original incorporation documents showing me as sole founder and first executive director. I have board meeting minutes from our first 2 years showing your limited involvement. I have emails where I pitched the initial concept to you, asking for help with paperwork, not collaboration on founding. You didn't found First Gen Forward. You helped with administrative tasks for an organization I founded. There's a difference." I'd brought copies of documentation, incorporation papers, early board minutes, emails showing the actual founding process. I distributed them to the award committee members in attendance. The gala organizers were mortified. They'd given an award based on Rebecca's claimed credentials without verifying the information. Several nonprofit executives in attendance recognized me as the actual executive director of First Gen Forward from conferences where I'd presented about our programs. Rebecca tried to defend herself, saying she'd been instrumental in the founding and that I was attacking her out of professional jealousy. But the documentation was clear. She'd helped with paperwork for an organization I'd already conceptualized and begun operating. The award committee asked Rebecca to return the award pending investigation. The gala ended in chaos with people questioning what other credentials Rebecca had misrepresented. Since then, Rebecca's consulting practice has collapsed. Organizations she'd consulted for have demanded refunds, saying they'd hired her based on false credentials. Conference organizers have asked her to return speaking fees. Publications have issued corrections on articles where she'd claimed to found First Gen Forward. My family is furious with me. My parents say I humiliated Rebecca at a professional event when I should have resolved this privately through lawyers. They say I destroyed her career over a disagreement about who did what at the beginning of your organization. My younger brother says Rebecca was wrong to claim founder status, but that exposing her publicly was cruel and vindictive when I could have demanded corrections through private legal pressure. Several of Rebecca's friends have told me I was jealous of her success and sabotaged her career because I couldn't handle her being recognized for her contributions. But nonprofit colleagues who know the actual history of First Gen Forward have supported me, saying false credential claims undermine the entire sector's credibility and needed to be exposed. Did I go too far by exposing Rebecca during the awards gala instead of pursuing private legal action? Update. Rebecca had fabricated credentials with multiple organizations, not just mine. I posted 7 weeks ago about exposing my sister Rebecca at an awards gala for falsely claiming she founded the nonprofit I created. Most responses supported my decision to expose false credentials publicly, though some thought I should have pursued private legal remedies. Since then, the nonprofit sector has been dealing with revelations that Rebecca's false claims extended far beyond taking credit for my organization. She'd been fabricating involvement with multiple organizations and projects to build a consulting practice based almost entirely on work she'd never done. After the gala exposure, the awards committee launched a formal investigation into Rebecca's credentials. They'd given her an Emerging Leader in Youth Development award based on her claimed accomplishments, and they needed to verify what, if anything, she'd actually done. The investigation revealed that Rebecca's entire professional portfolio was built on exaggerated or fabricated claims. She claimed to have co-founded 2 other nonprofit organizations, but investigation showed she'd attended 1 board meeting for each and had no ongoing involvement. She claimed to have led a successful fundraising campaign that raised $500,000 for educational programs, but she'd actually just volunteered at 2 events for that campaign with no leadership role. She claimed to have developed a mentorship curriculum being used by 20 schools, but she'd actually just reviewed and given feedback on a curriculum someone else developed. She claimed to have consulted for a major national nonprofit, but her actual involvement was attending a public workshop they hosted. Essentially, Rebecca had taken minimal, peripheral involvement with various legitimate organizations and projects, and had transformed those connections into claims of leadership, founding, development, and consultation. The investigation also revealed how Rebecca had been systematically misrepresenting her credentials to build her consulting business. She'd created a professional website, LinkedIn profile, and speaker materials that claimed extensive nonprofit leadership experience she'd never actually had. Organizations that had hired her for consulting services felt deceived. One educational foundation told investigators they'd paid Rebecca $15,000 to consult on building a mentorship program because her bio claimed she'd founded and scaled a successful youth mentorship nonprofit serving 500-plus students. They'd hired her specifically for that expertise that was actually mine, not hers. A university that had hired Rebecca to help develop a first-gen student support program said they'd chosen her over other consultants because she claimed to have founded First Gen Forward and grown it to national recognition. They'd paid her $25,000 for consulting work that was based entirely on credentials she didn't possess. The revelations got worse. Rebecca had also been falsely claiming an advanced degree she didn't have. Her bio listed a Master of Public Administration in Nonprofit Management from a prestigious university. Investigation revealed she'd taken 2 online courses from that university, but had never enrolled in their MPA program. Rebecca had literally fabricated an entire graduate degree to support her consulting credentials. When confronted with evidence of the fake degree, Rebecca claimed it was a misunderstanding. She'd meant to convey that she'd done graduate-level coursework in nonprofit management, not that she had an actual master's degree. But her bio and materials explicitly stated MPA in Nonprofit Management, with the university name and graduation year. The nonprofit professional community was shocked. Rebecca had presented herself as a credentialed expert with founding experience, leadership accomplishments, and advanced education, but almost none of it was true. Several organizations have now filed complaints with professional associations that Rebecca was a member of. She's been stripped of her certification as a Certified Nonprofit Professional, because that certification requires verification of credentials, and her credentials were fabricated. Rebecca's response has been to claim she's being persecuted for marketing myself effectively, and that everyone exaggerates on their resume. She's posted on social media that the nonprofit sector is elitist and punishes people for not having traditional credentials. But the professional community hasn't been sympathetic. This wasn't resume exaggeration. It was systematic fabrication of credentials, degrees, and accomplishments to deceive paying clients. My family's response has been complex. My parents initially continued to blame me for the exposure, saying I'd started a witch hunt that spiraled beyond just the first Gen Forward issue. But after learning about the fabricated degree and the extent of Rebecca's lies, they've struggled to defend her. My mother said, "I knew Rebecca was doing nonprofit consulting, but I had no idea she was lying about her credentials. I thought she'd actually done the work she claimed to have done." My father has been angrier. She lied to us too. She told us she'd gotten her master's degree, and we threw her a graduation party. We celebrated an accomplishment that never happened. We've been telling people our daughter has a graduate degree in nonprofit management for 3 years, and it was all a lie. The family gathering where my parents confronted Rebecca about the fabricated credentials was apparently explosive. Rebecca maintained that she'd never explicitly claimed to have graduated with the degree, just that she'd studied at that level. My parents showed her printed copies of her professional materials that clearly stated MPA in Nonprofit Management, University, 2021. Rebecca then shifted to saying that formal credentials don't matter, and that her actual consulting work had been valuable regardless of her educational background. My parents pointed out that organizations had paid her specifically because of credentials she claimed to have, and that was fraud. Several of Rebecca's former consulting clients have contacted me asking about the actual work and history of First Gen Forward, since they'd hired Rebecca based on expertise she claimed from my organization. I've been transparent with them about what Rebecca's actual involvement was, minimal, and what work was actually mine. One organization has asked if I'd be willing to consult for them instead, since they'd wanted the expertise Rebecca falsely claimed to have. I've agreed to help them, though it feels strange to be benefiting professionally from my sister's downfall. But the most disturbing revelation came from a nonprofit called Youth Rising that had hired Rebecca as an interim executive director last year. Youth Rising is a small organization working with at-risk youth, and they'd hired Rebecca based on her claimed experience founding and leading First Gen Forward to serve 500-plus students. Youth Rising's board contacted me after the scandal broke and asked if I could review some financial irregularities they'd discovered during Rebecca's tenure. What I found was shocking. Rebecca had been using very similar fundraising materials and program descriptions to what we use at First Gen Forward, but applying them to Youth Rising's work. She'd essentially taken our successful fundraising language, our program descriptions, and our impact metrics, and had used them to raise money for Youth Rising. But the programs didn't actually exist in the way she described them. She'd raised money promising mentorship services she hadn't developed and outcomes she hadn't achieved. Youth Rising's board is now investigating whether Rebecca committed fraud during her time as their interim executive director. They believe she may have misappropriated funds raised for programs she described but never actually implemented. This has moved beyond just false credentials. Rebecca may have actually stolen money from a nonprofit by raising funds for non-existent programs. Did I go too far by exposing Rebecca at the gala, knowing it would trigger investigations that revealed not just credential fabrication, but potential financial fraud? Final update. Rebecca's therapy revealed the family pressure that drove her fabrications. It's been 5 months since I exposed my sister Rebecca for falsely claiming she founded my nonprofit, triggering investigations that revealed she'd fabricated credentials across her entire career and possibly committed fraud. Her professional life has been destroyed, but mandatory therapy sessions, required as part of a settlement with organizations she'd defrauded, have revealed the origin of her credential fabrication, and it connects to family dynamics I'd been unaware of. After my last update, Rebecca faced potential criminal fraud charges from Youth Rising for misappropriating donated funds. She agreed to a settlement where she'd repay the funds, approximately $30,000, complete therapy addressing her pattern of dishonesty, and not work in nonprofit management for 5 years. The settlement allowed her to avoid prosecution. As part of the settlement, Rebecca's therapist required family sessions to address what the therapist called achievement-related family dynamics that contributed to the client's need to fabricate credentials. I was skeptical. Rebecca had lied and stolen, and I didn't see how family dynamics excused that. But the therapist said understanding causation wasn't about excusing behavior, it was about preventing future harm. In our second family session, the therapist asked Rebecca when she'd first felt pressure to achieve credentials she didn't actually have. Rebecca's answer shocked me. When, my name, founded First Gen Forward at 21, and I realized I'd never accomplish anything that impressive. The therapist asked Rebecca to explain. Rebecca said that when I'd founded the nonprofit at such a young age, our parents had been incredibly proud. They'd told everyone about my accomplishment, had supported the organization, and had essentially made my nonprofit the centerpiece of family pride. Rebecca said, I was 26 when she founded it. I had a regular job in event planning, nothing special, nothing impressive. Suddenly, my little sister had founded this amazing organization that was helping hundreds of students, and I was just planning corporate events. The therapist asked our parents, how did you respond to Rebecca's career compared to her sister's nonprofit work? My parents looked uncomfortable. My mother admitted, we were very proud of my name's nonprofit. We probably talked about it a lot. We didn't mean to make Rebecca feel inadequate. My father added, Rebecca had a good job. We were proud of her too. But founding a nonprofit that helps kids, that's objectively more impressive than event planning. We couldn't help being excited about it. Rebecca said, every family gathering, every holiday, every conversation, it was all about First Gen Forward. How many students are you mentoring now? What universities are you partnering with? How much scholarship money have you awarded? I'd show up and talk about the corporate events I'd planned, and I could see everyone's eyes glaze over. Nobody cared about my work because it wasn't changing lives like hers was. The therapist said, so you felt invisible and inadequate compared to your sister's accomplishments, and you began fabricating credentials to create comparable achievements. Rebecca nodded. I helped with the paperwork for First Gen Forward at the beginning. I thought if I could claim more involvement, maybe I'd get some of the recognition. Maybe I'd matter to our family the way she mattered. I was processing this. I'd never realized Rebecca felt overshadowed by my nonprofit work. But the therapist wasn't letting her off the hook. Feeling inadequate might explain why you started fabricating credentials, but it doesn't excuse stealing credit for your sister's work or defrauding organizations. Can you take responsibility for the harm you caused, separate from the family dynamics that contributed to your choices? Rebecca struggled with this. She kept returning to how invisible she'd felt compared to me, how desperate she'd been for recognition from our parents, how crushing it was to watch me succeed so young while she felt stuck in a regular career. But then my mother said something that changed the conversation. Rebecca, you've always needed external validation more than your sister has. Even before the nonprofit, you needed constant praise and recognition. Is that our fault as parents? The therapist asked what my mother meant. My mother explained that as children, Rebecca had always been the achiever who brought home perfect grades, won awards, and sought parental approval. I'd been more internally motivated and less concerned with recognition. My father added, Rebecca thrived on being the best, being recognized, being praised. When she was the older sister with all the achievements, that worked. But when accomplished something bigger, Rebecca couldn't handle not being the most impressive anymore. The therapist asked Rebecca, "Did you build your sense of self-worth on being the most accomplished person in your family? And when that changed, did your sense of self collapse?" Rebecca started crying. "I don't know who I am if I'm not the successful one. I don't know how to be proud of myself if I'm not better than everyone else. When founded something I could never compete with, I felt like I disappeared, like I didn't matter anymore." The therapist worked with Rebecca over several more sessions on what she called achievement-based identity. The idea that Rebecca had built her entire self-worth on external accomplishments and comparative success. When I'd founded First Gen Forward and become objectively more accomplished than Rebecca, it had shattered her identity. She'd responded by fabricating credentials to create the appearance of comparable success because she genuinely didn't know how to exist without being the successful one. But the therapist also addressed our parents' role. You created a family culture where worth was measured by impressive achievements. That worked when Rebecca was the high achiever. But when both daughters were adults and one accomplished something genuinely remarkable, Rebecca couldn't cope with not being the most impressive anymore. My parents have struggled with this feedback. My mother said, "We were proud of both girls. We never said Rebecca was worth less because her career was less impressive than a nonprofit founder." But the therapist said, "You didn't have to say it. The amount of attention, pride, and conversation devoted to First Gen Forward communicated what you valued. Rebecca internalized that her worth depended on having achievements that generated that level of family pride." I've been processing my own role in this dynamic. I founded First Gen Forward because I was passionate about helping First Gen students, not to compete with Rebecca. But I can't deny that the family attention and pride felt good, and I probably didn't notice how much space my organization took up in family conversations. Rebecca and I are slowly rebuilding some relationship, though it's fundamentally changed. She's in therapy, working on building self-worth independent from external achievements or comparison to me. She's working a regular job in administrative work and learning to be okay with not having an impressive career. She's written apology letters to everyone she defrauded, acknowledging that her need for recognition doesn't excuse theft and fraud. The nonprofit community has been less forgiving. Rebecca is essentially blacklisted from nonprofit work due to her fabricated credentials and fraud. But she's accepted that consequence as appropriate for her actions. My parents are in therapy processing how their pride in my work inadvertently created pressure that contributed to Rebecca's desperation for comparable recognition. As for the original question, did I go too far by exposing Rebecca at the gala? I've stopped framing it that way. Rebecca built a career on false credentials, including stealing credit for my work. I exposed that fraud. The subsequent revelations of more fabrication and potential criminal fraud were consequences of Rebecca's choices, not my exposure. What I've learned is that families can create toxic dynamics around achievement without realizing it. My parents' pride in my nonprofit was genuine and justified, but the amount of family attention it received made Rebecca feel invisible and worthless by comparison. Rebecca's response to feeling worthless was to fabricate credentials and steal credit. That was wrong and harmful, but it was also a symptom of a family that measured worth by impressive achievements and left no room for being proud of ordinary work. Rebecca is learning to find worth in herself without external validation. My parents are learning to celebrate achievements without creating comparison. And I'm learning that my success, while earned, existed in a family context where it overshadowed and hurt someone I love. The exposure was necessary to protect the integrity of my organization and the nonprofit sector. The family healing that followed was necessary to address dynamics that had been broken long before I ever founded First Gen Forward. Sometimes, exposure isn't about revenge. It's about truth that forces everyone, including the exposer, to confront painful realities about how we relate to each other and what we value. I let my family think I was still single while secretly getting married. I, 27 from an F, recently got married in a private ceremony without telling my family, after discovering they'd been systematically sabotaging my romantic relationships for years to keep me single and available as their emotional support person. When they found out about my marriage 6 months later, it triggered a crisis as they realized they'd lost their primary source of family labor and emotional management. Some people think I was wrong to exclude my family from my wedding, while others say they'd forfeited their right to be included by deliberately destroying my relationships. For background, I've been single for most of my adult life, despite wanting a serious relationship. I've had multiple relationships that seemed promising but always ended badly, usually with the person breaking up with me suddenly, often citing concerns about my family situation, or saying things felt too complicated. I'd always assumed I was the problem. Maybe I was too focused on my family. Maybe I wasn't good at maintaining boundaries between family and romantic relationships. Maybe I attracted the wrong type of people who couldn't handle that I came from a close-knit family. My family is indeed close-knit, maybe too much so. I'm the middle of 3 daughters. My older sister, Claire, 30 from an F, is married with 2 kids and lives across the country. My younger sister, Zoe, 24 from an F, is engaged and planning her wedding. I'm the only daughter who still lives in our hometown, about 15 minutes from my parents. Since Claire moved away and Zoe is focused on her own relationship, I've become the primary family support person. I'm the one who visits my parents multiple times a week. I'm the one who mediates conflicts between family members. I'm the one who plans all family gatherings and holidays. I'm the one who helps with any family crisis or problem. I'm the emotional center of the family. My mother, Patricia, 56 from an F, calls me daily, sometimes multiple times, to talk through whatever she's dealing with. My father, Robert, 58 Mamel, relies on me to manage family logistics and communication. When Claire visits from across the country, I'm expected to coordinate everything and make sure it goes smoothly. This role has been all-consuming. Between my full-time job and my family obligations, I haven't had much time or energy for my own social life and relationships. But I wanted a relationship. I wanted a partner, and eventually, marriage and children. I'd been actively dating for years, trying to find someone compatible. 6 months ago, I was dating someone I really cared about, James, 28 Mamel. We'd been together for 4 months, and things were getting serious. He'd met my family a few times, and I'd thought it went well. Then James broke up with me suddenly. He said he cared about me but couldn't continue the relationship because of my family dynamics. He said my family was too involved in my life, and that he didn't think there'd ever be room for him. I was heartbroken and confused. Yes, my family was close, but James had known that from the beginning. What had changed? A few days after the breakup, I got a message from James's best friend, David, who I'd met several times. David said he needed to tell me something that James didn't want to share. David explained that James had received multiple phone calls from my mother over the course of our relationship. In these calls, my mother had told James that I wasn't ready for a serious relationship because I was still processing past trauma, that I had commitment issues and a pattern of getting scared and pulling away from relationships, that I was very fragile emotionally and couldn't handle stress, that my family was very close and protective, and any partner of mine would need to accept that family would always come first. That I was considering moving across the country for a job opportunity and probably wasn't looking for anything serious locally. None of this was true. I hadn't shared any of these things with my mother because they weren't real. My mother had fabricated these concerns and presented them to James as insider information from someone who knew me well. James, trusting my mother's assessment of my emotional state and relationship readiness, had decided to end things before we got more serious. He'd thought he was doing the right thing by letting me go before I got hurt. I was stunned. My mother had deliberately sabotaged my relationship with James by lying to him about me. I confronted my mother. She initially denied having those conversations, but when I told her David had informed me about them, she admitted it, but said she'd been trying to protect me. She said James wasn't right for me, and that she'd been concerned I was getting too serious too fast. She said she'd only wanted to give him some perspective on my emotional state so he could make informed decisions. I said, "You lied to him. You told him things that weren't true to make him think I wasn't relationship material." My mother said, "I was worried about you. You were spending so much time with James and neglecting family. I thought if he understood how important family is to you, he'd either step up or step back." I realized she'd wanted him to step back. She'd given him information designed to make him doubt the relationship. I started thinking about my past relationships and breakups. How many of them had ended with the person citing concerns about my family situation, or saying I seemed not ready? How many times had exes mentioned things about me that weren't true, but that sounded like they could have come from someone who knew me? I called 3 of my most recent exes and asked if any of them had ever spoken to my mother or family members about our relationship. All 3 confirmed they had. One ex, Michael, said my mother had called him out of the blue, saying she was concerned about my emotional well-being and wanted his perspective on whether I seemed stable. The call had made him question whether I had mental health issues my mother was trying to address indirectly. Another ex, Brian, said my father had taken him aside at a family dinner and told him I'd always been flighty about commitment and had a pattern of backing out of serious relationships. Brian said this had made him doubt whether I was actually interested in long-term commitment. A third ex, Daniel, said my sister Claire had messaged him saying I'd confided that I wasn't sure I was ready for marriage and was feeling pressure. This had made Daniel pull back, thinking I needed space. My family had been systematically interfering in my relationships for years. They'd been calling my partners, messaging them, taking them aside at family events, always sharing false or misleading information designed to make these men doubt the relationship or doubt my readiness for commitment. I confronted my entire family, my parents and both sisters, about this pattern. They initially tried to claim it was just concern for my well-being, but when I pressed them, my mother admitted the truth. She said, "You're the only daughter still here, still available to help the family. Claire moved away. Zoe is busy with her own relationship. If you get seriously involved with someone, especially if you get married, you'll be focused on your own life and won't be available for family anymore. We need you. The family needs you." My father agreed. "You've always been the one holding this family together. You're the one who makes sure everyone stays connected and taken care of. If you're focused on a marriage and potentially kids of your own, who's going to do that?" They'd been sabotaging my relationships to keep me single and available as the family's emotional support and logistical manager. I was devastated and furious. I told them they'd stolen years of potential happiness from me by deliberately destroying my relationships. My mother said, "We were protecting the family. And honestly, none of those men were good enough for you anyway." I said, "You don't get to decide that. You don't get to interfere in my relationships to keep me available for family labor." 2 weeks later, I reconnected with James. I explained what I'd discovered, that my mother had lied to him, that the information he'd received about me wasn't true, and that my family had been systematically interfering in my relationships. James was shocked and angry on my behalf. We started dating again, this time with clear boundaries about my family's involvement. 3 months later, James proposed. I said yes, but I made a decision. I wasn't going to tell my family about the engagement or the wedding. They'd forfeited their right to be part of this milestone by deliberately destroying my previous relationships. James and I got married in a small private ceremony with just his family and a few close friends. It was beautiful and intimate, and exactly what we wanted. For 6 months after the wedding, I continued interacting with my family as if nothing had changed. I still visited, still helped with family logistics, still mediated conflicts. I just didn't mention that I was now married. I wore my wedding ring on a chain under my clothes when I was with my family. I kept all evidence of marriage hidden. Last month, my mother found out accidentally. She was at my apartment and saw a piece of mail addressed to me with my married name. She asked about it, and I confirmed I'd gotten married 6 months ago. The fallout was immediate and explosive. My mother was devastated and furious that I'd gotten married without telling her. My father said I'd betrayed the family by excluding them from such a major life event. My sisters were hurt that they hadn't been invited to the wedding. My mother said, "How could you get married without your family? We're your family. We deserve to be there." I said, "You spent years destroying my relationships so I'd stay single and available to manage family needs. You forfeited your right to celebrate my marriage when you actively tried to prevent me from having one. Did I go too far by getting married without telling my family after discovering they'd been sabotaging my relationships?" Update. My family's group chat revealed they'd been coordinating relationship sabotage tactics. I posted 3 months ago about getting married without telling my family, after discovering they'd been systematically sabotaging my romantic relationships for years. Most responses supported my decision to exclude them from my wedding, though some thought I should have confronted them before marriage rather than after. Since then, my sister Claire accidentally sent me screenshots that revealed my family had been using a private group chat to coordinate their relationship interference, discussing specific tactics to use on each of my partners and celebrating when relationships ended. After my family discovered I'd been married for 6 months, things were tense. My mother was hurt and angry, my father was disappointed, and my sisters felt excluded. They kept insisting I should have given them a chance to be better before excluding them from my wedding. I maintained that they'd had years to be better and had instead chosen to sabotage my relationships, so they'd lost the privilege of being part of my marriage celebration. 2 weeks ago, my sister Claire was texting me about an upcoming family gathering. She was sending multiple messages quickly, and one of them was a screenshot that appeared to be accidentally sent to me instead of to someone else. The screenshot showed a group chat called Family Core that included my parents and both sisters, but not me. The visible messages were from 2 years ago and showed them discussing someone I'd been dating at the time. My mother had written, "She's getting too serious with this one. Someone needs to talk to him." Claire had responded, "I can message him about her commitment issues again. That worked last time." My father had written, "Make sure he knows family will always be her priority. That usually scares them off." I immediately asked Claire what this group chat was and asked her to send me the full conversation history. She initially tried to claim it was nothing, just family staying connected. But when I pressed her, she admitted it was a chat where the family discussed me and my relationships. She said, "You're not included in it because, well, it's where we talk about you. And sometimes we strategize about how to handle situations with your dating life." I demanded she send me the full chat history. After a day of resistance, Claire finally sent me screenshots of the entire group chat going back 5 years. What I found was horrifying. My family had been using this chat to coordinate sophisticated interference campaigns for every serious relationship I'd had in the past 5 years. For each person I dated, there was a pattern. First, my family would assess whether they thought the relationship was getting too serious. Their metric for too serious seemed to be whether I was spending significant time with the person and less time available for family obligations. Then they'd strategize about how to interfere. Messages like, "She canceled Sunday dinner for a date with him again. We need to slow this down." Or, "She's talking about taking a vacation with him. That's moving too fast. Someone needs to intervene." Then they'd coordinate specific tactics. Mom would call the boyfriend expressing concerns about my emotional readiness. Dad would have man-to-man talks about my alleged commitment issues. Claire would message from across the country, claiming insider knowledge about my relationship patterns. Zoe would create emergencies, requiring my immediate attention to disrupt important dates or plans. They'd share scripts with each other. Tell him she's always been the family caretaker and probably can't balance a serious relationship with family obligations. They'd celebrate in the chat when relationships ended. Crisis averted! She's single again, thank God. We're not losing her yet. There were literally dozens of messages coordinating interference across multiple relationships. They'd been operating like a team working to keep me single. But what really devastated me were messages showing they knew exactly what they were doing and why. My mother had written, "I know we're interfering in her love life, but she's the only one who keeps this family functioning. Claire is gone, Zoe is self-absorbed. We need, my name, available and focused on family. A serious relationship threatens that." My father had written, "Is it wrong that I'm relieved every time one of her relationships fails? I know she wants to get married eventually, but I'm not ready to lose her attention and support." Claire had written, "I feel guilty about this, but I need her managing mom and dad so I don't have to. When she's dating seriously, she's less available to handle family stuff, and then it falls to me." Zoe had written, "I know I should want her to be happy, but honestly, I need her help planning my wedding and dealing with mom. If she gets married herself, she'll be too busy." They'd been consciously, deliberately sabotaging my relationships because they needed me to remain single and available as the family's unpaid emotional labor force. I confronted them all together via video call. I shared the screenshots and asked them to defend what they'd done. There was a long silence. Then my mother said, "Those messages are out of context. We were just worried about you." I said, "You coordinated interference tactics. You celebrated when my relationships failed. You explicitly discussed keeping me single so I'd be available for family labor. That's not worry. That's manipulation." My father tried a different approach. "Maybe we went too far in some cases, but our hearts were in the right place. We were trying to protect you and protect the family." I said, "Protect the family from what? From me having my own life and relationships? From me being unavailable to manage everyone's emotions and logistics?" Zoe started crying and admitted, "I needed you to be single and available to help with my wedding. I knew that was selfish, but I didn't want to plan everything alone, and Claire couldn't help from across the country. So yes, I participated in the chat, and yes, I created emergencies to disrupt your dates." Claire said, "I moved across the country to escape the family dysfunction, but that meant someone had to manage mom and dad. You became that person, and I benefited from you being in that role because it meant I didn't have to be. So I helped sabotage your relationships to keep you in that role. I'm sorry. Did I go too far by cutting contact with my family after discovering they'd coordinated relationship sabotage for 5 years?" Final update. Family therapy revealed my mother sabotaged relationships because I reminded her of her own lost independence. It's been 8 months since I discovered my family had been sabotaging my relationships for years, and 6 months since I found the group chat showing they'd coordinated interference tactics. My marriage has thrived in my family's absence, but court-ordered family therapy sessions, related to harassment complaints I filed, revealed that my mother's sabotage was rooted in her own regrets about sacrificing her independence for family, and she'd been unconsciously preventing me from making different choices. After I discovered the family core group chat, I cut all contact with my family. I blocked them on my phone and social media, refused all communication attempts, and made it clear I was done with people who'd actively worked to keep me lonely and single. My family didn't respect these boundaries. They showed up at my home. They contacted my workplace. They sent flying monkeys, extended family members trying to mediate. After 3 months of harassment, my husband James and I filed for a restraining order. The judge didn't grant a full restraining order, but did mandate family therapy as a condition of any future contact, saying the family dynamics described were concerning enough to require professional intervention. The family therapist we were assigned specialized in enmeshment and boundary violations. In our fourth session, she asked my mother a direct question that changed everything. "Patricia, when did you first become afraid of losing your daughter to a romantic relationship?" My mother started crying immediately. After a long pause, she said, "When I realized she was making the same choices I made at her age, putting family first, being the dependable one, sacrificing her own relationships to keep everyone else happy." The therapist asked her to explain. My mother shared something I'd never heard before. When she was in her 20s, my mother had been engaged to someone she loved deeply. But my grandmother, her mother, had been ill and needed extensive care. My grandfather pressured my mother to break off her engagement to focus on caring for her mother, saying, "Family comes first," and "Your mother needs you more than you need a husband." My mother had broken off her engagement. Her fiancé moved on and married someone else. My mother spent the next 5 years as her mother's primary caregiver. After my grandmother died, my mother was 29, exhausted, and convinced she'd missed her chance for love. She met my father shortly after, a relationship born more from loneliness and convenience than passionate love. My mother said through tears, "I sacrificed my first love and my independence to take care of family. And then I watched you do the exact same thing, putting family first, being the responsible one, making yourself available whenever anyone needed you. And I watched men come into your life who might take you away from family, who might give you a life outside of being the family caretaker." The therapist asked, "So when you sabotaged your daughter's relationships, what were you really doing?" My mother said something that made everything click. "I was keeping her in the role I was trapped in. If she got married and built her own life, it would prove that I didn't have to sacrifice mine. It would show that I had a choice back then, and I made the wrong choice. I needed her to stay trapped like I was, because if she got free, it meant I could have gotten free too." The therapist explained that this was a documented pattern. Parents who sacrificed their own happiness for family often unconsciously prevent their children from making different choices because their children's freedom highlights their own lost opportunities. My mother had been sabotaging my relationships not just to keep me available for family labor, but because my independence and happiness would have forced her to confront her own regrets about the sacrifices she'd made. The therapist asked, "If your daughter had married young and built her own life, what would that have meant about your own choice to sacrifice your engagement?" My mother whispered, "That I didn't have to, that I chose wrong, that I wasted my life being the family caretaker when I could have been happy with the man I loved." My father, who'd been silent until this point, spoke up. "So our entire marriage has been you settling for me because you sacrificed your real relationship for family duty." The therapy session devolved into my parents confronting their marriage's foundation, that my mother had never truly chosen my father, she'd just accepted him after sacrificing the relationship she actually wanted. But the session also revealed that my father had his own motives for sabotaging my relationships. He admitted, "I was terrified of becoming like my own father, elderly and alone, because his children moved on with their own lives. I watched my dad die lonely in a nursing home because none of us had time to visit regularly. I needed at least one child to stay close and available. That was you." Both my sisters acknowledged they'd participated in the sabotage to avoid having to step up as family caregivers. Claire said, "I escaped and built my own life, but I knew someone had to manage Mom and Dad. I was relieved it was you instead of me, so I helped keep you in that role." Zoe said, "I'm the youngest, and I've always been allowed to be selfish. You were the responsible middle child. I participated in keeping you single because it meant you stayed in your role, and I got to keep being the baby who doesn't have to help." The therapist helped the family understand that they'd collectively sacrificed me to maintain their own comfort and to avoid confronting their own choices and responsibilities. My mother had sacrificed me to avoid facing her own regrets, My father had sacrificed me to avoid his fear of abandonment. My sisters had sacrificed me to avoid their own responsibilities. Over several months of therapy, my family has had to reckon with what they did and why. My mother is in individual therapy, addressing her lost relationship and the life she feels she wasted. My parents are in marriage counseling, confronting that their marriage was built on my mother's settling. Claire has acknowledged she needs to be more involved with our parents instead of expecting me to manage everything. Zoe has recognized she's been allowed to be self-focused her entire life because I was always the responsible one. As for me, I'm maintaining very firm boundaries. I've agreed to limited contact with my family, but I'm no longer their emotional center or logistics manager. My husband and my marriage are my priority, not managing my family's dysfunction. I also discovered through therapy that I'd unconsciously accepted the caretaker role because it made me feel needed and important. Learning to build my identity around my own life, rather than around being indispensable to my family, has been transformative. The question of whether I went too far by excluding my family from my wedding and cutting contact has become less relevant than understanding why they needed to keep me single and trapped. They didn't sabotage my relationships because they loved me too much. They did it because they needed me trapped in a role that served them, and because my freedom would have forced them to confront their own choices and take on responsibilities they'd been avoiding. My mother kept me single because my independence would have proved her own sacrifices were unnecessary. My father kept me single because he feared being abandoned in old age. My sisters kept me single because it meant they didn't have to help with family caregiving. I was convenient. I was useful. I was the solution to everyone else's problems and fears. But I'm not anymore. I'm married to someone who values me as a partner, not as a family service provider. I have my own life, my own priorities, my own future. My family is learning to function without me at the center. It's uncomfortable for them, but it's necessary. And my mother is finally confronting the life she sacrificed and the choices she made. Sometimes the cruelest thing a family can do is keep you trapped in a role that serves them while preventing you from living your own life. My family did that for years, actively sabotaging my chances at love and partnership because they needed me available. Getting married without them wasn't revenge. It was finally choosing myself over their needs, something I should have done years earlier. And refusing to return to the caretaker role isn't abandonment. It's finally living the life they tried so hard to prevent me from having. I moved away, and my family claimed I'd joined a cult to force me back home. I, 25 years ago, recently relocated to another state for a fresh start after years of enmeshment with my controlling family, only to have my parents and siblings launch a coordinated campaign claiming I'd been recruited by a cult and was experiencing a mental health crisis. When they staged an intervention involving police wellness checks, I had to prove to authorities that I was simply living independently for the first time, exposing my family's need to keep me trapped in dysfunction. Some people think my family was genuinely concerned for my well-being, while others say they deliberately pathologized my independence to maintain control over me. For background, I grew up in an extremely enmeshed family. My parents, particularly my mother, Sharon, 52 years ago, had very blurred boundaries with me and my siblings. We were expected to share everything: thoughts, feelings, decisions, plans. Privacy was considered secretive and suspicious. Independence was viewed as rejection of the family. I'm the middle child between my older brother, Kyle, 28 years ago, and younger sister, Megan, 22 years ago. All three of us lived at home well into our 20s. Kyle still lives with our parents. Megan moved out briefly for college but moved back after graduating. The expectation was that we'd all stay close to home, see the family multiple times a week, and make major life decisions collectively. I tried to conform to this for years. I lived at home through college, commuting to a local university. I worked a job near home. I saw my family constantly. Daily dinners, weekend activities, family events multiple times a week. But I was miserable. I had no privacy, no independence, no ability to make decisions without family input and approval. Every choice, what I studied, where I worked, who I dated, how I spent my free time, was subject to family discussion and often family veto. When I was 23, I started therapy to address my anxiety and depression. My therapist helped me recognize that my family dynamics were unhealthy, that the level of enmeshment and control I was experiencing wasn't normal family closeness. It was emotional dependency and manipulation. Over 2 years of therapy, I worked toward establishing boundaries and independence. I started by getting my own apartment, which my family treated as a betrayal. My mother cried and said I was abandoning them. My father said I was being selfish and breaking up the family. But I held firm. I moved into my own place, though it was still in the same city, and I still saw my family multiple times a week. Even that small step toward independence caused constant family conflict. My mother would show up at my apartment unannounced, expecting to be let in. When I said I needed advance notice for visits, she said I was shutting her out and creating walls between us. My father would call multiple times a day, and if I didn't answer, he'd assume something was wrong and would call my workplace or friends to check on me. My siblings were used as messengers to tell me how much I was hurting Mom by not being available whenever she wanted to see me. The family narrative became that I was going through something and pulling away and not acting like myself. My independence was pathologized as concerning behavior rather than healthy development. 6 months ago, I made a bigger decision. I accepted a job in another state, about 800 miles from my family. It was an excellent opportunity professionally, but more importantly, it was a chance to finally build a life separate from my family's constant presence and control. I told my family about the job and my plan to move. The reaction was extreme. My mother had a breakdown, crying and saying I was running away from the family. My father said I was making a reckless decision that would ruin my life. Kyle said I was being selfish and abandoning my responsibilities to the family. Megan said she felt betrayed that I was leaving her. They demanded I turn down the job offer. When I refused, they tried different tactics, questioning my mental health, saying I must be not thinking clearly to make such a drastic decision. Questioning the job itself, saying it sounded too good to be true and might be some kind of scam. Questioning my ability to live independently so far from family support. Creating crises and emergencies that required my presence, sudden health scares, family conflicts that needed my mediation. I held firm and moved anyway. I started my new job, got settled in my new city, and began building a life independent of constant family involvement. I maintained contact with my family, weekly phone calls, video chats, texting, but I wasn't available 24/7 anymore. I wasn't attending every family event. I wasn't involved in every family decision. This drove my family to escalate in concerning ways. First, they started calling constantly. If I didn't answer within an hour, they'd call repeatedly or text, demanding to know where I was and what I was doing. When I set boundaries about constant contact, saying I'd call weekly but wasn't available for daily check-ins, they said I was isolating, and it was concerning. Then they started asking strange questions during our calls. Was I eating properly? Was I sleeping well? Was I making friends? Had I joined any groups or organizations? I answered these questions honestly. Yes, I was taking care of myself. Yes, I'd made some friends. Yes, I'd joined a yoga studio and a hiking club. Their concern intensified. They asked detailed questions about the yoga studio. Who ran it? What kind of yoga? Was there any spiritual or religious component? They asked about the hiking club. Who organized it? How did I find it? Did it cost money to join? I thought they were just being overprotective parents adjusting to me living far away. I didn't realize they were building a narrative. 2 months after I moved, my parents showed up at my apartment unannounced. They'd driven 800 miles without telling me they were coming. I was shocked to find them at my door. They said they needed to see for themselves that I was okay. They wanted to tour my apartment, meet my friends, see my workplace. I was uncomfortable but let them stay for a visit. They were strange the whole time, examining my apartment closely, asking to see my computer and phone, questioning my neighbors about whether they'd noticed anything concerning about me. When they left, I felt uneasy but tried to move on. Then, 3 weeks ago, I received a call from local police asking to conduct a welfare check. My family had called them, claiming I was in a dangerous situation and potentially being held against my will. Police officers came to my apartment. I was confused and embarrassed. I explained that I was fine, living independently, and that my family was overreacting to me moving away. The officers seemed satisfied but documented the welfare check. They told me my family had expressed serious concerns about my sudden personality change and isolation from family support systems. I called my mother and asked why she'd sent police to my apartment. She said she was terrified for me and had no choice but to make sure I was safe. I told her I was safe and that sending police was inappropriate. She said, "You're not acting like yourself. You've cut yourself off from your family. You've joined strange groups. We're afraid someone has influenced you, or that you're in some kind of dangerous situation." That's when I realized what was happening. My family wasn't concerned for my well-being. They were pathologizing my independence as mental illness or dangerous influence. The following week, they escalated. My father, mother, Kyle, and Megan all arrived in my city together. They'd booked a hotel and said they were staging an intervention. They showed up at my workplace and asked to speak with my supervisor. They told my supervisor they were concerned about my mental state and wanted to ensure my employer was aware that I was going through a crisis. My supervisor was alarmed and asked me what was going on. I had to explain that my family was struggling with me living independently and was creating a false narrative about me being in crisis. That evening, my family came to my apartment for their intervention. They'd brought printed materials about cults, coercive groups, and mental health crises. They had a list of concerning behaviors they'd observed. Moving far from family suddenly, reducing contact with family members, joining new groups, yoga, hiking club, changing my appearance. I'd gotten a new haircut and updated my wardrobe. Being defensive when questioned about my new life, resisting family visits and involvement. They said these were warning signs that I'd been recruited by a cult or was experiencing a mental health breakdown. They wanted me to come home with them immediately for evaluation and support. I was stunned. Every concerning behavior they listed was just normal adult independence. Moving for a job, having boundaries, joining recreational groups, updating my appearance. None of it was concerning. It was healthy. I refused to go with them. I told them I was fine, that I was living independently for the first time, and that their intervention was inappropriate. My mother started crying, saying I was being controlled and couldn't see what was happening to me. My father said they'd consulted with a cult expert who confirmed my behavior fit patterns of cult recruitment. I asked who this expert was. They said it was someone they'd found online who did phone consultations. I told them to leave. They refused, saying they weren't leaving without me. I had to threaten to call the police myself before they finally left. The next day, they filed a formal wellness check request with Adult Protective Services, claiming I was a vulnerable adult potentially being exploited or experiencing mental health crisis. A social worker came to my apartment to investigate. I had to explain the entire situation, that my family was controlling and enmeshed, that I'd moved away to establish independence, and that they were pathologizing my healthy choices as signs of crisis. The social worker interviewed me, toured my apartment, reviewed my employment and finances, and spoke with my therapist with my permission. The investigation concluded I was not in any danger and was functioning well independently. But my family continues to insist something is wrong with me. They've posted on social media about cult awareness and how families need to stay vigilant about warning signs. They've contacted my friends from home, warning them that I've changed and asking them to report any concerning behavior. Did I go too far by moving away from my enmeshed family and triggering their extreme response by refusing to remain dependent on them? Update. The cult expert my family consulted was coaching them to escalate intervention tactics. I posted 9 weeks ago about moving away from my enmeshed family and having them claim I'd joined a cult to try to force me back home. Most responses supported my right to independence, though some thought I should be more understanding of my family's adjustment to my boundaries. Since then, my family's intervention attempts have escalated in increasingly disturbing ways, and I've discovered that the cult expert they consulted has been actively coaching them to use aggressive tactics to rescue me, tactics that have now involved legal action and professional consequences for me. After Adult Protective Services closed their investigation and confirmed I was fine, I thought my family would accept reality and back off. Instead, they doubled down. My mother started a blog called When Your Child Joins a Cult, where she documented her journey of trying to save her daughter from a dangerous group. She never named me explicitly, but anyone who knew our family would recognize the situation she was describing. In the blog, she described my move away as the beginning of the isolation phase of cult recruitment. She described my new job as possibly a front for the cult's activities. She described my yoga studio and hiking club as recruitment groups that had targeted me. She portrayed herself as a heartbroken mother fighting to save her child from psychological manipulation, despite all evidence that I was simply living independently. The blog attracted followers, other parents who felt their adult children had pulled away from family and were looking for explanations. My mother became part of an online community of parents who believed their adult children's independence was actually cult involvement or mental illness. But what really concerned me was when I found out about the cult expert my family had consulted, a man named Dr. Rick Hammond, who ran a cult awareness and family intervention service. I researched Hammond and discovered he wasn't actually a licensed psychologist or therapist. He had a PhD in an unrelated field and had branded himself as an expert on cults and thought reform. His business model was coaching families to rescue their adult children from supposed cult involvement. His website listed warning signs of cult involvement that were essentially just markers of normal adult independence. Moving away from family, reducing contact with family, joining new social groups, changing appearance or interests, resisting family control. Hammond's intervention protocols were disturbing. He coached families to treat adult children as if they lacked mental capacity to make decisions, use law enforcement and social services to force intervention, contact adult children's employers to raise concerns about mental state, isolate adult children from their new support systems, use financial pressure, threatening to cut off support, demanding repayment of past support, stage confrontational interventions designed to break down resistance. My family had been following this protocol step by step, but it got worse. I received a notice that my parents had filed for emergency guardianship over me, claiming I was mentally incapacitated and unable to make decisions for myself. The guardianship petition claimed, I had experienced a sudden personality change indicating mental illness. I had been recruited by a high control group that was exploiting me. I was isolated from family support and potentially in danger. I was unable to recognize my own compromised mental state. I needed a guardian to protect me from exploitation and make decisions in my best interest. I was shocked. My parents were trying to legally strip me of my autonomy and decision-making capacity because I'd moved away and set boundaries. I hired a lawyer immediately. My lawyer said guardianship petitions for competent adults are usually denied, but the fact that my family had documented concerns through police welfare checks and adult protective services investigations made their petition seem more credible to the court. I had to attend a guardianship hearing where my mental capacity would be evaluated. It was humiliating and invasive. My family's lawyer presented evidence of my concerning behavior, testimony about my sudden move, reduced family contact, joining new groups, resistance to family intervention. They had my mother's blog posts documenting her concerns. They had statements from Hammond, the cult expert, saying my behavior fit patterns he'd observed in cult recruitment cases. My lawyer presented contrary evidence. Statements from my employer about my excellent job performance. Statements from my therapist about my mental health and healthy boundary setting. Financial records showing I was managing my life independently. Testimony from friends about my well-being. The judge ordered a psychological evaluation to assess my mental capacity. I had to undergo hours of testing and interviews with a court-appointed psychologist. The evaluation concluded I was fully mentally competent, not experiencing any mental illness or cognitive impairment, and was capable of making my own decisions. The psychologist's report explicitly stated that my choice to move away from an enmeshed family and establish independence was healthy, not concerning. The guardianship petition was denied. The judge stated clearly that adult children have the right to move away from family, establish boundaries, and live independently, and that disagreement with family members' choices is not grounds for guardianship. But the damage was done. My employer had now been contacted multiple times with concerns about my mental state. Despite the court's ruling, some colleagues viewed me differently, wondering if there was something wrong with me that would cause my family to take such extreme action. I also discovered that Hammond, the cult expert, had a disturbing pattern. I found online communities of adult children who'd been targeted by Hammond-coached interventions. In every case, the adult child had simply moved away from a controlling family or set boundaries, and Hammond had labeled this as cult involvement or mental illness requiring aggressive intervention. Hammond made money by telling families what they wanted to hear, that their adult children's independence wasn't a rejection of unhealthy family dynamics, but was evidence of external manipulation requiring family rescue. Did I go too far by establishing independence from my family in ways that triggered their extreme response and damaged my professional reputation? Final update. Family therapy revealed my parents need me dependent to maintain their marriage. It's been 6 months since I moved away from my enmeshed family, and 4 months since they tried to get legal guardianship over me, claiming I'd joined a cult. The guardianship attempt failed, but court-ordered family therapy sessions have revealed that my parents' marriage is held together by their shared project of controlling me, and that my independence threatened their entire relationship. After the guardianship petition was denied, the judge made an unusual recommendation: that my family engage in family therapy to address the underlying dynamics that had led to such an extreme intervention attempt. The judge said it was clear that serious family dysfunction existed and that therapy might prevent future legal conflicts. My parents initially refused, saying therapy would be useless because I was still under the influence of the cult. But their lawyer advised them that refusing court-recommended therapy after a failed guardianship petition would look very bad if they attempted any future legal action. They agreed to therapy, and I agreed to participate via video since I wasn't willing to travel back to their state. The family therapist we worked with specialized in enmeshment and family systems. In our third session, she asked my parents a direct question. What changed in your marriage when your daughter moved away? There was a long, awkward silence. Then my mother said, "Everything changed. Everything fell apart." The therapist asked her to explain. My mother described how, after I moved, she and my father had started fighting constantly. They'd realized they had nothing to talk about besides me, my life, my choices, their concerns about me. She said, When we weren't worrying about her or trying to help her, we didn't know what to do with each other. The therapist asked, "So your daughter's life and well-being was the primary focus of your marriage? The thing that brought you together and gave you common purpose?" My father nodded. He admitted that he and my mother had a difficult marriage. They'd married young, had different interests and values, and had struggled with connection for years. But focusing on their children, particularly me, had given them something to unite around. He said, "When the kids were young, we worked together on parenting. That was our partnership. As Kyle and Megan became more independent, we realized we didn't have much else. But still needed us, or we thought she did. Taking care of her, worrying about her, being involved in her life, that's what kept us connected." The therapist said something that made my stomach drop. "So when your daughter became independent and moved away, you lost the glue that was holding your marriage together?" My mother started crying. She admitted it was true. After I left, she and my father had nothing to unite them. They'd started discussing divorce. But then, the cult narrative had emerged. Suddenly, they had a shared crisis again, their daughter in danger, needing to be rescued. They'd united around saving me from the supposed cult. The therapist said, "So the cult narrative wasn't just about your daughter. It was about saving your marriage by creating a crisis that required you to work together." My parents were both crying now. They admitted that on some level, they'd known I wasn't in a cult, but believing I was in danger gave them purpose and partnership again. The therapist asked, "And the cult expert, Hammond? Did he validate this narrative for you?" My father admitted that Hammond had told them what they wanted to hear. He'd confirmed their fears, provided a framework that made my independence look like victimization, and given them an action plan that involved constant intervention attempts. Hammond had essentially sold them a product, a narrative where their daughter's independence was reframed as danger, and their controlling behavior was reframed as rescue. And that product had saved their marriage by giving them a shared mission. The therapist was blunt. "You needed your daughter to be in crisis so you could have a marriage. When she got healthy and independent, your relationship fell apart. So you created a crisis, the cult narrative, to bring you back together." My parents couldn't deny it. The therapist asked them, "Do you understand that you were willing to destroy your daughter's reputation, professional standing, and mental health to save your marriage?" My mother sobbed and said, "I didn't think about it that way. I just knew that when we were trying to help her, your father and I were a team again. We weren't fighting. We had a purpose." The sessions continued over several months. The therapist helped my parents see that they'd been using me as triangulation, a third party to avoid addressing problems in their marriage. They pathologized my health and independence because it threatened their unhealthy equilibrium. They'd been willing to harm me professionally and legally to maintain their narrative. They'd paid a charlatan, Hammond, to validate their dysfunction. My parents have entered marriage counseling separately from family therapy. They're confronting the reality that without me as their shared project, they don't have a functional marriage. They've also had to reckon with the harm they caused me. The guardianship attempt is now part of public court records. Some professional contacts found out about it and questioned my judgment or stability. I've had to repeatedly explain that my family's legal action was based on their own dysfunction, not on any actual concerns about my well-being. My parents have written me a lengthy apology, acknowledging what they did and why. They've stated publicly, including on my mother's blog, that I was never in a cult, that I was simply establishing healthy independence, and that their intervention attempts were rooted in their own marital issues, rather than genuine concern. They've also reported Hammond to consumer protection agencies for his predatory practices, coaching families to pursue legal action against healthy adult children and charging thousands of dollars for intervention services that were actually just family manipulation tactics. As for our relationship, I'm maintaining very firm boundaries. I have occasional contact with my parents, but I'm not returning to any level of enmeshment. They're learning to build a marriage that doesn't require me as the glue holding it together. Kyle and Megan have both been affected by the revelations from therapy. Kyle has realized he's still living at home partly because our parents need someone to focus on. He's starting to question whether he wants to continue being the child who stayed and never individuated. Megan has said she felt pressure to move back home after college because our parents needed a child to parent. She's realizing she made that choice partly to fill the void I left when I moved away. We're all processing the reality that our parents' marriage was so fragile that they needed dependent children to maintain it, and that they were willing to pathologize our independence to keep us in that role. The question of whether I went too far by moving away has become irrelevant. What I did was establish normal adult independence, getting a job in another city, setting boundaries about contact, building my own life. My parents' response, claiming I joined a cult, staging interventions, attempting legal guardianship, was what went too far. But it wasn't really about me. It was about their failing marriage and their need for a crisis to unite them. I was just the collateral damage of two people who couldn't face that they didn't have a functional partnership without a child to control together. Sometimes families don't fall apart when you leave. They were already falling apart, and you were just the scaffolding holding them up. When you remove yourself, you're not breaking the family. You're just revealing it was already broken. My parents are now facing their broken marriage without me as a distraction. It's painful for them, but it's necessary. And I'm living my life 800 miles away, building a future that isn't defined by being the crisis that keeps my parents' marriage alive. I refused to attend my sister's book launch after realizing her memoir was my life. I, 31F, recently refused to attend my younger sister Iris, 28F, book launch for her critically acclaimed memoir about surviving childhood trauma, because I discovered that the childhood trauma she wrote about was actually mine, not hers, and she appropriated my experiences to build her writing career. When I publicly disputed her memoir's authenticity, it destroyed her literary reputation and created a massive family rift. Some people think I was jealous of her success, while others say she committed a serious ethical violation by claiming my story as her own. For background, Iris and I grew up in the same household, but we had very different childhood experiences. I'm 3 years older than Iris, and I bore the brunt of our parents' dysfunction in ways she didn't experience directly. Our father, Paul, was an alcoholic with anger issues. From ages 7 to 14, I was his primary target when he was drunk and angry. He'd yell at me, berate me, occasionally get physical. These episodes were terrifying and traumatic, and they shaped my childhood in profound ways. Iris, being younger and having a different personality, somehow avoided being his target. Our father seemed to view her differently, as sweet and innocent, while he saw me as difficult and deserving of his anger. Iris would often hide in her room during our father's rages, while I had no escape. I don't blame Iris for not being abused. It wasn't her fault that our father targeted me instead of her. But our childhoods were objectively different. Mine was marked by fear, hypervigilance, and trauma. Hers was marked by witnessing that trauma but not experiencing it directly. Our father got sober when I was 14 and Iris was 11. He went through AA, made amends to the family, and became a different person. The last 17 years have been peaceful, and he's been a good father since then. But I still carry the trauma from those 7 years. I've been in therapy for over a decade, working through PTSD, anxiety, and the impacts of growing up with an abusive, alcoholic parent. Iris, as far as I knew, didn't have the same level of trauma. She'd been affected by growing up in a dysfunctional household, but she hadn't been the direct target of abuse. She'd always seemed relatively well-adjusted. 3 years ago, Iris told the family she was writing a memoir about our childhood with an alcoholic father. I thought this was a joint project, that she'd be writing about the family experience from her perspective as the younger sibling who witnessed things. I was supportive. I even let Iris interview me about my experiences, thinking she wanted to understand the family history better for her book. Iris's book, titled The Sharpest Edges, A Memoir of Survival, was published 6 months ago. It became a surprise literary success. Excellent reviews, bestseller lists, speaking engagements, book club selections. The memoir was praised for its raw honesty and unflinching portrayal of childhood trauma. I didn't read the book initially. I was happy for Iris's success, but assumed reading about our dysfunctional childhood would be triggering for me. I congratulated her and moved on. Then, 2 months ago, a friend who'd read the book said something that confused me. "I had no idea you and Iris both went through such similar experiences with your father. I'd always thought it was just you who was targeted." I asked what she meant. She said Iris's memoir described being the primary target of our father's alcoholic rages, being yelled at, berated, occasionally hit. The descriptions matched my experiences exactly. I bought the book immediately and read it in one sitting. I was shocked. Iris had written a first-person memoir describing experiences that were mine, not hers. The book was presented as her own story, her own trauma, her own survival, but the specific incidents she described: the time Dad threw a plate at the wall during dinner, the night he dragged me out of bed yelling, the afternoon he slapped me for talking back. Those were my experiences, not hers. She'd changed small details. The age she claimed to be during certain incidents was different from my actual age. Some settings were slightly altered. But the emotional core, the traumatic incidents, the arc of surviving and healing, it was all taken from my life. There were even passages where she described specific thoughts and feelings that I'd shared with her during our interview 3 years ago. Thoughts I'd told her I'd had during the worst abuse. She'd taken my exact words and written them as her own internal experience. I felt violated and betrayed. Iris had stolen my story, my trauma, my survival, and had presented it as her own to build a successful literary career. I called Iris and asked her directly why her memoir described experiences that were actually mine. She said I was misremembering, and that she'd also been targeted by Dad, just in ways I didn't witness or remember. I said, "The plate-throwing incident, the night he dragged someone out of bed, the slapping incident. Those all happened to me, not you. I remember them vividly. You weren't even in the room for some of them." Iris said, "We both experienced abuse. We both have trauma. My book is about my experience just like you have yours. There's not a monopoly on family trauma." I said, "But you're describing specific incidents from my life as if they happened to you. You're claiming experiences that were mine." Iris got defensive and said I was trying to gatekeep trauma, and that siblings can have similar experiences even if they remember them differently. She accused me of being jealous of her book's success and trying to undermine her achievement. I told Iris I wanted her to publicly acknowledge that her memoir conflated or appropriated some of my experiences. She refused, saying that would undermine the authenticity of the book and damage her credibility as a memoirist. She said, "The book is published, it's successful, and I'm not going to destroy my career because you have a different memory of our childhood." I was furious. Iris had built a successful book career by stealing my story and was now refusing to acknowledge it. Iris's book launch party was scheduled for the following month, a major event with 200+ attendees including publishers, literary critics, book clubs, and family. Iris expected me to attend and had even asked me to give a brief speech about supporting each other through our shared childhood trauma. I refused to attend. I told Iris I wouldn't be part of celebrating a book that appropriated my experiences and presented them as hers. Iris was angry and hurt. She told family members I was boycotting her book launch out of jealousy. My parents were upset with me, saying I was ruining Iris's big moment over disagreements about memory. At the book launch, which I watched clips of online afterward, Iris gave a speech about her journey of surviving childhood abuse and thanked our parents for doing the hard work of recovery after our father's sobriety. Multiple family members and friends posted about how brave Iris was for sharing her story and how inspiring her survival was. I was watching someone be celebrated for surviving trauma that was actually mine. The week after the book launch, I made a decision. I wrote a detailed essay for a literary magazine that publishes creative nonfiction. The essay was titled, "When Your Sibling Steals Your Trauma, a Response to the Sharpest Edges." In the essay, I described my actual childhood experiences, the same incidents Iris had written about in her memoir, and explained that I was the one who experienced them, not my sister. I provided specific details that only the actual person who experienced the trauma would know. I included passages from my own therapy journals from years ago that corroborated my version of events and predated Iris's book. I wasn't trying to claim I was the only person who suffered in our household. I acknowledged that Iris had been affected by growing up with an alcoholic father, but I was clear that the specific traumatic incidents described in her best-selling memoir were my experiences, not hers, and that she'd appropriated my story without consent. The literary magazine published my essay. It immediately generated significant attention in the book community. Readers who'd loved Iris's memoir felt betrayed. Literary critics started questioning the authenticity of her book. Publishers and media outlets that had featured her began investigating the discrepancies. Several people who knew our family from childhood corroborated my account, confirming that I had been the primary target of our father's abuse during his drinking years, not Iris. Iris's memoir, which had been a critical and commercial success, was suddenly embroiled in controversy about authenticity and appropriation. Iris has called me devastated and angry, saying I've destroyed her career and reputation over a disagreement about whose story belongs to whom. She says we both lived through the same childhood, and she had every right to write about it from her perspective. My parents are furious with me for publicly airing family trauma and damaging Iris's literary career. They say, even if my memories are more accurate, I should have handled this privately instead of writing a public essay that humiliated Iris and created scandal. Several family members have stopped speaking to me, saying I was jealous of Iris's success and cruelly sabotaged her at her career peak. But others, including some of my childhood friends and my therapist, say Iris committed a serious ethical violation by appropriating my specific traumatic experiences and claiming them as her own. Did I go too far by publicly disputing my sister's memoir, instead of letting her have her success, even though it was built on my story? Update. Iris admitted she needed my story because she didn't have trauma good enough for a memoir. I posted 2 months ago about my sister Iris publishing a best-selling memoir that appropriated my childhood trauma experiences as her own. Most responses supported my decision to write a public essay disputing her book's authenticity, though some thought I should have resolved it privately. Since then, the scandal around Iris's memoir has intensified, and she's finally admitted why she appropriated my story. She wanted to write a successful trauma memoir, but felt her own experiences weren't traumatic enough to sell, so she took mine. After my essay was published, Iris's memoir faced serious scrutiny from the literary community. Her publisher launched an internal investigation to verify the authenticity of her book. This involved interviewing family members, childhood friends, and reviewing any documentation about our family history. The investigation confirmed what I'd stated in my essay. The specific traumatic incidents Iris described in her memoir had happened to me, not to her. Multiple people who'd known our family during my father's drinking years verified that I was the primary target of his anger, and that Iris had largely been shielded from direct abuse. Iris's publisher faced a difficult decision. The book had sold well and received positive reviews, but it was marketed as a memoir, a true account of the author's experiences. If the core traumatic experiences weren't actually Iris's, the book was essentially fraudulent. They asked Iris to provide an explanation or clarification about the discrepancies between her memoir and my account. Iris initially tried to maintain that her memoir was accurate from her perspective, that memory is subjective, that siblings can remember events differently, that she'd experienced the incidents, even if I didn't remember her being there. But under pressure from her publisher and facing potential legal issues around fraudulent marketing, she eventually admitted the truth in a private meeting with her editor. Her editor recorded the conversation, with Iris's knowledge, as part of the investigation, and portions of it were later shared with me as part of the publisher's attempt to resolve the situation. In the recording, Iris said, "I grew up in a household with an alcoholic father, and that affected me. I have anxiety and some issues from that. But I wasn't abused directly the way my name was. I watched it happen to her. I felt scared and helpless, but I wasn't the target. And when I wanted to write a memoir about childhood trauma, I realized my own experiences weren't dramatic enough. They weren't the kind of story that would sell or that people would want to read. Witnessing trauma and being scared isn't the same as experiencing direct abuse. My story was too passive, too secondary. I needed something more visceral, more direct. And I had access to my name story because we'd talked about it so much over the years. I interviewed her for the book, and she gave me all these details about what she went through. And I realized her story was the kind of story that would make a powerful memoir. So I took it. I told myself we'd both been traumatized by the same household, so it was still my story in a way. But I knew I was writing about her experiences, not mine. Hearing this recording was devastating. Iris had consciously and deliberately stolen my trauma because she wanted to write a successful memoir and felt her own experiences weren't good enough. She'd known exactly what she was doing. This wasn't confusion about shared family memories. It was calculated appropriation of my story for her own career benefit. Iris's publisher was appalled. The admission that she'd knowingly written someone else's experiences as her own meant the memoir was fraudulent. They pulled the book from publication, demanded the return of her advance, and canceled her multi-book contract. The literary community's reaction was harsh. Think pieces were written about trauma appropriation and the ethics of memoir writing. Iris became a cautionary tale about authenticity in nonfiction. But what hurt most was my family's reaction. My parents tried to defend Iris, saying she'd made a mistake in judgment. But her underlying experiences of growing up with an alcoholic father were still real and valid. When I pointed out that Iris had admitted to knowingly appropriating my story, my mother said, "She wanted to be a successful writer. She was trying to make something good out of our terrible family situation. Yes, she used your experiences, but she did it to create art and to help other people who grew up in alcoholic households." My father said, "You're not the only one who suffered in our family. Iris suffered too, just differently. Maybe she took some details from your experiences, but the emotional truth of growing up with my alcoholism belongs to all of us." They were prioritizing Iris's career aspirations over my right to control my own story and trauma. My younger brother Nate, 25 male, who I'd barely mentioned in my first post because he was very young during our father's drinking years, came to my defense. He said he remembered our childhood clearly, that I had been Dad's target, and that Iris had been largely protected. He said our parents were rewriting history to make Iris's appropriation seem less egregious. Nate said to our parents, "You're acting like my name. Trauma is family property that anyone can use. It's not. What happened to her was specific and individual. Iris stole her story, and you're defending it because you don't want to face that your youngest daughter built her literary career on a lie." But my parents couldn't or wouldn't see it. They kept insisting that family trauma belongs to the whole family, and that I was being vindictive by destroying Iris's career. Did I go too far by publicly exposing my sister's memoir appropriation, even after hearing her admit she knowingly stole my story because hers wasn't traumatic enough? Final update. Our father's amends process revealed why he let Iris appropriate my trauma. It's been 6 months since I exposed my sister Iris for appropriating my childhood trauma in her best-selling memoir, and 4 months since she admitted to her publisher that she'd knowingly stolen my story because her own experiences weren't traumatic enough. Iris's book has been pulled from publication, but our father's renewed amends process in AA has revealed why he and my mother enabled Iris's appropriation. They never fully reckoned with the abuse I experienced and found it easier to let Iris claim it than to face their own responsibility. After my last update, Iris's literary career was effectively destroyed. The memoir was pulled, her contract canceled, and her reputation damaged. She's no longer writing professionally and has retreated from the public eye. My parents remained defensive of Iris, insisting her actions were understandable, given her desire to process family trauma, and that I was being unforgiving by not allowing her to use our shared family experiences. But then something unexpected happened. My father, who's been sober for 17 years and has been active in AA throughout that time, decided to do another formal amends process, focusing specifically on his abuse of me during his drinking years. His AA sponsor apparently told him that he'd never fully made amends to me, that he'd apologized generally for his behavior during his drinking, but he'd never specifically reckoned with how he'd targeted me uniquely and traumatically. My father asked if he could meet with me to make formal amends. I was hesitant but agreed, thinking it might bring some closure. What came out during that conversation changed everything. My father began by acknowledging specifically what he'd done to me: the yelling, the rage, the physical intimidation, the times he'd hit me. He named specific incidents, taking full responsibility for his actions. Then he said something that stopped me. I've realized that after I got sober, I never wanted to fully confront how badly I'd hurt you. It was too painful to face that I'd abused my own child. So I minimized it. I told myself it wasn't that bad, that kids are resilient, that I'd apologized and moved on. And when Iris wrote her book claiming those experiences as hers, a part of me was relieved. I asked him to explain what he meant. My father said, "If Iris had also been targeted, if we'd both abused her too, then what I did to you wasn't unique or special. It was just part of general family dysfunction. I didn't have to face that I'd singled you out, that I'd been cruel to you specifically. When Iris claimed those experiences, it diluted my responsibility. It made it seem like the whole family had been affected equally, rather than me having targeted one specific child." My mother was present for this conversation. She started crying and admitted the same thing. She said, "I saw what your father did to you. I witnessed his abuse, and I didn't protect you the way I should have. After he got sober, I wanted to believe we'd all moved past it, that everyone had been affected equally, and everyone had healed together. When Iris wrote her book claiming she'd been abused too, I didn't question it because it made me feel less guilty. If both my daughters had been abused, then my failure to protect you wasn't as specific or as damning. My parents had enabled Iris's appropriation of my trauma because it allowed them to avoid the specific guilt of what they'd done to me, my father's targeted abuse, and my mother's failure to protect me from it. This revelation broke something open in our family. My father continued, "When you wrote your essay exposing Iris's book, I was angry at you. But I realize now I was angry because you were forcing me to face what I did specifically to you. You were refusing to let your trauma be diluted into general family dysfunction, and that meant I had to face my abuse of you directly." My mother added, "We defended Iris because her version of the story was easier for us. In her version, we'd failed both daughters equally. In your version, we'd specifically harmed you in ways we didn't harm Iris. That's harder to live with." My parents apologized not just for the original abuse, but for enabling Iris's appropriation of my story because it served their own emotional needs. But this conversation revealed something else. Iris had been acting with our parents' implicit permission and even encouragement. My father admitted that when Iris had first told them about her memoir, she'd mentioned that she was drawing on family experiences and wanted to tell the story of growing up with an alcoholic father. Our parents had encouraged her, seeing it as a way for her to process family trauma. Even though my parents knew Iris hadn't been directly targeted the way I had, they'd never questioned her claim to be writing about her own abuse. They'd wanted to believe the family trauma was collective rather than specific. My mother said, "We should have asked Iris whose experiences she was writing about. We should have protected your story. But we wanted her version to be true because it was easier for us." Iris was invited to a follow-up family therapy session to address these revelations. She admitted that our parents' encouragement had made her feel entitled to claim my experiences. She said, "When I told Mom and Dad I was writing about growing up with Dad's alcoholism, they were supportive and encouraging. They didn't question whether I was qualified to write that story or whether I'd actually experienced direct abuse. Their support made me feel like the family story was mine to tell, even though the specific experiences I was writing about were actually my names." The family therapist explained that this was a pattern she'd seen before. Families where one member's trauma is so painful that other family members unconsciously collaborate to dilute or redistribute that trauma across the whole family, making it easier to bear collectively. In our case, I'd been the primary victim of my father's abuse. But acknowledging that meant facing painful, specific guilt. My father's guilt for targeting me, my mother's guilt for not protecting me, and Iris's guilt for being the sibling who was spared. It was easier for everyone if we pretended the trauma was equally distributed. My appropriation of my story and claiming it as hers, with our parents' implicit blessing, had been a way for the whole family to avoid facing the specific harm done to me. But the cost of that avoidance was my trauma being stolen and my story being claimed by someone else. My relationship with Iris is permanently changed. She's apologized and acknowledged that she stole my story, but the betrayal goes deep. She built a literary career on my pain, and even when confronted, she tried to defend it until the evidence was overwhelming. My relationship with my parents is rebuilding slowly. They're in therapy addressing their enabling of Iris's appropriation and their avoidance of the specific abuse I experienced. They're finally reckoning with what my father did to me and what my mother failed to do to protect me. The question of whether I went too far by exposing Iris's memoir has become less relevant than the question of why my family needed my trauma to be appropriated in the first place. The answer is painful but clear. They needed it because facing what actually happened, that my father abused me specifically, that my mother failed to protect me, that Iris was spared, was too difficult. It was easier to let Iris claim my story and pretend we'd all been equally traumatized. But trauma doesn't work that way. What happened to me was specific and individual. My survival was my own, and my story belongs to me, not to anyone else who finds it useful for their own purposes. Iris's career is over, but that was the consequence of her choice to steal my story. My parents' illusions about our family are shattered, but that was necessary for any real healing to occur. And I have my story back, not as family property, not as collective trauma, but as my own experience that I get to control, share, or keep private as I choose. Sometimes the most loving thing you can do for yourself is refuse to let your trauma be treated as communal property. Even if your family needs to believe everyone suffered equally, even if it's easier for them to dilute your specific pain into general family dysfunction, your story is yours, and no one has the right to take it from you, no matter how much they need it for their own purposes. I revealed my mother stole my grandmother's recipes for her best-selling cookbook. I, 28F, recently discovered that my mother, Patricia, 55F, built her entire career as a cookbook author and celebrity chef by stealing my late grandmother's recipes and claiming them as her own. When I exposed her during a live cooking demonstration at a major food festival, it destroyed her career and reputation, but also fractured our family. Some people think I was justified, while others believe I went too far. For context, my maternal grandmother, Nana Rose, was an incredible cook. She'd immigrated from Italy in the 1960s and had brought generations of family recipes with her. She ran a small restaurant for 30 years before retiring, and her food was legendary in our community. People still talk about her pasta, her sauces, her pastries. Everything was made from scratch, using recipes passed down through her family. Nana Rose died 5 years ago when I was 23. Before she died, she gave me something precious. 3 handwritten recipe books containing her family's recipes, many of which were over 100 years old. She'd written them in Italian, with notes and modifications she'd made over decades. She told me these recipes were my inheritance, that they represented our family history, and that she trusted me to preserve them. My mother, Patricia, had always been frustrated that Nana Rose gave the recipes to me instead of her. Patricia worked in marketing but had always wanted to be involved in food and cooking. When Nana Rose was alive, Patricia had asked multiple times for the family recipes to possibly write a cookbook. But Nana Rose had always refused, saying the recipes were meant to stay within the family and weren't for commercial use. After Nana Rose died, I treasured those recipe books. I'd learned to read Italian specifically to understand them. I'd cook from them regularly, making Nana's dishes for family gatherings and special occasions. I'd thought about eventually opening a small restaurant or catering business using her recipes, but I was working in food journalism and wasn't ready to make that leap yet. 2 years ago, Patricia announced she was writing a cookbook. She said it would feature family recipes passed down through generations and would honor her Italian heritage. I was happy for her. I thought she was going to use recipes from her own cooking experience and research. Patricia's cookbook came out last year and became a surprise bestseller. It was beautifully photographed, the recipes were incredible, and food critics raved about the authentic Italian family cooking she'd preserved. She started doing cooking demonstrations, got invited to food festivals, appeared on morning TV shows, and even landed a contract for a second cookbook. I was proud of her success until 3 months ago, when I actually sat down and read the entire cookbook carefully. That's when I realized at least 40 of the 60 recipes in her book were from Nana Rose's handwritten recipe books. Not inspired by them, exactly them, sometimes with tiny modifications, but fundamentally identical to recipes Nana had spent decades perfecting. Patricia had copied recipes for Nana's signature pasta sauce, her famous ossobuco, her tiramisu, her Christmas cookies. Dishes that had made Nana's restaurant legendary. Patricia had presented them as recipes passed down through my Italian family, without mentioning that they'd been passed down specifically to me, not her, and that Nana had explicitly forbidden commercial use. I confronted Patricia privately. She didn't deny it. She said that Nana Rose had been unreasonable about the recipes, that they were family heritage, that she had just as much right to as I did, and that Nana Rose couldn't control what happened to them after she died. I said Nana had specifically given those recipes to me and had specifically told her they weren't for commercial use. Patricia said Nana Rose's wishes were old-fashioned and that the recipes deserved to be shared with the world rather than hoarded by me. When I pointed out that Patricia was making significant money from Nana's recipes while I received nothing, she said I could have written my own cookbook if I'd wanted to. She said she'd taken initiative while I'd been sitting on the recipes doing nothing for years. I told Patricia she needed to acknowledge in her cookbook and public appearances that these were Nana Rose's original recipes, not her own. She refused, saying it would undermine her credibility as an author, and make people think she wasn't a real chef. Patricia said, "These recipes are family heritage. They belong to our family, not just to you. Nana gave them to you, but that doesn't mean you own them or that I can't use them. You're being selfish and jealous of my success." I gave her 1 week to publicly credit Nana Rose and acknowledge the source of her recipes, or I'd do it myself. Patricia said if I tried to sabotage her career, she'd tell everyone I was a bitter, jealous daughter who couldn't handle her mother's success. Patricia didn't acknowledge anything. Instead, she posted on social media about her exciting journey developing these family recipes and her process of recreating the flavors of my childhood. She was actively lying about her creative process and taking credit for Nana's work. Last week, Patricia was scheduled to do a live cooking demonstration at a major food festival, the kind of event with thousands of attendees, live streaming, food media coverage, and celebrity chef appearances. She was demonstrating how to make her version of traditional Italian pasta carbonara, which was actually Nana's exact recipe with one tiny modification. I bought a ticket to the festival and attended Patricia's demonstration. When she finished cooking and opened the floor for questions, I raised my hand. I stood up and said, "I have a question about your recipe development process. These family recipes you've built your career on. Can you tell the audience where you actually got them?" Patricia recognized me and went pale. She said they were passed down through her family. I said, "Specifically, they were written down by your mother, Rose, who passed away 5 years ago and left her handwritten recipe books to me, her granddaughter, with explicit instructions that they weren't to be commercialized. You took those recipes without permission and built a best-selling cookbook career by claiming her work as your own." The audience was silent. Patricia tried to say I was misrepresenting the situation, but I continued. "I have the original handwritten recipe books in Italian. I can prove that at least 40 recipes in your cookbook are direct copies of my grandmother's work, not your own creations. You've been lying to your readers, your publishers, and the food media about the authorship of these recipes." I held up one of Nana's original recipe books and one of Patricia's cookbooks, showing side-by-side comparisons on my phone of recipes that were identical except for Patricia's modern photos and English translation. Food journalists in the audience started asking Patricia questions. Had she actually created these recipes? Were they her mother's work? Why hadn't she credited the original source? Patricia tried to explain that family recipes are communal property and that she had every right to share her heritage. But journalists pointed out there's a difference between sharing heritage and claiming authorship. The festival organizers were unhappy. They'd promoted Patricia as an original recipe developer, not someone republishing her late mother's recipes without attribution. Media coverage of the festival focused heavily on the plagiarism accusation against Patricia. Within days, the story had spread through food media. Patricia's publisher demanded an explanation. Food critics who'd praised her original recipes felt deceived. Several cooking websites and TV shows canceled planned features with her. Patricia has since issued a statement saying she'd never claimed the recipes were entirely original, just that they were family recipes, which is technically true but fundamentally misleading given how she'd marketed the book and herself as a recipe developer. But the damage is done. Her second cookbook contract has been canceled. Several restaurants that had been featuring Patricia's recipes have stopped using her name. Her career as a celebrity cookbook author has essentially ended. My family is divided. My father says I destroyed my mother's dream career out of spite. My younger brother says Patricia shouldn't have stolen from Nana and deserved to be exposed. Extended family members who loved Nana Rose are angry that Patricia commercialized recipes Nana explicitly didn't want commercialized. Others think I could have handled it privately instead of publicly humiliating Patricia at a food festival. Patricia herself has told me I'm dead to her, and that I destroyed her life because I was jealous she'd succeeded while I was still just a food blogger. She says family recipes belong to everyone in the family, and that I had no right to monopolize Nana's legacy. Did I go too far by exposing my mother during a live cooking demonstration instead of pursuing private legal action or family mediation? Update. Patricia's publisher investigated and found she'd plagiarized even more than I knew. I posted 6 weeks ago about exposing my mother, Patricia, at a food festival for stealing my grandmother's recipes for her best-selling cookbook. Most responses supported my decision to expose her publicly, though some thought I should have handled it through legal channels. Since then, the situation has expanded far beyond what I'd imagined, and I've learned that Patricia's plagiarism extended beyond my grandmother's recipes to include other sources she'd stolen from without attribution. After the food festival exposure, Patricia's publisher launched an internal investigation into her cookbook. They'd initially been defensive of her, but the publicity around the plagiarism accusation had created enough pressure that they needed to verify the authenticity of her work. The publisher contacted me, asking for documentation proving the recipes were my grandmother's. I provided copies of Nana Rose's original handwritten recipe books, photos of her with her restaurant, testimonials from people who'd eaten her food for decades, and documentation that she'd left the recipe books specifically to me in her will. But the publisher's investigation went beyond just comparing Patricia's book to Nana Rose's recipes. They hired a food historian to analyze all 60 recipes in Patricia's cookbook to verify their origins and authenticity. What they discovered was shocking. Of the 60 recipes in Patricia's book, 40 were from Nana Rose's handwritten books, which I'd already identified. 8 were from other published Italian cookbooks that Patricia had copied with minor modifications and without attribution, and only 12 were potentially Patricia's own work, though even those showed suspicious similarities to various online recipe sources. The publisher contacted me with their findings and asked if I'd known about the other plagiarized recipes. I hadn't. I'd only identified Nana's recipes because I knew them intimately. I had no idea Patricia had been stealing from other sources too. The food historian's report was damning. Patricia had copied recipes from at least 3 other published cookbooks, including one from a well-respected Italian chef who'd written a regional Italian cookbook in the 1990s. She'd changed ingredient quantities slightly and reworded instructions, but the recipes were fundamentally identical. The publisher also found that several of Patricia's family anecdotes in the cookbook, the stories she'd told about learning to cook from her mother and grandmother, were fabricated or exaggerated. The food historian had interviewed me and other family members and determined that many of Patricia's claimed childhood memories of cooking with Nana Rose couldn't have happened as described. For example, Patricia had written about learning to make fresh pasta at my Nona's side when I was 8 years old, but I'd found photos proving Patricia had actually been at summer camp during the period she'd claimed to be in Nana's kitchen. Multiple family stories in the book were either outright false or were actually my experiences that Patricia had appropriated and claimed as her own. The publisher informed Patricia that they were pulling her cookbook from publication and demanding the return of her advance. They also notified the authors whose work she'd plagiarized, who are now considering legal action. Patricia's response has been to claim she's the victim of a family vendetta led by me. She's posted on social media that I've weaponized my grandmother's recipes to destroy her career because I was jealous of her success. She says the other plagiarism accusations are overblown because all recipes are derived from other recipes, and you can't really plagiarize cooking. But food media hasn't been sympathetic. Several food journalists have written articles about Patricia's cookbook scandal, discussing the ethics of recipe attribution and the problem of cookbook authors claiming credit for recipes they didn't develop. Patricia has become something of a cautionary tale in food publishing about the importance of proper sourcing and attribution. Then something unexpected happened. I was contacted by a woman named Julia, who identified herself as a distant cousin from Italy, part of Nana Rose's extended family that had remained in Italy when Nana immigrated. Julia said she'd seen the news coverage about Patricia's cookbook scandal and had recognized some of the recipes. She explained that many of Nana Rose's recipes hadn't originated with Nana. They'd been passed down through the family in Italy for generations. Nana Rose had learned them from her mother and grandmother before immigrating to America. Julia said that Nana's family in Italy still made many of these dishes using the same recipes, and that they'd been shocked to see them published in an American cookbook under Patricia's name. She said if Nana had wanted the recipes published commercially, she would have asked permission from the family elders in Italy, who were the traditional keepers of these recipes. This revelation complicated my understanding of the situation. I'd thought of Nana's recipes as hers to bequeath to me, but they weren't really hers either. They were family heritage passed down through multiple generations, belonging to an extended family that included people I'd never met in Italy. Julia wasn't angry at me. She understood that Nana had given me the recipes with good intentions, but she gently suggested that perhaps neither Nana nor I had the right to control recipes that belonged to a larger family heritage spanning generations and continents. I was devastated by this perspective. I'd exposed Patricia for stealing Nana's recipes, but maybe Nana hadn't had the right to give them exclusively to me in the first place. Maybe Patricia was partially correct that family recipes belong to the family collectively, not to any one person. I shared this revelation with Patricia, hoping it might create some common ground for reconciliation. Instead, she used it to argue that she'd been right all along, that family recipes are communal property, and that I'd destroyed her career over recipes that neither of us really owned. But Julia's perspective was more nuanced than Patricia understood. She said, "Family recipes are heritage, yes, but commercializing them without acknowledging the source and the generations of people who developed them is still wrong. Your mother didn't just use family recipes. She claimed them as her own creative work and profited from them. That's the problem." Julia and several other Italian cousins are now in contact with me, and we're discussing how to properly honor Nana Rose's legacy and the family recipes she preserved. Some cousins think we should collaborate on a cookbook that properly attributes the recipes to their sources and tells the true family history. Others think the recipes should remain private, shared only within the family as they've been for generations. Did I have the right to expose Patricia for stealing recipes that maybe weren't exclusively mine to protect? The answer is more complicated than I'd thought. Final update. The family discovered why Nana gave the recipes to me instead of Patricia. It's been 4 months since I exposed my mother, Patricia, for stealing my grandmother's recipes for her cookbook. The family situation has reached a painful but clarifying conclusion after we discovered why Nana Rose had specifically chosen to give the recipes to me rather than to Patricia. After learning about my Italian cousins and the complex heritage of the family recipes, I'd been struggling with guilt about whether I'd had the right to expose Patricia so publicly. Maybe family recipes really were communal property that Patricia had as much claim to as I did. Maybe I'd destroyed her career over something that wasn't really mine to control. But then my aunt, Nana Rose's daughter and Patricia's sister, contacted me and said she needed to talk to me about something Nana Rose had told her before she died. We met at my aunt's house, and she revealed something that reframed everything. Nana Rose had given the recipes specifically to me instead of Patricia, because Patricia had previously tried to exploit Nana's restaurant for her own gain, and Nana had cut her off from any involvement in the family food heritage because of it. According to my aunt, about 10 years ago, when Nana's restaurant was still operating, Patricia had approached Nana with a business proposal. Patricia wanted to franchise Nana's restaurant, create a packaged food line using Nana's recipes, and build a commercial brand around Nona Rose's authentic Italian kitchen. Patricia had created entire business presentations with marketing plans, packaging designs, and financial projections. She'd told Nana they could make significant money by commercializing the restaurant's reputation and recipes. Nana Rose had been horrified. She'd told Patricia that the restaurant was about community and tradition, not profit maximization. The recipes were family heritage that she'd preserved through immigration and decades of cooking. They weren't products to be packaged and sold in grocery stores. Patricia had been angry and had accused Nana of being stuck in the past and wasting a valuable business opportunity. She'd said Nana was selfish for not wanting to share the recipes with a wider audience and foolish for not capitalizing on her reputation. The conflict had created a rift between Nana and Patricia that had never fully healed. Nana had told my aunt that she would never give Patricia access to the family recipes because Patricia viewed them as business assets rather than cultural heritage. That's why Nana had given the recipe books to me. I'd been working in food journalism, studying food history and culture, learning Italian to read Nana's notes. Nana had believed I understood that the recipes were about preservation and heritage, not commercial exploitation. My aunt said, "Nana knew Patricia would try to profit from the recipes if she ever got them. That's exactly why she gave them to you instead." And Patricia proved Nana right by stealing them and building a career on them the moment she got access. I asked how Patricia had gotten access to the recipe books if they'd been given to me. My aunt explained that Patricia had borrowed them from me about 3 years ago, claiming she wanted to make a few of Nana's dishes to feel connected to her memory. I'd let her borrow them for a week, not realizing she'd been photographing every page and creating her own copies. I'd inadvertently given Patricia exactly the access Nana had tried to prevent by giving the recipes to me instead of her. The revelation about Nana's previous conflict with Patricia changed the family dynamics significantly. Relatives who'd criticized me for exposing Patricia now understood that Nana had specifically tried to protect the recipes from exactly what Patricia had done. My aunt also revealed something else. Nana Rose's restaurant had been successful, but had never made Nana wealthy. She'd prioritized quality, community, and tradition over profit. She'd often given food away to struggling families or elderly customers who couldn't afford full meals. Her restaurant had been about nurturing people, not building wealth. Patricia had always been embarrassed by this. She'd told people her mother ran a little Italian place, rather than acknowledging it was a community institution. She'd viewed Nana's approach to food as naive and uncommercialized. When Patricia had written her cookbook, she'd explicitly positioned herself as preserving family traditions and honoring her mother's legacy. But her actual approach to the recipes had been exactly what Nana had opposed. Patricia had commercialized, packaged, and profited from recipes Nana had kept non-commercial, despite having opportunities to do otherwise. I shared this information with my Italian cousins, particularly Julia. She said it was consistent with what the family in Italy knew about Nana Rose. She said, "Rosa left Italy with those recipes to preserve them, not to sell them. She understood they were heritage, not property. Your mother treated them as property. That's why what she did was wrong, regardless of who technically owned them." The publisher's investigation, combined with the publicity from Patricia's plagiarism scandal, attracted attention from a documentary filmmaker who's now creating a project about food heritage, immigrant stories, and the ethics of recipe ownership. I've been interviewed about Nana Rose's story and the complex questions around who owns traditional family recipes. Patricia has continued to maintain she did nothing wrong. She's argued that Nana's opposition to commercialization was old-fashioned, that recipes want to be shared, and that she was honoring Nana's legacy by bringing her food to a wider audience. But most of the family now sees Patricia's cookbook for what it was. Not preservation of heritage, but exploitation of it. Not honoring Nana's memory, but profiting from her work while ignoring her values. I've been working with my Italian cousins and my aunt to create a different kind of cookbook, one that properly attributes the recipes to their sources, tells the real family history spanning generations and continents, and donates proceeds to organizations supporting immigrant communities and food access. It's what we believe Nana would have wanted. Patricia says this project is copying her idea, and that I'm building on the publicity her cookbook created. She's threatened legal action to prevent me from publishing her family's recipes, apparently forgetting that her entire career was built on recipes that weren't hers to publish in the first place. Did I go too far by exposing Patricia at the food festival? I've stopped asking that question. What I know now is that Nana Rose specifically gave me those recipes because she trusted me to understand their value as heritage, not as commercial property. Patricia had already tried once to exploit Nana's food for profit, and Nana had cut her off. Patricia stealing the recipes after Nana's death and building a career on them was exactly what Nana had feared and tried to prevent. My exposure of that theft wasn't revenge. It was protecting what Nana had entrusted to me. Sometimes people call honoring someone's wishes revenge when those wishes inconvenience them. Patricia wanted access to recipes Nana had explicitly denied her. I was the barrier to that access, so exposing her theft became jealousy and family vendetta rather than what it actually was, protecting heritage from exploitation. Nana's recipes are now being shared properly, with attribution, with history, with respect for the generations of people who created and preserved them. Patricia's career built on stolen work is over, and I've learned that sometimes the right thing to do is exactly the thing people will call you cruel for doing. Nana trusted me with her legacy. I protected it. That's not revenge. That's honoring the dead. I stopped caring for my disabled sister and let my devoted brother take over. I, 26F, recently made the decision to completely withdraw from caring for my disabled younger sister Emma, 19F, after discovering that my older brother Connor, 29M, has been receiving all public credit, praise, and recognition for being her dedicated caregiver when he's done virtually nothing for the past 8 years. When I stopped doing the invisible daily work of Emma's care without telling anyone, Connor was exposed as having contributed almost nothing to her actual well-being, and our family had to confront who had really been sacrificing their life for Emma's care. Some people think I abandoned my vulnerable sister to prove a point, while others say I was justified in stepping back after years of unacknowledged labor. For background, Emma has cerebral palsy and requires significant daily care and support. She uses a wheelchair, needs assistance with personal care, requires help with meals, medications, and physical therapy exercises, and needs supervision throughout the day to ensure her safety and well-being. When Emma was 11 and I was 18, our parents died in an accident. The three of us became wards of our aunt and uncle, who took legal guardianship. Our aunt and uncle were in their 60s, and while they provided a home and financial support, they weren't physically able to provide the intensive daily care Emma required. That care fell to me. At 18, I became Emma's primary caregiver while also trying to attend community college. I helped her with bathing, dressing, toileting, meals, medications, physical therapy, and entertainment. I organized her medical appointments, communicated with her doctors, managed her equipment and supplies, and was available for her needs 24/7. Connor was 21 when our parents died. He was finishing his last year of university and then moved to another city for his career. He visited occasionally. Every few months he'd come home for a weekend or holiday. During his visits, Connor would spend time with Emma, taking her to the park, watching movies with her, playing games. These visits were lovely for Emma, and Connor would post photos on social media of their time together with captions about being there for his sister and supporting her through her challenges. People loved this. Connor's friends, colleagues, and extended family praised him constantly for being such a devoted brother. He was held up as an example of family loyalty and sacrifice. Despite his busy career, Connor always makes time for his disabled sister. Connor is such an inspiration the way he cares for Emma. What people didn't see was that Connor's visits were brief and scheduled around his convenience. He'd arrive on Saturday morning and leave Sunday evening. During those 36 hours, he'd spend maybe 6-8 hours actually with Emma. And during that time, he did the fun activities, movies, games, outings. He didn't do her medical care. He didn't help with bathing or toileting. He didn't wake up at 2 a.m. when she needed repositioning to prevent pressure sores. He didn't manage her medication schedule or do her daily physical therapy exercises. He didn't communicate with doctors or handle insurance issues. I did all of that. Every single day, for 8 years. But Connor got all the recognition. At family gatherings, relatives would praise Connor for being so good to Emma. They'd ask him how he managed caring for a disabled sister while maintaining his career. They'd tell him he was a saint. Meanwhile, I was just there. The assumption seemed to be that since I lived with Emma, caring for her was just part of my daily routine, not a significant sacrifice or effort. No one praised me for caring for Emma because it wasn't seen as remarkable. It was just what I did. Connor never corrected this misperception. When people praised him for caring for Emma, he'd say things like, "She's my sister. I'd do anything for her." And, "Family takes care of family." He positioned himself as Emma's devoted caregiver while doing a tiny fraction of the actual work. 3 months ago, something happened that made me realize how deep this disparity was. Connor was being honored by his company for balancing professional success with family caregiving responsibilities. They did a whole feature about him in their company newsletter, complete with photos of him with Emma, celebrating how he managed a demanding career while being the primary support system for his disabled sister. Primary support system. They called him Emma's primary support system. I was Emma's primary support system. I was the one who'd put my education on hold. I was still taking one community college class at a time, 8 years later. I was the one who couldn't work full-time because Emma's care schedule didn't allow it. I was the one who hadn't had a relationship or social life because I was always on call for Emma's needs. Connor had a thriving career, an active social life, a serious girlfriend, and complete freedom, while being publicly celebrated as Emma's dedicated caregiver. I contacted Connor and told him I'd seen the company newsletter. I said it was inaccurate to call him Emma's primary support system when I was doing 95% of her daily care. Connor said the article was just corporate publicity and didn't mean anything. When I pressed him about never correcting people's perception that he was Emma's main caregiver, he said he'd never claimed to be. People just assumed it, and he didn't think it was necessary to explain the details of our family's care arrangement. I said, "You accept praise and recognition for work I'm doing. You've built a reputation as a devoted brother, while I've been the one sacrificing my life for Emma's care. That's not right." Connor responded, "You live with her. You're there anyway. I have a career and a life in another city, so when I make time for Emma, it's more noticeable. That's not my fault." He genuinely saw his occasional fun visits as equivalent to, or even more sacrificial than, my constant daily caregiving because his visits required him to travel and take time from his busy life. I told Connor that if he was going to take credit for being Emma's caregiver, he should actually do the caregiving. He said I was being petty and jealous of recognition, and that Emma didn't care who got credit as long as she was being cared for. That last comment made my decision for me. I stopped. Completely. I didn't announce it. I didn't tell anyone I was withdrawing from Emma's care. I just stopped doing it. I still lived in the house with Emma and our aunt and uncle, but I stopped doing Emma's care tasks. I stopped helping with her bathing, her medications, her meals, her physical therapy. I stopped managing her appointments and equipment. I stopped being available for her needs. Our aunt and uncle were in their late 60s and not physically capable of providing Emma's care. That's why it had fallen to me in the first place. Within 3 days of me stopping, they were overwhelmed and desperate. They called Connor. They said they needed help with Emma's care, that it was too much for them to handle alone. Connor suggested they hire a professional caregiver. Our aunt said they couldn't afford full-time professional care on their retirement income. Emma's disability benefits covered some costs, but not round-the-clock caregiving. Connor asked where I was and why I wasn't helping. Our aunt said I was being difficult and had stopped doing Emma's care without explanation. Connor came home that weekend, his usual visit. But this time, instead of fun activities with Emma, he was confronted with the reality of her actual care needs. Emma needed help toileting. Connor was uncomfortable and called our aunt to do it. Our aunt said her back couldn't handle the physical transfers required. Emma's medication schedule needed to be followed precisely. Different medications at different times throughout the day. Connor didn't know what medications she took or when. Emma needed her physical therapy exercises done daily. Connor didn't know the exercises or how to do them properly. Emma needed special meals prepared that accommodated her swallowing difficulties. Connor didn't know how to prepare them. By Sunday afternoon, Connor was exhausted and overwhelmed. He called me and asked what was going on and why I wasn't helping with Emma. I said, "You're her primary support system and devoted caregiver. You've been accepting recognition for that role for 8 years, so I'm letting you actually do it." Connor said I was being ridiculous and that I knew he had to go back to the city for work on Sunday evening. I said, "And I have things to do too. If you can't provide Emma's care because of your work and life commitments, maybe you shouldn't have been accepting credit for being her caregiver." Connor left Sunday evening, telling our aunt and uncle they needed to work this out with me. They tried, but I was firm. I was done being Emma's invisible caregiver while Connor got all the recognition. If Connor was the devoted brother everyone praised him for being, he could step up and actually do the work. The next week was chaos. Our aunt and uncle struggled with Emma's care and were increasingly desperate. They called Connor multiple times a day. Connor tried to manage Emma's care remotely, calling to remind our aunt about medications, looking up information about Emma's therapy exercises. But it was impossible to provide hands-on care from 200 miles away. Meanwhile, I was living in the house but completely uninvolved in Emma's care. I was polite to Emma, but I didn't help with her daily needs. It was heartbreaking to watch her struggle, but I was determined to prove my point. After 10 days, our aunt and uncle told Connor he needed to either move home to provide Emma's care, or they'd have to look into residential placement for her, because they couldn't manage it alone. Connor was furious. He called me and said I was punishing Emma to make a point about recognition and credit. He said I was being selfish and cruel to a disabled person who depended on me. I said, "Emma depends on her caregiver. You've been telling everyone you're her devoted caregiver, so take care of her." Connor said what I already knew. He couldn't move home. He had a career, a relationship, a life. He couldn't provide full-time care for Emma. I said, "Exactly. Neither can our elderly aunt and uncle. So for the past 8 years, who do you think has been doing it?" Connor finally understood. The caregiving he'd been taking credit for was real, intensive, daily work that required someone to sacrifice their education, career, social life, and freedom. And that someone had been me, not him. Did I go too far by withdrawing Emma's care to prove that Connor wasn't actually her caregiver? Update. Emma's medical crisis revealed how little Connor knew about her actual care needs. I posted 11 weeks ago about withdrawing from caring for my disabled sister Emma to force my brother Connor to either provide the care he'd been taking credit for or admit he'd never been her actual caregiver. Most responses supported my decision to stop doing invisible labor, though many were concerned about Emma's well-being. Since then, Emma had a serious medical crisis that exposed just how little Connor knew about her actual care needs and medical history, and forced our family to confront that I'd been the only person truly managing her complex medical situation for 8 years. After I withdrew from Emma's care, Connor tried to manage the situation remotely while maintaining his life and career in another city. He'd call our elderly aunt and uncle with instructions about Emma's care, but they were overwhelmed and couldn't physically handle many of her needs. 3 weeks after I stopped helping, Emma developed what seemed like a routine cold. Our aunt told Connor, who said to monitor it and give her over-the-counter cold medicine. But Emma's cold rapidly worsened. Within 48 hours, she had a high fever and was having difficulty breathing. Our aunt called Connor in a panic, and he told her to take Emma to the emergency room. At the ER, the doctors asked detailed questions about Emma's medical history. What medications was she on? What were her baseline vital signs? Did she have any allergies? Had she had pneumonia before? What were her usual oxygen saturation levels? Our aunt didn't know the answers. She called Connor, who also didn't know. He knew Emma took several medications, but couldn't name them. He thought she might be allergic to something, but wasn't sure what. He didn't know her baseline medical information. The ER doctor said this information was critical for treating Emma properly, especially given her cerebral palsy and the complexity of her medical needs. They asked if there was anyone else who knew Emma's medical history. Our aunt said, "Her sister knows everything, but she's not helping right now." The ER doctor said they needed someone who could provide accurate medical information immediately, as Emma's condition was serious. Our aunt called me. I was at home, still living in the same house, but uninvolved with Emma's care. Our aunt begged me to come to the hospital to help with Emma's medical information. I went. When I arrived, the ER doctor asked me the questions they'd asked Connor and our aunt. I answered all of them. Emma's complete medication list, 6 medications, with dosages and schedules. Her known allergies, 2 specific antibiotics. Her baseline vital signs and what was normal versus concerning for her. Her history of aspiration pneumonia and what treatments had worked in the past. Her physical limitations that affected treatment options. Her communication abilities and how to determine her pain levels. Her dietary restrictions and swallowing precautions. I had all this information readily available because I'd been managing it for 8 years. I had a detailed care binder at home with all of Emma's medical records, medication schedules, doctor contacts, and care instructions. A binder I'd created and maintained because no one else was doing it. The ER doctor looked at me and said, "You're clearly her primary caregiver. This kind of detailed knowledge comes from daily, hands-on care and medical management." Connor, who'd arrived at the hospital by this point, tried to say he was also very involved in Emma's care. The doctor said, "Then why didn't you know she was allergic to cephalosporin antibiotics? We almost gave her one before her sister arrived with that information. That could have been a serious reaction." Connor went pale. He hadn't known about Emma's antibiotic allergy because he'd never been present for her medical care, never communicated with her doctors, never managed her medications. Emma was admitted to the hospital with severe pneumonia. The hospital required someone who knew her care needs to be present to communicate with the medical team and help with her care in the hospital. Connor volunteered, but the nursing staff quickly realized he didn't know how to help with Emma's basic care. He didn't know her usual positioning to prevent aspiration during meals. He didn't know her communication signals when she was in pain or uncomfortable. He didn't know her normal patterns and what changes might indicate problems. After 24 hours, the hospital staff asked if I could be the primary hospital contact instead of Connor, because they were having to explain things to him repeatedly while I already knew all of Emma's care needs and could communicate them clearly. I agreed to help during the hospital stay, but I told Connor and our family that this didn't mean I was returning to being Emma's permanent caregiver. During Emma's week-long hospitalization, several things became clear. First, the nursing staff and doctors all assumed I was Emma's primary caregiver based on my knowledge of her needs and my ability to care for her. When Connor tried to present himself as her devoted brother who managed her care, the staff looked confused. They'd seen me doing all the actual caregiving and communication. Second, our extended family started visiting Emma in the hospital. During these visits, relatives praised Connor for being here for Emma and managing her medical crisis. I watched him accept this praise, while I was the one who'd provided all her medical history, who knew her care needs, who was sleeping in her hospital room, who was communicating with her medical team. Third, Emma's doctors told Connor and me that her pneumonia had become so severe partly because early symptoms had been missed or dismissed. If someone with detailed knowledge of Emma's baseline health had been monitoring her closely, the pneumonia might have been caught and treated earlier before it became life-threatening. In other words, Emma had nearly died partly because the people caring for her after I withdrew didn't know her well enough to recognize when something was wrong. Connor was shaken by this. He asked me privately if I thought Emma's medical crisis was his fault for not knowing enough about her care. I said, "You've been accepting credit for caring for Emma for 8 years while I did the actual work. You didn't know her medication list, her allergies, her baseline health, or how to recognize when she was getting sick." Yes, someone who actually knew her care needs might have caught the pneumonia earlier. Connor said he hadn't realized how complex Emma's care was and how much medical knowledge was required. He'd thought caring for Emma just meant spending time with her and helping with basic needs, not managing complex medical information and monitoring for subtle health changes. I said, "That's exactly my point. You've been taking credit for caregiving while having no idea what that caregiving actually entails. You thought it was just the fun parts, movies and outings. You didn't know about the medical management, the daily therapy, the constant monitoring, the middle-of-the-night needs. Did I go too far by letting Emma's health deteriorate to the point of hospitalization to prove Connor wasn't really her caregiver?" Final update. Social services investigation revealed I'd been Emma's guardian in everything but legal status. It's been 7 months since I stopped caring for my disabled sister Emma, and 5 months since her hospitalization revealed how little my brother Connor actually knew about her care, despite taking credit for being her devoted caregiver. The situation reached a conclusion when hospital social services launched an investigation into Emma's care situation, which revealed that I'd been functioning as her legal guardian for 8 years without any official recognition or authority. After Emma's hospitalization for pneumonia, the hospital social worker became involved in her case. The social worker's job was to ensure Emma would return to a safe living situation with adequate care and supervision. The social worker interviewed Connor, our aunt and uncle, and me separately about Emma's living situation and care arrangement. The interviews revealed a concerning pattern. Our aunt and uncle, who had legal guardianship, admitted they provided housing and financial support, but couldn't physically provide Emma's daily care due to their age and health limitations. Connor described himself as very involved in Emma's care, visiting regularly and managing her needs. But when pressed for specifics, he couldn't describe her daily care routine, medication schedule, or medical team. When the social worker interviewed me, I provided detailed information about every aspect of Emma's care, because I'd been doing all of it for 8 years. The social worker said something that stopped me cold. "You've been describing yourself as Emma's caregiver, but from a legal and clinical standpoint, you've been functioning as her guardian. You make all care decisions, manage all medical information, coordinate all services, and provide or arrange all daily support. But you're not her legal guardian. Why not?" I realized I didn't have a good answer. When our parents died and our aunt and uncle took guardianship, I'd been 18, legally an adult but still young. It had seemed natural for our older relatives to have legal guardianship while I provided the hands-on care. But over 8 years, that arrangement had evolved into something unsustainable. Our aunt and uncle had legal authority but no capacity to exercise it, while I had all the responsibility but no legal standing. The social worker said this was a significant problem. Emma was now 19, a legal adult, and would need a guardian appointed for her ongoing care. Our aunt and uncle were aging and couldn't continue even nominal guardianship. Connor lived far away and had proven he couldn't provide adequate care. I was the only person who actually knew Emma's needs and could care for her, but I had no legal authority to do so. The social worker said, "Legally, anyone could be appointed Emma's guardian, but practically, you're the only person who's been doing the work of guardianship. This needs to be formalized." She referred our family to Adult Protective Services to evaluate Emma's care situation and make recommendations about guardianship. The Protective Services investigation involved interviews with everyone in Emma's life: family members, her doctors, her therapists, and Emma herself, to the extent she could communicate her preferences. What the investigation revealed was startling. Emma's doctors all believed I was her legal guardian, They'd been communicating with me about her care, taking direction from me about treatment decisions, and assuming I had legal authority because I clearly had all the knowledge and responsibility. Emma's physical therapist, occupational therapist, and medical equipment providers all listed me as Emma's primary contact and decision-maker in their records. Emma's school records, she'd been in a special education program until aging out at 18, listed me as her primary guardian and emergency contact because I'd filled out all the paperwork and attended all meetings. For 8 years, I'd been functioning as Emma's de facto guardian in every system she interacted with. I'd been making medical decisions, educational decisions, care decisions, all without any legal authority to do so. Our aunt and uncle, the legal guardians, had essentially abdicated all guardian responsibilities to me while retaining the title. The Protective Services investigator said this situation was both common and deeply problematic. Many family caregivers, especially young women, end up providing total care without legal recognition or protection. The investigator's report recommended that I be appointed Emma's legal guardian, given that I'd been performing all guardian duties for 8 years and was the only person with the knowledge, commitment, and capability to continue doing so. But there was a complication. Connor contested this recommendation. Connor argued that he should be Emma's guardian as the older brother and that he'd been just as involved in her care as I had. He said my withdrawal from Emma's care proved I was unstable and unreliable as a guardian. The guardianship hearing was eye-opening. Connor's lawyer tried to present him as the devoted brother who'd been managing Emma's care while balancing career demands. But when questioned, Connor couldn't answer basic questions about Emma's daily needs, medical conditions, or care routines. The judge asked Connor, "What medications does your sister take?" Connor couldn't name them. "What is your sister's daily care routine?" Connor gave vague answers about helping her with activities. "When was your sister's last doctor's appointment and what was discussed?" Connor didn't know. Then the judge asked me the same questions. I answered all of them in detail, including providing written documentation of Emma's complete medical history, care schedule, and service providers, the care binder I'd maintained for 8 years. The judge asked me, "Why did you withdraw from providing Emma's care for several weeks before her hospitalization?" I said honestly, "Because my brother was receiving all recognition and praise for being Emma's devoted caregiver while I was doing 95% of the actual work invisibly. I stopped to prove that I was the one actually providing her care, not him." The judge asked, "Was that fair to Emma?" I said, "No. Emma suffered because of my decision to prove a point. I regret that. But I'd spent 8 years sacrificing my education, career, and life to care for Emma while my brother took credit for that sacrifice. I needed someone to acknowledge the truth." The judge appointed me as Emma's legal guardian. The ruling stated that I'd been functioning as Emma's de facto guardian for 8 years, that I was the only person with adequate knowledge of her needs, and that my temporary withdrawal from care, while regrettable, had revealed important truths about who was actually providing for Emma's well-being. Connor was devastated. He told family members that I'd stolen guardianship from him and that the judge had been biased against him. But our aunt, who'd attended the hearing, told Connor something important. "You wanted the credit for caring for Emma without doing the work. Your sister has been sacrificing her entire adult life for Emma, while you got to have a career and a life and still be praised as the devoted brother." The judge saw the truth. I'm now Emma's legal guardian. This comes with formal responsibilities, but also with authority and recognition that I've earned through 8 years of work. Emma is home from the hospital and recovering. I've resumed her care, but now with help. As Emma's legal guardian, I was able to access more support services. I've hired a part-time aide to assist with some of Emma's care, giving me breaks and allowing me to finally pursue my own education and career part-time. Connor visits occasionally, but the family dynamics have changed. He's no longer praised as Emma's devoted caregiver, because everyone now knows the truth about who was doing that work. Did I go too far by withdrawing Emma's care to prove Connor wasn't really her caregiver, even though it led to her hospitalization? I've stopped asking that question. What I did was imperfect and had consequences I regret, but it also revealed a truth that needed to be exposed. I'd been doing all the work while someone else took all the credit, and that imbalance was unsustainable. Emma is safe, cared for, and I now have legal recognition for the role I've been filling for 8 years. Connor has had to face that his devotion was performative rather than practical. And I've learned that sometimes you have to stop doing invisible labor for people to realize it was happening at all. Even if the cost of that visibility is high, I stopped showing up after my brother volunteered me for everything without asking. I, 29-F, recently started completely ignoring all commitments, events, and obligations that my older brother, Marcus, 32 minutes male, has been volunteering me for without my permission for years. When I simply didn't show up to dozens of things Marcus had promised I'd do, it created chaos that exposed how much he'd been committing my time and labor while taking credit for being helpful to everyone. Some people think I abandoned responsibilities I'd agreed to, while others say I was right to stop enabling Marcus's pattern of volunteering me without consent. For background, Marcus has always been the charismatic, socially connected member of our family. He's outgoing, well-liked, knows everyone in our community, and has a reputation for being incredibly helpful and generous with his time. What people don't realize is that Marcus's reputation for being helpful is largely built on volunteering me to do things without asking me first. This pattern started small when we were teenagers. Marcus would tell his friends I'd help them move, or tutor them, or give them rides, without checking with me first. I'd find out when someone would call thanking me for agreeing to help them with something I'd never heard about. When I confronted Marcus, he'd say things like, "I knew you'd want to help," or "I was just being nice on behalf of our family," or "You're good at that stuff, so I offered your help." I'd usually end up following through because I didn't want to disappoint the person Marcus had made promises to. It seemed easier to just help than to tell someone that Marcus had volunteered me without permission, and I wouldn't be helping after all. This pattern continued and escalated throughout our 20s. Marcus would volunteer me for helping his friends move apartments, designing websites or graphics for people's small businesses. I have design skills. Baking for his coworkers' events, giving rides to his friends who needed transportation, pet sitting for his neighbors, helping organize community events, tutoring his friends' children, providing tech support for elderly neighbors, catering his friends' parties. Marcus would tell people, "My sister would be happy to help with that," without ever asking me if I was actually available or willing. I'd find out about these commitments in various ways. Someone would text or call me thanking me for agreeing to help. Marcus would casually mention, "Oh, by the way, I told Sarah you'd watch her dog next weekend." I'd show up somewhere and people would thank me for volunteering for something I'd never heard about. Every time I confronted Marcus, every time he'd minimize it. "I didn't think you'd mind," or "I was trying to help someone out," or "You're always available anyway." The worst part was that Marcus got all the social credit. People thought Marcus was generous and helpful because he was always offering assistance. But I was the one actually doing the work. Someone would say, "Marcus is so thoughtful. He arranged for someone to help me move," when really Marcus had just volunteered me to do the physical labor. Marcus built a reputation in our community as the guy who could solve problems and connect people with help. But the help was almost always me doing unpaid labor that I hadn't agreed to. 3 months ago, things came to a head. I was at my parents' house for dinner when Marcus casually said, "Oh, I volunteered you to coordinate the church fundraiser next month. They needed someone with organizational skills." I said, "You did what?" Marcus said, "The church fundraiser. I told them you'd coordinate it. It's for a good cause." I said, "Marcus, I don't even go to that church. I have a full-time job. I can't coordinate a fundraiser." Marcus said, It won't take that much time. I already told them you'd do it. They're counting on you. I said, "You can't keep volunteering me for things without asking me first." Marcus said, "I'm just trying to help people. You're making this into a bigger deal than it needs to be." My parents sided with Marcus. My mother said I should just help out, since Marcus had already committed me. My father said I was being difficult and should appreciate that Marcus was trying to involve me in the community. I realized that my family expected me to go along with whatever Marcus volunteered me for, regardless of my own time, energy, or consent. That night, I made a decision. I was done. I would no longer honor any commitment Marcus made on my behalf without my explicit prior consent. I didn't tell Marcus about this decision. I didn't announce it to anyone. I just stopped showing up. The church fundraiser that Marcus volunteered me to coordinate? I didn't show up to the planning meeting. When the church coordinator called me asking where I was, I said, "I never agreed to coordinate the fundraiser. Marcus volunteered me without asking. I'm sorry for the confusion, but I won't be able to help." Marcus's friend, who I was supposedly helping move that weekend? I didn't show up. When he called confused, I said, "I never agreed to help you move. Marcus volunteered me without my permission. I apologize for any inconvenience." The neighbor whose dog I was supposedly pet-sitting? I didn't show up. They had to scramble to find alternative care. The website I was supposedly designing for someone's small business? I never started it. Over the next month, I simply didn't show up to approximately a dozen commitments Marcus had made on my behalf. Each time, I told the person the same thing. I never agreed to this. Marcus volunteered me without asking. I'm sorry for the confusion. The fallout was immediate and intense. Marcus started getting angry calls and messages from people who were upset that I'd flaked on commitments. His reputation as the helpful, reliable guy who could connect people with assistance took a major hit when it became clear that the assistance he'd been promising wasn't actually reliable. The church coordinator was particularly upset because they'd been counting on me to coordinate a major fundraiser and now had to find someone else last minute. Marcus confronted me, furious. "You're making me look terrible. All these people are mad at me because you didn't follow through." I said, "I didn't follow through on commitments I never made. You volunteered me without asking. That's on you, not me." Marcus said, "I've always volunteered you for things and you've always done them. Why are you suddenly being difficult?" I said, "I've always done them because I felt obligated after you'd already committed me. But I'm not obligated to honor commitments I never agreed to. If you want to be known as helpful, you need to actually do the helping yourself instead of volunteering my time and labor." Marcus said I was being selfish and ruining his reputation and making him look like a liar. I said, "You are a liar. You've been lying to people for years, telling them I'd do things without asking me first. I'm just no longer covering for your lies." My parents were furious with me. They said I'd embarrassed Marcus and let people down and damaged our family's reputation in the community. I asked, should I have continued doing unpaid labor for strangers that Marcus volunteered me for without my consent? My father said, "You should have honored the commitments Marcus made. Once he told people you'd help, you had a responsibility to follow through." I said, "Marcus doesn't have the authority to create responsibilities for me. My time and labor are mine to volunteer, not his." But my parents insisted that family members should support each other, and that meant I should have done what Marcus promised I'd do, even if he hadn't asked me first. The community reaction has been mixed. Some people are sympathetic to me, understanding that Marcus had been overstepping boundaries by volunteering me without consent. Others are angry at me for flaking on commitments and causing inconvenience to people who were counting on help. Marcus's social reputation has definitely suffered. He's now known as someone who makes promises he can't keep, and several people have complained that he volunteered his sister without asking her first, and created problems when I didn't show up. Did I go too far by refusing to honor any of the commitments Marcus made on my behalf and letting people down who thought they had help arranged? Update. Marcus's calendar revealed he'd been booking me for things months in advance. I posted 10 weeks ago about stopping showing up to commitments my brother Marcus had volunteered me for without asking. Most responses supported my right to decline commitments I never agreed to, though some thought I should have given people more warning before not showing up. Since then, I discovered that Marcus's pattern of volunteering me was far more extensive and calculated than I'd realized. He'd been maintaining a detailed calendar of my supposed commitments for months in advance, and had been building his entire social life around volunteering my time and skills. After I stopped showing up to things Marcus had volunteered me for, he became increasingly desperate and angry. He'd call me multiple times a day asking why I wasn't following through on various commitments. One day, he left his laptop open at our parents' house when he went to the bathroom. I glanced at the screen and saw what looked like a calendar application. Curious, I looked closer. Marcus had created an entire calendar system dedicated to tracking what he'd volunteered me for. The calendar was titled Sister's Schedule and contained dozens of entries spanning the next 6 months. Each entry included the date and time, what he'd volunteered me to do, who he'd made the commitment to, why he'd offered my help. There were entries like Sarah's birthday party, sister doing desserts, told Sarah on 3/15. Greg's move, sister helping, promised Greg 4 hours on Saturday. Church bake sale, sister making 3 dozen cookies, told coordinator she'd contribute. Tom's website, sister designing, quoted 2-week timeline. The calendar had over 40 entries. Marcus had been systematically scheduling my time months in advance without ever telling me about most of these commitments. I took photos of the calendar before Marcus returned. When I confronted him later, he initially denied having such a calendar. When I showed him the photos, he admitted it but said he'd created it to keep track of when you're helping people, so he wouldn't accidentally double book you. I said, "You can't double book someone who never agreed to be booked in the first place." Marcus said the calendar helped him coordinate my availability. I said, "You don't get to coordinate my availability. I coordinate my own availability. You're not my manager." But the calendar revealed something more disturbing. Marcus had been using me as his primary social currency. Looking at the entries, I could see a pattern. Almost every time Marcus wanted to make a good impression, network with someone, or strengthen a relationship, he'd volunteer me to do something for that person. Wanted to build a relationship with a new coworker? My sister would be happy to design your small business website. Wanted to impress a potential romantic interest? My sister makes amazing desserts. Let me have her make something for your event. Wanted to stay in good standing with our parents' church? My sister would be happy to help with the fundraiser. Marcus had been treating my skills, time, and labor as his to distribute in order to build his own social capital. The calendar also revealed that Marcus had been charging people for some of my work. Several entries had notes like, paid $200 for website design, or contributed $50 for baking costs. Marcus had been accepting money from people for work he'd volunteered me to do, and keeping that money for himself. When I confronted him about this, Marcus said he'd only accepted money a few times, and it was to cover your costs for supplies. But the amounts he'd accepted far exceeded any supply costs, and he'd never given me any of that money. I realized Marcus had been literally profiting off of volunteering me for work I didn't know about and wasn't compensated for. I showed my parents the calendar and the evidence that Marcus had been accepting money for work he'd volunteered me to do. I thought surely this would make them see how inappropriate Marcus's behavior had been. Instead, my mother said, "Well, Marcus was trying to make sure you were compensated for your work. That's thoughtful." I said, he was keeping the money for himself, and he was volunteering me without asking. My father said, "It sounds like Marcus was managing business arrangements for you. Maybe you should be grateful he was helping you get work." They were reframing Marcus's exploitation as him doing me a favor by finding work for me. I asked my parents directly, "Do you think it's acceptable that Marcus has been booking my time for months in advance, accepting money for my work, and never asking my permission or giving me any choice?" My mother said, "Family helps each other. Marcus was helping these people and he knew you could help too. It's not that serious." My father said, "You're making Marcus look bad by refusing to help after he's made commitments on the family's behalf." They genuinely believed that Marcus had the right to volunteer me for work, accept payment for that work, and that I was wrong for refusing to honor those arrangements. Did I go too far by refusing to honor the dozens of commitments Marcus had secretly scheduled for me months in advance? Final update. Marcus admitted he needed me to do things so he could maintain friendships. It's been 7 months since I stopped showing up to commitments my brother Marcus volunteered me for, and 5 months since I discovered he'd been maintaining a secret calendar booking my time for months in advance and profiting from my work. The situation reached a breaking point when Marcus had a breakdown at a family gathering, revealing he'd built his entire adult social life around volunteering me as a resource and had no idea how to maintain friendships without using me. After discovering Marcus's calendar, I continued my policy of not honoring any commitment made without my prior explicit consent. This meant dozens of people over the following months found out that the help Marcus had promised wasn't actually available. Marcus's social life began to visibly deteriorate. Friends stopped reaching out as often. His invitations to social events decreased. His reputation in the community shifted from helpful, connected guy to unreliable guy who makes promises he can't keep. 4 months ago, Marcus showed up at my apartment unannounced. He looked terrible, stressed, exhausted, desperate. He said, "You're destroying my life. I've lost friends because of you. People don't trust me anymore. My whole social network is falling apart." I said, "I haven't destroyed anything. I've just stopped doing unpaid work that you volunteered me for without asking. If your social network depended on me doing that work, then it was never really your social network. It was mine." Marcus broke down crying. He admitted something I hadn't expected. "I don't know how to maintain friendships without you. I don't know how to be helpful to people without volunteering you. I don't know how to be the person everyone likes without being able to offer your skills and time." I was stunned. Marcus had been using me as a prosthetic social skill for his entire adult life. He explained, "I'm not good at doing things for people. I'm not skilled at the things people need help with. But you are. You can design, bake, organize, fix things. So I'd offer what you can do, and people would be grateful to me for connecting them with help. That's how I made friends. That's how I built relationships. By offering you." I said, "So you've been using me as a tool to build social relationships you couldn't build on your own?" Marcus nodded. He said, "I didn't think about it that way. I thought I was being helpful by connecting people with someone who could help them. I thought it made me valuable to have access to someone with your skills." I asked, "Did it ever occur to you that I'm a person with my own life, not a resource for you to distribute to improve your social standing?" Marcus admitted, "Not really. You're my sister. I thought your skills and time were kind of available to me, like we're family, so what's yours is partly mine." This explained everything. Marcus had genuinely believed that because we were siblings, he had some claim on my labor and skills, my talents, my time, my work. He'd viewed them as family resources he could allocate as he saw fit. We had a series of family therapy sessions after this conversation. The therapist identified that Marcus had what she called social borrowed capital. He'd been borrowing my skills and work to create the appearance of being helpful and capable, without actually developing those skills or capacities himself. The therapist said, "You've built your entire social identity around offering your sister's labor. Now that she's unavailable, you're experiencing an identity crisis because you don't know who you are without being able to volunteer her." Marcus admitted he'd never developed his own skills for helping people because he'd always had access to mine. He'd never learned to bake or organize or design or do any of the practical things people actually need help with because he'd just volunteered me to do those things. The therapist asked, "What value do you bring to your friendships if you can't offer practical help?" Marcus couldn't answer. He'd defined his worth by what he could offer people, and what he offered was always me. My parents were finally forced to confront their enabling of this pattern. The therapist pointed out that by insisting I honor Marcus's commitments, they'd been reinforcing his belief that my labor was family property he could distribute. My mother admitted, "I thought it was nice that Marcus was involving you in community service and helping you stay connected to people. I didn't realize he was using you." My father said, "I thought you two were working together as a team. I didn't understand that Marcus was volunteering you without asking and taking credit for work you did." The therapist explained that what Marcus had been doing was a form of exploitation, treating a family member's labor and skills as his own resources to allocate without consent. Marcus is now in individual therapy, learning to build friendships based on his actual personality and interests, rather than on volunteering others' labor. He's having to confront that many of his friendships were transactional. People valued him for what he could arrange for them, me doing work, not for genuine connection. He's also had to face that he'd profited financially off my work without compensation, which the therapist identified as not just boundary violation, but potential fraud. Marcus has apologized and acknowledged he'd been exploiting me. He said, "I built my entire adult identity around being the helpful guy who could solve problems, but I was solving those problems with your labor. I was being helpful with your skills. And I never gave you credit or compensation or even asked permission. My parents have apologized for pressuring me to honor Marcus's commitments and for not recognizing that what he was doing was inappropriate. Our relationship is rebuilding, slowly, but it's fundamentally changed. Marcus has to learn who he is without being able to volunteer me as a resource. He's discovering that he's less socially successful than he thought, that much of his popularity was built on being able to offer my work. The question of whether I went too far by stopping showing up has been resolved. I didn't go too far. I simply stopped enabling Marcus's exploitation of my time, skills, and labor. Marcus had built his entire social life on a foundation of volunteering me without consent. When I removed that foundation, his social life collapsed. That wasn't my fault. It was the inevitable result of him building something that was never sustainable or ethical. Sometimes the people we love treat us as resources rather than individuals with our own autonomy. Marcus had been doing this for years, and my family had been enabling it by pressuring me to go along with whatever Marcus committed me to. Stopping that pattern required me to disappoint people, to let people down, to create chaos by not showing up. It was uncomfortable and difficult, but it was necessary to establish that my time, skills, and labor are mine to volunteer, not Marcus's to distribute. Marcus is now learning to be a person, rather than a broker of his sister's labor. He's discovering it's harder than he thought to maintain friendships based on genuine connection, rather than on offering practical help he wasn't actually providing himself. And I've reclaimed control over my own time and life, no longer available as a resource for Marcus to distribute without my knowledge or consent. That's not revenge. That's just refusing to be exploited by someone who'd been treating you as a tool for their own social advancement. I stopped organizing our family and watched them forget each other. I, 33-year-old F, recently stopped doing all the invisible work of maintaining my extended family's connections, memories, and relationships after my cousin Natalie, 35-year-old, received recognition for keeping our family close, when she'd done virtually nothing while I'd spent 15 years organizing every reunion, preserving every family memory, and maintaining every relationship. When I withdrew completely without explanation, my family's sense of connection and shared history began disintegrating, and they're now facing a crisis where they've essentially forgotten who they are as a family. Some people think I abandoned my family responsibilities to prove a point, while others say I was right to stop doing thankless work that no one appreciated. For background, I come from a large extended family. My grandmother had 6 children who each had multiple children, so there are approximately 40 people across 3 generations who consider themselves part of our close family. Our family identity is built around being tightly knit, knowing our heritage, maintaining connections across generations, and gathering regularly to celebrate our shared history. What my family doesn't realize is that none of that happens naturally. It happens because someone organizes it, maintains it, and puts in hundreds of hours of invisible work to create the illusion of effortless family closeness. That someone has been me for the past 15 years. It started when I was 18, and my grandmother asked me to help her organize that year's family reunion. She was getting older and needed assistance with the logistics, booking the venue, contacting all the family members, coordinating food and activities. I helped her that year, and it went well. The next year, my grandmother's health was declining, and she asked me to organize the reunion again. I did, and the year after that, and every year since then. But it wasn't just the reunions. Over time, I became the unofficial family archivist and historian. I was the one who scanned and digitized all the old family photos and documents before they deteriorated, created and maintained the family tree, researching genealogy and keeping track of births, marriages, deaths. Organized the annual family reunion every summer. Coordinated smaller holiday gatherings and ensured everyone was invited. Maintained a family contact list with everyone's current addresses, phone numbers, emails. Created and distributed a family newsletter quarterly with updates about everyone. Preserved family recipes by collecting them from older relatives and creating a family cookbook. Organized tributes and memorial services when family members passed away. Created photo albums and memory books for milestone birthdays and anniversaries. Interviewed elderly relatives and recorded their stories before they were lost. Mediated family conflicts and maintained relationships between family members who weren't speaking to each other. This was hundreds of hours of work every year. But because I didn't have a traditional demanding career, I worked part-time and freelanced, my family seemed to think I had endless free time for family projects. The work was invisible because it was successful. The family reunions happened every year, so no one thought about the months of planning required. The family tree was always updated, so no one thought about the research and verification needed. Everyone had everyone else's contact information, so no one considered who maintained that list. My family prided themselves on being close and in touch with our roots. But that closeness and knowledge was entirely due to my constant, unacknowledged work. Meanwhile, my cousin Natalie did virtually nothing to maintain family connections. She attended events I organized. She enjoyed the family history I'd preserved. She benefited from the family network I maintained. But Natalie is charismatic, outgoing, and visible. At family gatherings, she's the one who makes toasts, who hugs everyone enthusiastically, who posts photos on social media with captions about family being everything. She performs closeness, while I create the conditions that make closeness possible. Last year, my great-aunt decided to create a Family Legacy Award to honor one family member each year who embodies our family values and keeps our family strong. The first recipient of this award, announced at the family reunion, was Natalie. The tribute described Natalie as the heart of our family, someone who keeps us all connected, who ensures we never lose sight of what matters, our family bonds and shared heritage. I sat at that reunion, the reunion I'd spent 3 months organizing, and listened to Natalie be praised for keeping the family connected. She accepted the award with a gracious speech about how family is her priority and how she works hard to maintain our closeness. She never mentioned me. She never acknowledged that every family gathering she was being praised for attending was organized by someone else. She never mentioned that the family tree she referenced in her speech was researched and maintained by me. She never mentioned that the family closeness she was being honored for preserving was built on my invisible labor. After the reunion, I made a decision. I was done. I stopped all family organizing and archival work immediately. No announcement, no explanation. I just stopped. I didn't plan the next quarterly newsletter. It never came out, and no one noticed for months. I didn't start planning the Christmas gathering. No invitations went out, no venue was booked, no coordination happened. I stopped updating the family contact list. When people moved or changed phone numbers, the information wasn't recorded or shared. I stopped mediating family conflicts. When cousins had disagreements or family members weren't speaking to each other, I didn't intervene or facilitate reconciliation. I stopped preserving new photos and memories. When family events happened, I didn't collect photos or create albums documenting them. For the first few months, nothing seemed to change. The family was coasting on the infrastructure I'd built over 15 years. They had contact information I'd compiled, family history I'd preserved, and connections I'd maintained. But slowly, things started to deteriorate. Cousins who'd been in regular contact started losing touch because they didn't have each other's current information, and I wasn't updating the list. An uncle had a milestone birthday and no one organized a family celebration because I wasn't coordinating it, and no one else thought to do it. A great aunt passed away, and the family struggled to organize a memorial service because I wasn't managing the communication and planning. The quarterly newsletter never resumed, and family members started complaining they didn't know what was happening with everyone anymore. 6 months after I stopped, it was time to start planning the annual summer reunion. In previous years, I'd have started planning in January for a July event. By March, people started asking me about reunion plans. I didn't respond to these questions. I just said I wasn't organizing it this year. People assumed someone else would step up. Natalie, as the heart of the family who'd won the Legacy Award for keeping everyone connected, seemed like the natural choice. Natalie tried. She created a Facebook event for the reunion and picked a date, but she didn't book a venue. They were all reserved by the time she tried in June. Coordinate food. She assumed people would bring things but didn't organize who was bringing what. Plan activities. She figured people would just hang out. Ensure everyone was invited. She posted on Facebook but didn't reach out to family members who weren't on social media, which was about 40% of the family. Arrange accommodations for people traveling from out of state. Create a schedule or structure for the day. The reunion was a disaster. Only about half the family attended because half weren't properly invited. There was no venue, so people tried to gather at a public park, but there wasn't enough space and no pavilion reserved. There wasn't enough food. There were no activities, so people stood around awkwardly. The whole thing fell apart after 2 hours. People were disappointed and confused. For 15 years, the family reunion had been a highlight of the year. Well-organized, fun, bringing everyone together. This year, it was a chaotic mess. Some family members started asking what had happened. Why was this year so different? Why wasn't the reunion organized like it used to be? I didn't offer to explain. I just said I hadn't organized it this year and that someone else had taken the lead. A few people asked me directly why I wasn't organizing family events anymore. I said, I've been doing it for 15 years. I assumed someone else could handle it. My aunt said, but you're so good at it. You know how to make everything run smoothly. I said. Then maybe someone should have mentioned that before giving Natalie an award for keeping the family connected. That's when it started to click for some people. They began to realize that all the family cohesion they'd taken for granted, the reunions, the newsletters, the maintained connections, the preserved memories, hadn't just happened naturally. Someone had been doing that work, and that someone had been me, not Natalie. But by then, 6 months of family infrastructure had already deteriorated. People had lost touch. Events had been missed. Memories hadn't been preserved. The damage was already done. Did I go too far by stopping all family organizing without warning and letting family connections deteriorate to prove I was the one maintaining them? Update. The Heritage Project revealed how much family history I'd been preserving alone. I posted 3 months ago about stopping all family organizing work after my cousin Natalie received recognition for keeping our family connected, when I'd been doing all the actual work. Most responses supported my decision to stop doing invisible labor, though some were concerned about the impact on family cohesion. Since then, my family has faced a crisis that revealed just how much work I'd been doing to preserve our family's history and identity. Work that no one had noticed or valued until it was gone. After the disastrous family reunion, my family started to realize that something had changed. The quarterly newsletters had stopped. The family contact list was outdated. No one was coordinating gatherings or maintaining connections. The infrastructure of family closeness was visibly crumbling. But the crisis deepened when my great-uncle, Harold, 82, announced a special project. Harold is our family's oldest living member and has been thinking about his legacy. He decided he wanted to create a comprehensive family heritage book, documenting our genealogy, family stories, historical photos, and the narrative of our family's journey over generations. Harold approached Natalie to lead this project since she'd won the Family Legacy Award for keeping our family strong. He said he wanted the heritage book completed before he passed away, as a gift to future generations. Natalie accepted this honor, excited to work on something so meaningful. She posted on social media about the project and asked family members to send her any photos, stories, or information they wanted included. That's when Natalie discovered the scope of what I'd been doing for 15 years. Family members started messaging her asking, "Can you send me the digital copy of Grandma's wedding photos? I know we have them somewhere. What's the recipe for Great-Grandma's famous cookies? I know it's been preserved. What year did Uncle Tom's family immigrate? I thought someone had researched that. Can you send the family tree? I want to include it in my contribution." Natalie had none of this information. She didn't have the digitized photos. I did. She didn't have the collected recipes. I had compiled them into a family cookbook. She didn't have the genealogy research. I'd spent years creating and maintaining the family tree. She didn't have the recorded stories from elderly relatives. I'd conducted and transcribed those interviews. Natalie messaged me asking for access to the family archives. I asked what archive she was referring to. She said, "All the photos and documents and research, the family stuff." I said, "You mean the photos I scanned and digitized? The family tree I researched and maintained? The recipes I collected? The interviews I recorded? Those aren't family archives. Those are my personal projects that I worked on for 15 years. Natalie was confused. She'd assumed all of this material was collectively owned family property that anyone could access. She hadn't realized that I'd personally done all the work to create, organize, and preserve these materials, and that they existed because of my individual effort. She said the family needed access to these materials for the Heritage Book Project. I said the materials were on my personal computer and in my personal files, and I wasn't comfortable just handing over 15 years of work to someone else's project. Natalie went to other family members for support. My aunt called me and said I was being selfish by not sharing family materials for a family project. I said, "These materials only exist because I created them through hundreds of hours of personal work. They're not family property. They're the result of my individual labor that no one valued or acknowledged. My aunt said, "But it's family history. It belongs to all of us." I said, "The history belongs to all of us. The research, scanning, organizing, and preservation that I did belongs to me. If you want access to it, you need to acknowledge that it's my work you're asking for, not some communal resource that appeared magically." The family was outraged. They felt I was holding family history hostage out of spite. But I saw it differently. They wanted the benefits of 15 years of my work without ever having acknowledged or valued that work. Harold, the great-uncle commissioning the heritage book, asked to meet with me directly. He's always been kind to me, so I agreed. Harold said he'd had no idea I'd been doing so much work to preserve family history. He'd assumed, like everyone else, that it just happened naturally or that multiple people contributed. When Natalie won the Legacy Award, he genuinely believed she was the family member most responsible for maintaining family connections. He said, "I'm realizing now that we gave Natalie credit for your work. I'm sorry." I appreciated his apology, but I told him my issue wasn't just about credit. It was about 15 years of invisible labor that no one noticed, valued, or acknowledged. The family had benefited from my work while taking it completely for granted. Harold asked if I'd be willing to contribute my research and materials to the heritage book. I said I'd consider it, but only if certain conditions were met. 1. My work needed to be credited properly throughout the book. 2. The family needed to acknowledge publicly that I'd been the primary archivist and historian. 3. If the book was published or distributed, I needed to be credited as a primary contributor, compiler. Harold agreed to these terms, but when he brought them to the rest of the family and to Natalie, there was resistance. Natalie said it would be awkward to have me credited so prominently when she was the project leader. Some family members said it would look petty to have detailed credits in a family heritage book. Others said I was making demands when I should just be happy to contribute to preserving family history. I realized the family still didn't understand. They wanted my work, but didn't want to acknowledge it was work that deserved recognition. Did I go too far by refusing to share 15 years of family archival work unless I received proper credit? Final update. My grandmother's journal revealed she'd been training me to replace her role. It's been 8 months since I stopped organizing my extended family, and 5 months since I refused to contribute to the family heritage book without proper acknowledgement of my work. The family has fractured significantly, but my grandmother's private journal, discovered after her death last month, revealed that she'd been deliberately training me to take over her role as the family's center, and that she'd known the family would take my work for granted. After my last update, the Family Heritage Book Project stalled completely. Without my research, photos, and documentation, Natalie couldn't create the comprehensive family history Harold wanted. The project was abandoned, and Harold was disappointed that his legacy gift to the family wouldn't be completed before his death. My family blamed me for this failure. They said I'd sabotaged the heritage book out of spite and jealousy of Natalie. Several relatives stopped speaking to me entirely. Family gatherings that did happen, organized chaotically by whoever volunteered last minute, were tense and awkward. Meanwhile, family connections continued to deteriorate without my organizational work. Cousins lost touch. Important family events were forgotten or poorly attended. The sense of being a close, connected family was visibly disintegrating. Then, last month, my grandmother passed away at 89. She'd been declining for a while, and her death, while sad, wasn't unexpected. When we were cleaning out her belongings, I found a journal she'd kept for the last 20 years of her life. In it, she'd documented her thoughts about family, her observations about family dynamics, and her intentional efforts to prepare me to take over her role as the family's organizational center. The journal entries were revealing and heartbreaking. My grandmother had been deeply aware of family dynamics and had seen clearly what no one else acknowledged: that families don't stay connected naturally. Someone has to do the work of maintaining connections, preserving memories, organizing gatherings. She'd done that work for decades before I started, and she'd been intentionally training me to take over. An entry from 15 years ago, right after I'd helped her organize my first family reunion, said, "My name did beautifully with the reunion planning. She has the patience, attention to detail, and genuine care for family that this work requires. I'm going to keep involving her in family organizing. She needs to learn how to do this because someone will need to hold the family together after I'm gone, and she's the one who can do it." Other entries documented her deliberately teaching me various aspects of family maintenance: how to mediate conflicts, how to keep track of everyone's information, how to preserve family history, how to plan events that everyone would enjoy. She'd been grooming me to be her successor as the family's center, knowing the family would need someone in that role. But her journal also revealed something I hadn't known. She'd seen exactly how the family would treat my work. An entry from 8 years ago said, "I worry about my name. She's taken on so much of the family organizing work, and no one thanks her or even notices. They all think family just happens. They don't see the hundreds of hours she puts in every year. I try to thank her and acknowledge her work, but I worry that after I'm gone, she'll be completely taken for granted." My grandmother had known. She'd seen that my work was invisible, that the family didn't appreciate it, that I was being used. Another entry from 3 years ago. "I wish I could protect my name from what I know is coming. The family will keep taking her work for granted. They'll celebrate people like Natalie who perform family devotion without doing the actual work. And my name will eventually burn out or rebel. I don't blame her if she does. I just hope the family realizes what they've lost before it's too late." My grandmother had predicted exactly what happened. She'd seen that I'd eventually stop doing the work, and she'd understood why. The most painful entry was from a year ago, when she was quite ill. The family gave Natalie that legacy award for keeping the family connected. I wanted to stand up and scream, "Natalie doesn't keep this family connected. My name does." Every gathering, every memory, every connection exists because of my name's work. But the family can't see it. They see Natalie's charisma and mistake it for contribution. I'm too weak to fight this battle for my name, and it breaks my heart. She deserves recognition, but I know she'll never get it unless she stops doing the work and makes them see what they've lost. My grandmother had known I deserved recognition. She'd known the family was wrong to give Natalie credit for my work, and she'd understood that I'd eventually have to stop to make them see. Reading her journal was devastating. My grandmother had seen everything clearly, had understood what I was going through, and had been unable to change it. She died knowing her family would probably fall apart without my work, and knowing they'd blame me for letting it happen. I shared relevant portions of the journal with my family. The reaction was mixed. Some family members, particularly the older generation, were ashamed. They realized my grandmother had seen what they'd missed, that I was holding the family together, that my work was invisible and unappreciated, that giving Natalie credit was unjust. My great-uncle Harold wept when he read the entries. He said, "Your grandmother tried to tell me. She said you were doing so much for the family, and I nodded but didn't really understand. I thought she just meant you were helpful. I didn't realize you were the entire infrastructure." Other family members were defensive. They said I was using Grandma's death to make them feel guilty, and that the journal was private and shouldn't have been shared. Natalie was particularly upset. She said my grandmother's observations were just one person's opinion, and that she'd worked hard to keep the family connected in her own way. When challenged about what specifically she'd done, she said her emotional support and positive energy were contributions that couldn't be measured like planning events or organizing photos. But the journal had an impact. Some family members began acknowledging, publicly, that I'd been doing enormous amounts of work that they'd taken for granted. My aunt organized a family gathering specifically to acknowledge my contributions and apologize for not recognizing them earlier. About half the family attended. Several people gave speeches thanking me for years of work they'd never properly appreciated. It was validating but also bittersweet. My grandmother had seen and appreciated my work while she was alive, but she'd been one voice among many. Now that she was gone and her journal had revealed her perspective, the family was finally listening. But it was too late for her to see it. I've made a decision. I'll resume some family organizing work, but on my own terms. I'll plan one reunion a year, but I'll be publicly credited as the organizer and I'll accept payment for my time. I'll maintain the family tree and archives, but they'll be clearly attributed as my personal project. I'll coordinate some family communications, but I won't be available for every conflict or crisis. I'm also creating a family foundation in my grandmother's name. The foundation's purpose is to preserve family history and connections, and to recognize and support the people, usually women, who do the invisible work of maintaining families. The first recipient of the Foundation's annual recognition award will not be Natalie. It will be me, acknowledging 15 years of unrecognized work. The award will be given in my grandmother's name, honoring her wisdom in seeing what everyone else missed. Did I go too far by stopping all family organizing work and watching the family fall apart? My grandmother's journal answered that question for me. She wrote in one of her final entries, "If my name ever stops doing all this work, the family will blame her. They'll say she abandoned them or was selfish. But I hope she knows. Sometimes you have to let something fall apart to show people it was being held together by invisible hands. I hope she has the courage to step back and let them see what they've been taking for granted. I'll support her choice, even if the rest of the family doesn't." My grandmother gave me permission, in her final words, to stop carrying weight that no one acknowledged. She saw what was happening and validated my decision to step back. I didn't go too far. I went exactly as far as I needed to go to make visible the invisible work of holding a family together. The family fell apart not because I stopped working, but because no one else had ever started. My grandmother knew this. She predicted it. And she supported my choice to stop being taken for granted, even knowing it would cause pain. Sometimes the most loving thing you can do for a family is let them experience the consequences of taking someone for granted. My grandmother understood that, and now, through her journal, the family is beginning to understand it too. I stopped being the family scapegoat and watched them destroy each other. I, 28 Umber F., recently completed intensive therapy that helped me understand I'd been serving as my family's designated problem child for my entire life. A role that allowed them to avoid addressing their own serious dysfunction. When I got healthy, moved out, and stopped accepting blame for everyone's issues, my family completely imploded without their scapegoat. Some people think I should have helped them through their crisis, while others say I was right to prioritize my own healing, even as I watched my family relationships disintegrate. For background, I've always been the difficult one in my family. Growing up, I was the child with behavioral problems, academic struggles, and social issues. My parents spent thousands on therapy for me. My teachers had special meetings about me, and family gatherings often centered around my latest crisis or failure. I had ADHD, anxiety, and learning disabilities that weren't properly diagnosed until I was an adult. But throughout my childhood and early 20s, I was just seen as the problem. The kid who couldn't get it together, who caused stress for everyone, who needed constant intervention and management. My older brother, Marcus, 31 under male, was the golden child. Successful, responsible, no problems. My younger sister, Bethany, 25 under Felv, was the sweet, easy child. Compliant, pleasant, low maintenance. And I was the problem that the family had to constantly manage and discuss. Family dinners revolved around my issues. Holiday gatherings included updates on my latest therapy or medication adjustments. Extended family knew me as the challenging one, who my parents were so patient with. I internalized this role completely. I believed I was broken, difficult, and a burden on my family. Even as I got older and started managing my ADHD and anxiety better, I still saw myself as the family problem. 2 years ago, at 26, I started seeing a new therapist who specialized in family systems. Within 3 sessions, she asked me a question that changed everything. Have you ever considered that your family might need you to be the problem? I didn't understand what she meant. She explained that in some family systems, one person is designated as the identified patient, the person whose problems allow everyone else to avoid looking at their own issues. As long as the family can focus on fixing the identified patient, they don't have to address underlying family dysfunction. Over the next year of therapy, I started to see the pattern she was describing. Every time I made progress or had a period of stability, someone in my family would create a crisis that would pull me back into the problem child role. For example, I'd successfully managed my ADHD with medication and was doing well at work. My mother called to say she was worried about me being on medication long term and suggested I try going off it to see if I really needed it. When I went off medication and struggled, the family narrative became, "See, she still needs so much support." Or, "I'd been stable and healthy for 6 months." My father called to say he and my mother were concerned I was isolating and needed to come to more family dinners. When I increased family contact, I got pulled into managing my parents' marital conflicts and my sister's relationship drama, which stressed me out and triggered my anxiety. The family narrative became, "She just can't handle normal family interaction." My therapist helped me see that my family had a pattern of destabilizing me whenever I started doing too well, because my wellness threatened the family system that was built around managing my problems. She asked me to consider, what would happen if you actually got completely healthy and stable? What would your family talk about? What would they focus on? I realized the answer was, they'd have to focus on their own problems. My father's workaholism and emotional unavailability. My mother's anxiety and need for control. My brother's perfectionism and his struggling marriage. My sister's codependency and her pattern of abusive relationships. As long as I was the problem, none of those issues had to be addressed. The family could unite around helping me instead of examining their own dysfunction. My therapist suggested an experiment. What if I stopped participating in the scapegoat role? What if I got healthy and stayed healthy and refused to be pulled back into crisis? So I did. I committed to my treatment, stayed on my medication, maintained boundaries with my family, and focused on building a stable, healthy life. I got promoted at work. I moved into my own apartment. I developed a strong support system outside my family. And I stopped accepting the problem child narrative. When my mother expressed concern about my choices, I thanked her for caring, but didn't change my behavior to accommodate her anxiety. When my father suggested I needed more family involvement, I maintained my boundaries about how often I visited. When my siblings tried to pull me into their drama, I politely declined to get involved. For the first time in my life, I was genuinely stable and healthy. I wasn't having crises. I wasn't struggling. I was just fine. And my family started to fall apart. Without me as the focus of family concern and conversation, they had nothing to unite around. Family dinners became awkward and tense because no one knew what to talk about without my problems as the centerpiece. My parents started fighting more openly because they didn't have my issues to collaborate on managing. My brother's marriage problems became more visible because the family wasn't distracted by my crises. My sister's relationship dysfunction became the new topic of concern, and she couldn't handle being in the spotlight the way I'd tolerated it for years. 3 months ago, my mother called me crying and said the family was falling apart. She said my father had moved out temporarily because their marriage was in crisis. My brother and his wife were separated. My sister was in an abusive relationship, but refusing help. And somehow, my mother said, this had all happened since I'd pulled away from the family. I told my mother I hadn't pulled away. I'd just gotten healthy and stopped being available as the family problem to manage. My mother said, "But we need you. The family doesn't work without you being part of it." I said, "You mean the family doesn't work without me being the broken one you can all focus on instead of dealing with your own issues?" My mother denied this, saying the family had always loved and supported me. But then she said something revealing. "When you were struggling, we all had a purpose. We were helping you, supporting you, working together to make sure you were okay. Now nobody needs anybody and we're all just scattered." My therapist had been right. My role as the problem child had given my family purpose and cohesion. Without me to fix, they had to face their own problems, and they couldn't handle it. My father has been calling me asking to meet, saying he needs advice about his marriage. I've declined, saying he should see a marriage counselor, not ask his daughter to fix his relationship. My brother called saying he's overwhelmed by his marital issues and his parents' crisis, and needs someone to talk to. I suggested he find a therapist, and he got angry, saying I used to always be available to listen, and now I was abandoning the family in crisis. My sister has been texting me constantly about her abusive boyfriend, wanting me to help her figure out what to do. I've told her she needs professional support, and she's accused me of not caring anymore about family. My mother organized a family intervention where they all sat me down and told me I'd changed, become distant, and wasn't being there for the family anymore. They said I'd become selfish and cold since I'd gotten better. I said, "I've gotten healthy, and you're all falling apart because you don't have me to focus on instead of your own problems. I'm not going to set myself on fire to keep you warm anymore." My family was hurt and angry. My mother said I was being cruel when they needed me most. My father said family is supposed to support each other through hard times. My siblings said I'd abandoned them after they'd supported me for years. But my therapist says I'm doing the right thing by maintaining boundaries and not returning to the scapegoat role even as my family is in crisis. My partner supports my decision to stay healthy and boundaried, but several friends think I'm being harsh by refusing to help my family when they're clearly struggling. Did I go too far by getting healthy and refusing to return to the problem child role, even though my family is falling apart without their scapegoat? Update. Family therapy revealed they'd been unconsciously sabotaging my recovery for years. I posted 12 weeks ago about getting healthy and watching my family fall apart without me serving as their designated scapegoat. Most responses supported my decision to maintain boundaries, though some thought I should offer some support during their crisis. Since then, my family has been in crisis intervention therapy at my father's insistence, and the sessions have revealed that my family had been unconsciously, and sometimes consciously, sabotaging my recovery and wellness for years to maintain me in the problem child role they needed. After my refusal to return to the scapegoat role, my parents' marriage deteriorated to the point where my father moved out. My brother's separation became a divorce filing. My sister's abusive relationship escalated dangerously. The family was genuinely in crisis. My father, to his credit, recognized that something was fundamentally broken in our family system and insisted everyone attend family therapy together. He asked me to participate, saying he understood I'd set boundaries, but that he wanted to understand what had gone wrong. I agreed to attend family therapy sessions on the condition that my individual therapist could consult with the family therapist, and that I could leave any session if I felt my boundaries were being violated. The family therapist we saw specialized in family systems and scapegoat dynamics. In our second session, she asked my family a direct question. What role has my name played in this family? And what happens when she doesn't play that role anymore? There was a long silence. Then my mother said, "She was the one who needed help, and we helped her. That's what families do. The therapist said, "What I'm hearing from my name is that her role wasn't just person who needs help, but person whose problems allow everyone else to avoid their own problems." Can anyone speak to that? My brother was the first to crack. He said, "I knew if I was struggling with something, I could just wait until the next family dinner and we'd end up talking about my name's latest issue instead. It was easier than addressing my own stuff." The therapist asked him to give an example. Marcus described a period 2 years ago when his marriage was already struggling and he'd been depressed. He'd gone to a family dinner planning to talk to our parents about his marriage problems, but the conversation had shifted to my ADHD medication and whether I should try a different dosage. He'd never brought up his marriage, and 6 months later, his wife had asked for separation. The therapist asked, "So, my name's problems functioned as a way to avoid discussing your problems?" Marcus nodded, looking ashamed. My sister shared a similar pattern. She said whenever she was in a bad relationship or making poor choices, she'd feel anxious about family judgment. But then conversations would turn to my struggles, and she'd feel relief that she wasn't the focus of concern. Bethany said, "I've been in abusive relationships for 5 years, but nobody noticed or intervened because everyone was always worried about my name. I think part of me stayed in bad relationships because at least they weren't being scrutinized the way her life was." The therapist was carefully documenting these admissions. Then she asked my parents, "What about you two? How did focusing on my name's problems affect your marriage?" My parents exchanged looks. My father finally said, "We fought less when we were united in helping my name. When we had her issues to manage together, we didn't have to address the issues in our marriage." My mother added quietly, "The week my name moved out and stopped coming to family dinners regularly, your father and I had our first serious fight in months, because we didn't have anything to collaborate on anymore." The therapist said, "So, my name's problems served as marital glue. Her dysfunction kept you functional as a couple?" My mother started crying. She said she'd never thought about it that way, but yes, focusing on me had given her and my father a shared purpose that kept them from confronting their incompatibility and communication problems. Then the therapist asked a harder question. "I want to know if anyone in this family ever actively worked to keep my name in the problem role, not just benefited from it passively, but took action to maintain her dysfunction." The room went silent. Then my mother said something that made my blood run cold. "I may have done that. I didn't realize it at the time, but looking back, yes." The therapist asked her to explain. My mother described multiple instances where I'd been doing well, and she'd intervened in ways that destabilized me. When I'd been stable on ADHD medication for a year, she'd sent me articles about medication dangers and suggested I didn't really need it, leading to me going off meds and struggling again. When I'd been successfully managing my anxiety, she'd started calling me with her own anxiety crises that would trigger my anxiety and make me feel responsible for managing her emotions. When I'd started setting boundaries about family dinner attendance, she told me she was worried about me isolating, and that family connection was important for my mental health, guilting me into attending more often, which led to me getting overwhelmed. When I'd gotten a promotion at work and was feeling confident, she'd expressed concern that I was taking on too much and might burn out, planting seeds of self-doubt. Every time I'd started to thrive, my mother had found a way to undermine my confidence or stability in a way that looked like concern but functioned as sabotage. My father admitted he'd done similar things, questioning my choices when I was doing well, suggesting I might be manic when I was happy and energetic, expressing worry that my success wouldn't last. The therapist said, "What I'm hearing is that this family had an unconscious investment in keeping my name dysfunctional. When she started to get genuinely healthy, it threatened the entire family system." She was right. My family hadn't just benefited from my role as the problem child, they'd actively maintained it. But then the therapist revealed something I hadn't known. She'd been consulting with my individual therapist, with my permission, and they'd discovered something disturbing in the timeline of my mental health struggles. Many of my worst periods of dysfunction had coincided with periods when other family members were in crisis, but not discussing it. When my brother's marriage first started struggling, my ADHD symptoms had suddenly worsened. When my parents' marriage hit a rough patch, my anxiety had spiked dramatically. When my sister started dating her first abusive boyfriend, I'd had a major depressive episode. The family therapist believed I'd been unconsciously absorbing and expressing family dysfunction that no one else was willing to acknowledge or address. I'd become the symptom bearer for the entire family system. My individual therapist had a term for this: the identified patient in family systems theory, the family member who expresses the family's collective dysfunction through their own symptoms. I asked the family therapist directly, "Are you saying my mental health problems weren't real? That I was just acting out family dysfunction?" She said, "No, your ADHD, anxiety, and learning disabilities are real conditions that you were born with. But I believe your family unconsciously amplified and maintained those conditions because having you be symptomatic served the family's emotional needs. You were always going to struggle with ADHD and anxiety, but you might have struggled less severely and recovered more fully if your family hadn't needed you to stay dysfunctional." This was devastating to process. My mental health struggles were real, but my family had made them worse because my dysfunction was useful to them. Did I go too far by getting healthy and forcing my family to face that they'd been invested in my dysfunction? Final update. My recovery forced the family to confront 3 generations of scapegoating. It's been 9 months since I stopped serving as my family's scapegoat, and 7 months since family therapy revealed they'd been unconsciously sabotaging my recovery to maintain me in the problem child role. My continued wellness and boundaries have triggered a multi-generational reckoning about scapegoating patterns in our family, going back to my grandparents' generation. After the family therapy sessions revealed that my family had been invested in my dysfunction, I made a firm decision. I would continue my recovery and maintain my boundaries regardless of how it affected them. I was not responsible for their crisis, and I was not going to sacrifice my wellness to restore their dysfunctional equilibrium. This meant declining my father's requests to mediate his marriage issues, refusing my brother's demands that I help him process his divorce, and maintaining boundaries with my sister about her abusive relationship. I offered general support. I told them I loved them and hoped they'd get help. But I would not return to the role of family emotional manager and problem bearer. The family therapist supported this decision, but she also suggested something unexpected. She wanted to bring my maternal grandmother into a session to explore whether the scapegoat pattern went back further than our nuclear family. My grandmother Dorothy, 79, agreed to attend a session. The family therapist asked her about family dynamics when my mother was growing up. What my grandmother revealed was shocking. My mother had been the scapegoat in her family of origin. My grandmother explained that my mother had been the difficult child, sensitive, emotional, and struggling with what was probably undiagnosed anxiety and depression. My grandmother's 2 other children had been easy, and the family had focused enormous energy on managing my mother's emotional struggles. My grandmother said, "We spent so much time worrying about my mother, trying to fix her problems, getting her therapy. Meanwhile, her siblings just sort of raised themselves because we were always dealing with her crises." The family therapist asked, "And what happened when my mother grew up and had her own family?" My grandmother paused. Then she said, "She did to my name what I did to her. She found a difficult child to focus on. But it was more complicated than simple repetition." The therapist explained that adult children who were scapegoated often unconsciously recreate the pattern in one of 2 ways. They either become the scapegoater, finding someone to focus on the way they were focused on, or they become the scapegoat again, continuing to play the familiar role. My mother had done both. She'd been the scapegoated child in her family of origin, which had been painful and damaging. When she had her own children, she'd unconsciously looked for a child who could serve the same function she'd served in her family, giving everyone else someone to unite around, helping, instead of addressing their own issues. I'd fit that role perfectly. I had legitimate struggles, ADHD, anxiety, learning disabilities, that made me genuinely in need of support. But my mother had amplified and maintained those struggles because having a difficult child was familiar to her, and because it allowed her to avoid examining her own unresolved issues from being scapegoated in her childhood. The therapist asked my mother directly, "When you focus on my name's problems, how does it make you feel?" My mother thought for a long time. Then she said, "Useful, important, like I'm doing something meaningful. When she's struggling and I'm helping, I feel like I'm being a good mother in a way my mother wasn't for me." The therapist said, "So helping my name with her problems allows you to feel like you're correcting the mistakes your own mother made?" My mother nodded, crying. She said, "I thought I was being a better mother than my mom was, but I was actually doing the same thing, using one child's dysfunction to give me purpose and to avoid dealing with my own issues." But the revelations went even deeper. My grandmother admitted that she'd learned the scapegoat pattern from her own mother, my great-grandmother, who had focused obsessively on one troubled child, my grandmother's brother, while neglecting the other children's emotional needs. 3 generations of our family had been operating under the same pattern. Identify one family member as the problem, focus enormous energy on managing that person's issues, and use that focus to avoid examining the dysfunction in the rest of the family system. I'd been the latest in a long line of designated patients, symptom bearers, and scapegoats. The family therapist said this pattern is remarkably common in families with unprocessed intergenerational trauma. Each generation unconsciously recreates the dynamics they experienced, sometimes switching roles. The scapegoated child becomes the scapegoater parent, but maintaining the overall system. My getting healthy and refusing to continue the pattern had broken the cycle, but it had also destabilized a system that had been operating for 3 generations. My mother has been in intensive individual therapy, processing her own scapegoating and how she'd recreated it with me. She's written me a letter apologizing for using my genuine struggles as a way to give her own life meaning and to avoid her own issues. She wrote, "You deserved parents who supported your recovery fully, not parents who unconsciously needed you to stay struggling so we could feel useful. I'm so sorry." My father has acknowledged that he went along with the pattern because it was easier than confronting his workaholism and emotional unavailability. He said, "As long as you were the problem, I could avoid looking at my own problems." My siblings have both entered therapy to address how they learned to use my dysfunction as a shield from examination of their own issues. As for me, I'm continuing to thrive. I've been promoted again at work. I'm in a healthy relationship with someone who sees me as whole and capable, not broken and in need of fixing. I'm managing my ADHD and anxiety effectively, and I'm maintaining boundaries with my family. I see them occasionally, but I'm no longer available to be their emotional manager or their designated problem. When they try to pull me into crisis or drama, I redirect them to their therapists and support systems. My family is slowly rebuilding, but they're having to build on a foundation of each person taking responsibility for their own issues instead of projecting onto a scapegoat. It's uncomfortable and difficult for them, but it's healthier. The question of whether I went too far has become less relevant than the question of whether I did what was necessary. My family needed me to stay dysfunctional. My recovery threatened their entire system. My refusal to return to the scapegoat role forced them to confront 3 generations of using one person's problems to avoid everyone else's. Did it go far? Yes. Did it cause pain? Absolutely. but it also broke a pattern that had been harming people in my family for 3 generations. Sometimes, the most loving thing you can do for a family is refuse to keep playing the role they've assigned you. Sometimes, healing yourself means watching others fall apart because they'd built their stability on your dysfunction. I'm healthy now. My family is in crisis and rebuilding, and for the first time in 3 generations, the problem child in our family got better and stayed better because I chose my own wellness over their need for a scapegoat. That's not revenge. That's recovery. But sometimes recovery is the most revolutionary act a scapegoat can commit. I stopped following my family's advice, and they panicked when I started succeeding. I, 26 years, recently stopped taking any advice from my family after accidentally discovering they'd been deliberately giving me wrong guidance for years to keep me struggling and dependent. When I started making my own decisions and rapidly succeeded in areas I'd always failed at, my family panicked and tried desperately to regain their advisory role in my life. Some people think I'm being paranoid and my family was just giving bad advice unintentionally, while others say the pattern was too consistent to be accidental. For context, I've always been the family member who struggles. While my siblings found success in their careers, relationships, and life goals, I've consistently failed or struggled in almost everything I've tried. My older brother, Keith, 29 years, is a successful lawyer with a stable marriage. My younger sister, Morgan, 23 years, just finished graduate school and has a great job lined up. Meanwhile, I've bounced between jobs, had multiple failed relationships, and generally felt like I couldn't get anything right. My family has always been very involved in my life, offering advice, guidance, and suggestions for how to handle various situations. I thought they were trying to help me figure out why I kept struggling when they'd all succeeded. When I was job hunting, my parents would review my resume and cover letters, offering detailed feedback on how to improve them. When I was having relationship problems, my siblings would give me advice on how to communicate with partners. When I was trying to advance in my career, my family would suggest strategies and approaches. I followed their advice carefully. They were successful people. They obviously knew what worked. If I was the one struggling, it made sense to listen to people who'd figured things out. But I kept failing anyway. Jobs I applied for with my family-edited resume never called back. Relationships where I followed my siblings' communication advice fell apart. Career advancement strategies my family suggested never worked. I started to feel like I was fundamentally broken. Everyone else in my family could succeed, but I couldn't, even when I followed their proven advice. 2 months ago, something happened that made me question everything. I was applying for a job I really wanted, a position that would be a significant step up in my career. As usual, I sent my resume and cover letter to my father for feedback before submitting. My father sent back detailed edits. He suggested I remove certain experiences, reword my accomplishments to be more humble, and focus more on team contributions rather than individual achievements. He said, hiring managers prefer candidates who emphasize collaboration over personal success. I was about to implement his changes when I accidentally sent the original, unedited version to the company, instead of the version with my father's revisions. I only realized my mistake after I'd hit send. I was mortified and considered withdrawing my application. But it was too late. They'd already received it. 3 days later, I got a call for an interview. 2 weeks after that, I got the job offer. I got the job with the resume my father had told me to change. This made me think about all the times I'd edited my resumes based on family feedback and never heard back from companies. What if my original versions were actually better? I started looking at archived drafts of cover letters and resumes from previous applications, comparing my original versions to the versions I'd submitted after family edits. The pattern was disturbing. My original versions highlighted my actual accomplishments and skills. The family-edited versions downplayed my achievements, made me sound less confident, and often removed my strongest qualifications. I'd been submitting weaker applications because my family told me my strong versions were too aggressive or too boastful. I started thinking about other areas where I'd followed family advice and failed. When I was dating Jessica, my previous serious relationship, I'd been having some minor communication issues. My sister Morgan had given me advice on how to handle it. She'd suggested I give Jessica space and not be too available, because women respect men who are busy and independent. I'd followed this advice, pulling back and being less communicative. Jessica had interpreted this as me losing interest, and she'd ended the relationship. I'd thought I'd messed up somehow. But what if the advice itself was the problem? I called Jessica, we'd remained friendly after the breakup, and asked her why she'd ended things. She said, "You suddenly became distant and cold. It felt like you'd checked out of the relationship. I thought you weren't interested anymore." I explained that I'd been following advice to give her space and seem less needy. Jessica was confused. "I never thought you were needy. I liked how attentive and communicative you were. Then you suddenly changed and it felt like you didn't care." My sister's advice had directly caused my relationship to end. I started reviewing other situations where I'd followed family advice and things had gone wrong. When I was trying to get a promotion at a previous job, my brother Keith had advised me to wait for management to notice your good work, rather than advocating for myself. I'd waited for 2 years while less qualified colleagues who self-advocated got promoted. When I was trying to make friends in a new city, my mother had suggested I wait for people to reach out first, so I didn't seem desperate. I'd spent months isolated, waiting for invitations that never came, while I could have been proactively building friendships. When I was learning a new skill for my career, my father had suggested I take it slow and not rush the learning process. I'd spent years moving at a glacial pace, while colleagues who learned quickly advanced past me. Every piece of advice my family had given me had kept me stuck, struggling, or moving slowly. Meanwhile, when I'd ignored their advice, like accidentally submitting my original resume, I'd succeeded. I decided to run an experiment. For 1 month, I'd make decisions completely opposite to what my family would advise, without telling them what I was doing. The results were shocking. I applied for 3 jobs using my original resumes with no family input. I got interviews for all 3. I started reaching out proactively to people in my field for networking. Within 2 weeks, I'd built more professional connections than I'd made in the previous 2 years of waiting for people to come to me. I joined a sports league and actively introduced myself to people rather than waiting for them to approach me. I made 4 new friends immediately. I advocated for myself at work, asking for more responsibility and recognition. Within 3 weeks, I was given a new project that came with a raise. Everything I did by ignoring what my family would tell me to do succeeded. Everything I'd done in the past by following their advice had failed. I realized something disturbing. My family had been giving me deliberately bad advice for years. This couldn't be accidental. The advice was too consistently wrong, too perfectly designed to keep me struggling without being obviously sabotaging. Be humble meant underselling myself. Wait for people to come to you meant staying isolated. Take it slow meant falling behind peers. Give space meant seeming disinterested. Every piece of advice sounded reasonable and caring on the surface, but was actually designed to keep me from succeeding. Last week, during a family dinner, I mentioned I'd gotten a new job. My father immediately asked if he could review my resignation letter before I submitted it to my current employer. I said, "No, I've already submitted it." My mother asked what I'd written. I gave them a vague summary. My father said, "You should have run it by me first. You need to be very careful about how you phrase these things." I said, "It worked out fine. They were gracious and supportive." Keith asked about my new job and immediately started giving me advice about how to handle the first 90 days. Don't try to make too many changes too quickly. Observe and learn before speaking up with ideas. I said, "I'm planning to be proactive about sharing ideas from day one. That's what they hired me for." Keith looked concerned. That's risky. You don't want to come across as arrogant or like you think you know better than people who've been there longer. I said, I think I'll trust my own judgment on this. The table went quiet. My family looked uncomfortable. Morgan said, You seem different lately. More, confident? Maybe overconfident? I said, I'm just making my own decisions instead of always asking for advice. My mother said, But you've always valued family input. We've always helped guide you. I said, Have you? Because when I stopped following your advice, I started succeeding for the first time in years. My father said that was coincidence and that I was going through a lucky phase, but would probably need guidance again soon when things get difficult. Did I go too far by cutting my family out of my decision-making after noticing a pattern in their advice? Update. I found the family group chat where they discussed keeping me manageable. I posted 6 weeks ago about stopping following my family's advice after realizing their guidance always led to my failure. Most responses supported my decision to trust my own judgment, though some thought I was reading too much into what might have been unintentionally bad advice. Since then, I discovered a family group chat I wasn't included in, where they explicitly discussed strategies for keeping me dependent and struggling, confirming that the bad advice was deliberate and coordinated. After I stopped asking my family for advice, they started reaching out more frequently, offering unsolicited guidance on everything. When I'd mention any decision I was making, they'd immediately jump in with suggestions. Suggestions I now recognized as designed to keep me stuck. My success continued. The new job was going well. I'd been promoted within my first month for the proactive ideas Keith had warned me not to share. I'd started dating someone I met through my new networking approach. I'd made significant progress in my career and personal life in just 6 weeks. My family's reactions to my success were strange. Instead of celebrating with me, they seemed anxious and kept trying to offer corrective advice. When I mentioned my promotion, my father said I'd moved up too fast and should be careful about becoming a target. When I mentioned my new relationship, Morgan said I should slow down and not get too invested too quickly. Every success was met with warnings and advice to pull back, slow down, or be more cautious. Last week, my brother Keith's wife, Amanda, asked to meet me for coffee. Amanda and I had always gotten along well, and she'd seemed genuinely happy about my recent success. At coffee, Amanda said she needed to tell me something that had been bothering her. She said she'd accidentally been added to a family group chat that didn't include me, and she'd seen messages that concerned her. She showed me screenshots. The group chat was called Keith Morgan Parents and contained years of messages about me. The recent messages were about my newfound success and independence. My mother had written, "He's not asking for advice anymore. I'm worried he's going to make mistakes without guidance." My father had written, "He got promoted already? That's concerning. He's moving too fast. Someone needs to talk to him about pacing himself." Keith had written, "I tried to warn him about being too proactive at the new job, but he ignored me. Now he's being rewarded for it, which is going to give him the wrong idea about how to operate." Morgan had written, "He seems really confident lately. Maybe too confident? I'm worried he's going to crash hard when reality catches up." These messages were annoying but not necessarily damning. They could be interpreted as genuine concern. But Amanda scrolled back further to show me older messages. From 2 years ago when I'd been applying for jobs. My father. I reviewed his resume again, made sure to have him remove the leadership experiences and tone down the accomplishments. We don't want him getting a position that's too demanding. My mother. Good. He needs something stable and manageable, not something that's going to stress him out. From 18 months ago, when I'd been dating Jessica. Morgan. He asked me about his relationship. I told him to give her space and pull back. That should cool things down. Keith. Good call. He's not ready for a serious relationship. too much to manage. From a year ago when I'd been trying to get promoted, my father. I told him to wait for management to recognize him rather than advocating for himself. That should keep him at his current level for a while. My mother. He's comfortable where he is. No need to rush into more responsibility. They'd been deliberately giving me advice designed to keep me from succeeding, and they'd been coordinating this advice in a private group chat. Amanda had scrolled back years and found hundreds of messages discussing strategies for managing me. Which skills they should discourage me from developing, how to convince me to stay in situations that weren't serving me, ways to undermine my confidence without being obvious, strategies for keeping me geographically close and financially dependent. There was even a message from 3 years ago where my mother had written, "We need to make sure he stays manageable. If he gets too successful or independent, he won't need family anymore." My father had replied, "Agreed. Keith and Morgan have their own lives now. We need at least one child who stays close and dependent." They'd been deliberately sabotaging me to keep me as their dependent child. Amanda said she'd been disturbed by these messages for weeks, but hadn't known whether to tell me. She'd finally decided I deserved to know the truth. I confronted my family via group text, sending them screenshots of their own messages. I wrote, "I found the group chat. I know you've been deliberately giving me bad advice for years to keep me struggling and dependent. I know it was coordinated and intentional. This is emotional abuse, and I'm done with all of you." The responses came quickly. My mother, "You're taking this out of context. We were just trying to protect you from getting hurt." My father, "We know you better than you know yourself. We were trying to guide you toward realistic goals, not impossible ones." Keith, "You've always needed more support than Morgan and I did. We were helping you stay in situations you could actually handle." Morgan, "You're being dramatic. Parents and siblings give advice. That's what families do." Did I go too far by cutting contact with my family after discovering they'd coordinated bad advice to keep me struggling? Final update. My therapist identified that I was their designated underachiever. It's been 5 months since I stopped following my family's advice, and 3 months since I discovered they'd been coordinating deliberately bad guidance to keep me struggling. I've thrived in my family's absence, but therapy revealed that my family had assigned me the role of designated underachiever to make themselves feel successful by comparison, and that this pattern started in childhood. After confronting my family with the group chat evidence, I cut all contact. They attempted to reach out multiple times, insisting their advice had been protective and that I was misinterpreting their intentions. I started therapy to process what I'd discovered. My therapist specialized in family systems and toxic family dynamics. In our 3rd session, my therapist said something that reframed everything. Your family created a role for you, the struggler, the one who needs help, the perpetual underachiever. They needed someone in that role, and they spent years ensuring you stayed in it. She explained that some families unconsciously assign roles to members: the golden child, the scapegoat, the hero, the caretaker. In my family, I'd been assigned the role of the designated underachiever, the family member whose struggles made everyone else feel successful. My therapist asked me to think back to childhood and identify when this pattern had started. I realized it had been there from the beginning. Keith had always been the smart one. Morgan had always been the talented one. And I'd always been the one who tries hard but struggles. Teachers' comments on my report cards: works hard but doesn't quite grasp concepts as quickly as his siblings. Family stories: remember when Keith won the science fair? Remember when Morgan got the lead in the school play? Remember when my name tried so hard but came in last at the spelling bee? Even positive comments about me were framed around effort rather than achievement. He's such a hard worker. He never gives up. He keeps trying even when things are difficult. My achievements were minimized while my struggles were highlighted. Meanwhile, Keith and Morgan's achievements were celebrated extensively, and their struggles were downplayed. My therapist had me bring in childhood photos and family videos. Watching them with her guidance, I saw patterns I'd never noticed. In family videos, when I'd accomplish something, the camera would quickly move to Keith or Morgan. When I'd struggle with something, the camera would linger, with my parents' voices narrating my difficulty. In photos, I was often caught mid-struggle, attempting something challenging, looking confused or frustrated, while Keith and Morgan were captured in moments of triumph and success. My family had been constructing a narrative of my inadequacy from childhood, and I'd internalized it completely. My therapist asked, "What would have happened if you'd succeeded as much as your siblings?" I thought about it and realized, if I'd been successful, Keith and Morgan would have had to be even more successful to maintain their status as the achieving children. My parents would have had 3 high-achieving children instead of 2 achievers and 1 struggler. My therapist said, "Your role as the designated underachiever served multiple functions. It made Keith and Morgan feel superior by comparison. It gave your parents a child to focus their caretaking energy on. It created a clear hierarchy in the family where everyone knew their place." She explained that when I'd started succeeding, I'd disrupted the family system. I was no longer playing my assigned role, which threatened everyone's identity and position in the family hierarchy. My parents had built their identity as parents partly around helping me and worrying about me. Keith and Morgan had built their identity as the successful siblings, partly in contrast to my struggles. When I started thriving, they lost their reference point. My therapist said, "They sabotaged you not just to keep you dependent, but to maintain their own identities as the successful, competent family members. Your failure was necessary for their success to feel meaningful." We did an exercise where I listed every time my family had given me advice that led to failure, and compared it to times I'd succeeded by ignoring their advice. The pattern was absolute. Every time I'd followed family guidance, I'd failed or struggled. Every time I'd gone against their advice or made decisions independently, I'd succeeded. It wasn't that I was incapable. It was that I'd been deliberately misdirected for my entire life. My therapist connected this to my personality traits. She said, "You're naturally trusting, conscientious, and respect authority. These are good qualities, but they made you vulnerable to manipulation by people you trusted. You assumed your family had your best interests at heart, so you followed their guidance even when it didn't work." Meanwhile, Keith and Morgan had been more naturally skeptical and independent, so they'd never been as vulnerable to being controlled through bad advice. I asked my therapist whether my family had done this consciously or unconsciously. She said probably both. Some of it was unconscious pattern and role assignment, but the group chat messages showed conscious, deliberate coordination. Through therapy, I've recognized that my recent success isn't a fluke or a lucky phase. It's what happens when I'm not being actively sabotaged by people who need me to fail. My promotion wasn't too fast. I'd just finally been able to show my actual capabilities. My relationship isn't moving too quickly. I'd just finally been allowed to be authentic without following advice designed to undermine connection. My networking success isn't overconfidence. I'd just finally been able to use my natural social skills without being told to hold back. I'd been competent all along. My family had just convinced me I wasn't. My therapist has helped me understand that reconciliation with my family would require them to acknowledge that they'd assigned me a role that harmed me, that they'd benefited from my struggles, and that they'd actively worked to keep me in that role. I sent my family a letter explaining what I'd learned in therapy and what would be required for any future relationship. Acknowledgement of the designated underachiever role, recognition that their advice had been harmful, and commitment to seeing me as capable rather than as someone who needs their management. My parents responded that I was overthinking family dynamics and blaming them for normal parental concern. Keith said I developed an inflated ego and was rewriting history to make myself a victim. Morgan said therapy had given me a victim complex. They couldn't acknowledge what they'd done because it would require them to fundamentally rethink our family system and their roles in it. My life continues to improve without their involvement. I've been promoted twice more. My relationship is serious and healthy. I've developed skills and pursued interests I'd been discouraged from for years. I've discovered I'm actually quite capable when I'm not following advice designed to keep me struggling. The question of whether I went too far by cutting contact has become irrelevant. My family needed me to be their designated underachiever, and they actively maintained that role through coordinated sabotage disguised as guidance. Sometimes the people who claim to want you to succeed actually need you to fail. Sometimes the advice that sounds caring is actually controlling. Sometimes your family's vision of who you should be is designed to keep you small so they can feel big. I was never broken. I was never incapable. I was never the struggling family member who needed constant guidance. I was just someone playing a role I'd been assigned from childhood, following directions given by people who needed me to stay in that role to maintain their own identities. Now I'm writing my own script, making my own decisions, and discovering who I actually am when I'm not being managed by people invested in my failure. And it turns out I'm capable, successful, and thriving. Everything my family spent years convincing me I could never be. I stopped correcting my family when they lie about what I do for work. I, 30-year-old female, recently decided to stop correcting my family when they tell people I work in their preferred fantasy version of my career, instead of acknowledging my actual profession. When I let their lie spread uncorrected through extended family and their social circles, it created cascading problems that forced them to either admit they'd been lying about my career for years or continue an increasingly complicated deception. Some people think I should have kept correcting them to prevent the awkward situations, while others say my family earned the consequences by refusing to acknowledge my real career. For background, I'm a tattoo artist. I own a successful tattoo studio in a major city, have a strong client base, and make a good living doing work I'm passionate about. I've been tattooing professionally for 8 years and have built a respected reputation in my field. My family has never accepted this career choice. My parents, Robert, 58 male, and Linda, 56-year-old, are both corporate professionals who value traditional career paths. My older brother, Graham, 32 male, is an architect. My younger sister, Paige, 27-year-old, is a marketing director. They all have conventional office jobs that my parents are proud of and comfortable explaining to their friends and colleagues. When I first told my family I was pursuing tattooing as a career, they treated it as a phase. They assumed I'd eventually get a real job, and that the tattoo work was just a temporary artistic exploration. But I didn't get a real job by their definition. I built my career as a tattoo artist, eventually opening my own studio with 2 other artists 3 years ago. My family's response was to simply not acknowledge it. At family gatherings, when relatives or family friends would ask what I do for work, my parents would say things like, "She's in graphic design," or "She does freelance art," or "She works with visual media." These weren't technically lies. I do design work for tattoos. I am a freelance artist. I do work with visual imagery. But they were deliberately vague descriptions that avoided mentioning tattooing. When I'd try to correct them, "I'm actually a tattoo artist. I own a studio," my parents would quickly change the subject or talk over me. After years of this pattern, my family just started being more explicit about the lie. Instead of vague descriptions, they'd tell people I was a graphic designer, working at a design firm. This was completely false. I don't work in graphic design, and I don't work at a design firm. I'm a tattoo artist who owns a tattoo studio. But my family had apparently decided that graphic designer at a design firm was the career they wanted me to have, so that's what they told people I did. I'd correct them every time. "No, I'm a tattoo artist. I own a tattoo studio." My family would look uncomfortable, and the person we were talking to would look confused about why there was conflicting information about my basic career. My mother started pulling me aside at events. "Can you please just not mention the tattoo thing? It makes people uncomfortable. Just let me say you do graphic design." I'd say, "But I don't do graphic design. I'm a tattoo artist. Why are you lying about my career?" My mother would say, "I'm not lying, I'm just framing it in a way people can relate to. Not everyone understands tattoo culture." My father was more direct. "We worked hard to give you opportunities for a respectable career. We're not going to tell our friends and colleagues that you became a tattoo artist. It reflects poorly on us as parents." I was hurt and frustrated that my family was ashamed of my career, but I kept correcting them because I thought eventually they'd accept reality. Then, 6 months ago, something happened that changed my approach. My parents were hosting a dinner party with several of their professional colleagues and friends. I was invited and attended. During cocktails before dinner, one of my father's colleagues asked me about my work. Before I could answer, my mother jumped in. "She's a graphic designer. She works at a boutique design firm downtown. Very creative work." I started to correct her. "Actually, I'm a tattoo artist." But my mother shot me a pleading look, and my father gave me a warning glare. I realized they'd built an entire false narrative about my career for their social circle. These weren't just vague descriptions. They'd created a complete fictional version of my professional life. The colleague asked follow-up questions. "What kind of design work do you focus on? What's the name of the firm?" My mother had answers ready. "She does branding and visual identity work. The firm is called—" "What's it called again, honey?" She was looking at me to provide a name for the fictional design firm where I supposedly worked. I made a decision in that moment. I was done correcting them. If they wanted to lie about my career, they could maintain that lie themselves. I wasn't going to help them anymore. But I also wasn't going to fight to correct them. I said, "The firm name is pretty obscure. I mostly just tell people I do graphic design." My mother looked relieved that I was playing along. My father relaxed. For the rest of the evening, I answered questions about my graphic design work with vague, non-committal responses. I didn't volunteer information, but I didn't contradict my family's narrative either. After that dinner party, I stopped correcting my family when they lied about my career. At family events, when they'd introduce me as a graphic designer or talk about my work at a design firm, I'd simply smile and say nothing. My extended family, aunts, uncles, cousins, all started to believe I worked in graphic design because that's what my parents consistently told them, and I wasn't contradicting it anymore. My parents seemed relieved and happy that I'd finally stopped making things awkward by insisting on talking about tattooing. But I wasn't playing along out of acceptance. I was playing along because I was curious what would happen when their lie inevitably collided with reality. That collision came last month. My cousin Drew, 24-year-old male, recently graduated from college with a degree in graphic design. He's been struggling to find work in the field and has been applying to design firms in the city where I live. At a family gathering, Drew approached me excitedly. "Aunt Linda told me you work at a design firm downtown. I've been looking for entry-level positions. Do you think your firm is hiring? Could you put in a good word for me or pass along my portfolio?" I looked at my mother, who'd told Drew this fabricated story about where I worked. She looked uncomfortable but expectant, probably hoping I'd find a gentle way to deflect. I said, "Sure, Drew. Send me your portfolio and resume. I'll see what I can do." My mother looked relieved. She probably thought I'd just quietly tell Drew later that there weren't any openings. But I didn't do that. Drew sent me his portfolio, which was actually quite good. He'd done strong work in his college design program and had clear talent. I forwarded his portfolio to 3 graphic design firms in the city that I knew were hiring. Studios whose owners I knew because I'd done tattoo work for them. I wrote recommendations for Drew based on his actual portfolio, not based on any fictional connection to a design firm where I supposedly worked. Two of the firms contacted Drew for interviews. He was thrilled and texted our family group chat thanking me profusely for the connections. My family group chat exploded with congratulations for me for helping Drew get his foot in the door at design firms. My father texted, "This is exactly the kind of professional networking that makes a design career valuable. Glad you were able to help your cousin." I texted back, "Happy to connect Drew with people in the design industry. That's what family does." I didn't mention that I'd connected Drew with design firms not because I worked in graphic design, but because I'd tattooed the owners and had built relationships with them through my actual career as a tattoo artist. Drew got a job offer from one of the firms. At the next family gathering, he pulled me aside. "I can't thank you enough for the connection. The owner mentioned she knows you from around the industry. I'd love to take you to lunch and pick your brain about design work. Maybe you could even introduce me to more people at your firm?" I said, "Drew, I need to tell you something. I don't work at a design firm. I'm a tattoo artist. I own a tattoo studio. The connections I gave you were people I know through tattooing. I've done work for them, and they respect me in that capacity. Your aunt and uncle have been lying about my career because they're ashamed I'm a tattoo artist." Drew looked shocked. He said, "Wait, what? Your parents said you work in graphic design. They've been talking about your design career for years." I said, "They've been lying for years. I've never worked in graphic design. I've been a professional tattoo artist for 8 years. Drew didn't know what to say. He looked at my parents across the room, then back at me. I said, "The good news is you got the job based on your own merit. The design firms liked your portfolio. I just made introductions. But those introductions came from my real career, not the fake one my parents invented. Did I go too far by letting my family's lie about my career continue uncorrected and then letting it blow up when my cousin asked for help based on their false narrative?" Update. My family tried to maintain the lie even after being exposed. I posted 2 months ago about stopping correcting my family when they lied about my career, which led to my cousin discovering the truth. Most responses supported my decision to let their lie create its own consequences, though some thought I should have been more direct with my cousin from the start. Since then, my family has tried desperately to maintain their fictional narrative about my career even after being explicitly exposed, and the lengths they've gone to have revealed just how deep their shame and denial run. After my cousin Drew discovered I was actually a tattoo artist, not a graphic designer, he was understanding and grateful for the help. But he was also confused and hurt that his aunt and uncle had lied to him about something so basic. Drew mentioned the truth to his parents, my aunt and uncle, who were surprised to learn I was a tattoo artist because my parents had been telling the entire extended family I worked in graphic design for years. The extended family began questioning the story. At the next family gathering, several relatives asked me directly, "So, what do you actually do? Your parents say graphic design, but Drew said something about tattoos." Before I could answer, my mother would jump in. "She does both. She does graphic design and tattoo work. The design is her main career." This was a new version of the lie. Now I supposedly did both graphic design, the respectable career, and tattoo work, the embarrassing side project. I said, "That's not accurate. I only do tattoo work. I'm a tattoo artist. I own a tattoo studio. I don't do any graphic design professionally." My father said quickly, "Well, tattooing involves design work, so it's essentially graphic design in a specialized medium." He was trying to reframe tattooing as a type of graphic design, so the original lie could be technically true from a certain point of view. I said, "I'm a tattoo artist. That's my profession. I'm not a graphic designer." My mother said, "You're splitting hairs. The point is, you do creative visual work." But the extended family was now aware that my parents had been misrepresenting my career. Some relatives were bothered by the deception, others were curious about my actual work, and a few were uncomfortable with the idea of tattoo artistry as a career. My parents' response was to double down on the lie with those who hadn't heard the truth yet. I discovered this when my grandmother called me confused. She said, "Your mother told me you've been promoted to creative director at your design firm. Congratulations. But your cousin mentioned something about tattoos?" My mother had invented a promotion at the fictional design firm to distract from the tattoo revelation. I told my grandmother the truth. "I've never worked at a design firm. I'm a tattoo artist and studio owner. Mom has been making up a fake career for me for years because she's embarrassed about what I actually do." My grandmother said, "Oh, well, that's different than what I'd been told." Over the next several weeks, I learned that my parents had created increasingly elaborate versions of their lie for different family members and friend groups. To some people, I was a graphic designer who did tattoos as a side hobby. To others, I was a visual artist working in multiple mediums. To their professional colleagues, I still worked at a boutique design firm. To distant relatives, I was now apparently a creative director. They'd created a web of different lies because they couldn't bear to tell anyone the simple truth. Their daughter is a tattoo artist. The situation came to a head when my mother invited me to a charity event she was organizing for her company. She said several of her colleagues would be there and she'd really appreciate if I'd attend to support her. I said I'd be happy to attend. She looked relieved. Then she said, "And just to avoid any awkwardness, if anyone asks about your work, maybe just keep it vague? You don't need to mention the tattoo studio." I said, "So you want me to lie about my career at your event?" She said, "Not lie, just not volunteer certain details. You can say you work in visual media or creative services. That's true." I said, "I'm going to tell people I'm a tattoo artist if they ask me what I do, because that's what I do." My mother looked distressed. "Please, these are important professional contacts. I have a reputation to maintain. Just this once, can you please just go along with what I've told people?" I asked, "What have you told people?" She hesitated, then admitted, "I've told them you work in branding and design consulting." A completely new lie. Now I was apparently a branding consultant. I said, "I'm not going to your event to pretend to be a branding consultant. Either I attend as myself, a tattoo artist, or I don't attend." My mother said I was being stubborn and refusing to compromise. She said she'd sacrificed so much for my upbringing, and the least I could do was help her maintain professional credibility by not mentioning tattooing at her work event. I didn't attend the event. My father called me afterward saying I'd hurt your mother deeply by refusing to support her. He said, "You know how important appearances are in her industry. Why can't you just play along for one evening?" I said, "Why do I need to pretend to have a different career to protect her reputation? Why is my real career so shameful to you?" My father said, "It's not about shame, it's about professional context. Not everyone understands alternative career paths." I said, "Tattooing isn't an alternative career path. It's just a career. You're ashamed of it." He didn't deny it. Did I go too far by refusing to play along with my family's evolving lies about my career, even when specifically asked to help maintain their narrative? Final update. The tattoo my mother secretly got revealed why she's so ashamed of my career. It's been 5 months since I stopped correcting my family's lies about my career, and 3 months since I refused to help maintain their false narrative. My relationship with my parents has been strained, but an unexpected discovery revealed the real reason my mother has been so desperately ashamed of my profession, and it has nothing to do with respectability. After I refused to attend my mother's charity event and pretend to be a branding consultant, my parents were cold and distant. We had minimal contact beyond obligatory family occasions. Then, 3 weeks ago, my aunt, my mother's sister, called me with an unusual request. She said she wanted to get a tattoo and had heard I was supposedly quite good, despite my parents not being thrilled about the career choice. I was happy to help her. She came to my studio for a consultation, and we discussed what she wanted. A small piece honoring her late daughter who'd passed away years ago. During the consultation, my aunt said something that caught my attention. "Your mother is being such a hypocrite about your career, honestly." I asked what she meant. My aunt hesitated, then said, "She got a tattoo years ago, before you were even born. So for her to act like tattooing is beneath her or shameful, it's ridiculous." I was stunned. My mother had a tattoo? I'd never seen it, and she'd certainly never mentioned it. And she'd been living a life where she presented herself as someone who would never associate with tattoo culture? My aunt realized she'd revealed something I didn't know. She said, "Oh, you didn't know? Well, yes, your mother has a tattoo. Got it when she was in her early 20s. It's on her hip, so it's not visible in normal clothing. I assumed she'd told you about it, especially given your career." I asked what the tattoo was. My aunt said, "It's her ex-boyfriend's name, from before she met your father. She was young and in love and impulsive. She's regretted it ever since." My mother had a tattoo of an ex-boyfriend's name, and she'd spent decades hiding it and had built her entire adult identity around being someone respectable who would never do something like get a tattoo. My aunt continued, "I think that's part of why she's so weird about your career. She associates tattooing with the impulsive, rebellious phase of her life, when she made what she considers a huge mistake. She can't reconcile her successful, professional image with having a permanent reminder of that phase, literally, on her body." This reframed everything. My mother wasn't ashamed of tattooing as a profession in general. She was ashamed of her own tattoo, and my career forced her to constantly confront the existence of tattoo culture when she'd spent decades trying to distance herself from it. After my aunt's tattoo session, she was happy with the memorial piece, I decided to confront my mother. I went to my parents' house and asked to speak with my mother privately. I said, "Why didn't you ever tell me you have a tattoo?" She went pale. After a long silence, she said, "Who told you?" I said, "Does it matter? Why hide it from me, especially when I became a tattoo artist?" My mother sat down and looked defeated. She said, "Because it's the biggest regret of my life. I got it when I was 23, madly in love with someone completely wrong for me. I thought I'd marry him. I got his name tattooed on my hip as a declaration of commitment. 3 months later, he cheated on me and we broke up. I've had to live with his name on my body for 35 years. I said, "Have you considered getting it covered or removed?" She said, "I've thought about it. But then I'd have to go to a tattoo shop, interact with tattoo artists, be in that world. After spending decades building a life where I'm as far from that impulsive mistake as possible, I can't bear to go back into that environment." I started to understand. My mother had built her entire adult identity around being the opposite of the person who'd gotten an impulsive tattoo at 23. She'd created a respectable, professional, conventional life that had nothing to do with tattoo culture. Then, her daughter became a tattoo artist. My mother said, "When you told me you wanted to be a tattoo artist, it felt like you were choosing to live in the world that represents my biggest regret. Every time someone asks me what you do, I have to say the word tattoo, the thing I've been trying to forget about for decades. Your career is a constant reminder of the mistake I made." I said, "So you've been lying about my career for years because you can't face your own past?" She nodded, crying. "I know it's not fair to you, but I can't tell people my daughter is a tattoo artist without feeling like I'm exposing my own secret. What if someone asks if I have tattoos? What if they want to see your work? What if the conversation leads back to my mistake?" I said, "Your tattoo is your story, not mine. My career isn't about your regret." She said, "But every time I acknowledge what you do, I feel like I'm acknowledging what I did. I know that doesn't make sense, but I can't separate the two in my mind. I offered to cover or rework her tattoo for free. We could turn her ex-boyfriend's name into something meaningful to her now, something she wouldn't be ashamed of. She considered it, but ultimately said, "I don't know if I can sit in a tattoo studio. Even yours. Especially yours, maybe. It would force me to face everything I've been avoiding." My father, who'd been listening from the other room, came in and admitted he'd known about my mother's tattoo, but not about the extent of her shame around it. He said, "I knew she regretted it, but I didn't realize it was affecting how she talked about your career. That's not fair to you." He apologized for going along with the lies about my profession. He said, "Your mother's regret about her own tattoo isn't your responsibility to manage. You shouldn't have to hide your career because she's embarrassed about a choice she made 35 years ago." Over several conversations, my mother has acknowledged that projecting her regret onto my career has been unfair. She's agreed to stop lying about what I do, though she admits it will be difficult for her. She's also considering therapy to address why one impulsive decision at 23 has shaped her identity for decades, and why she's been unable to accept that her daughter's professional, artistic career in tattooing is completely different from her own impulsive mistake. I've offered again to help her cover or modify her tattoo, but I've told her it has to be her choice, on her timeline. I won't push her into entering that world if she's not ready. My father has started telling people I'm a tattoo artist, proactively correcting the years of lies. It's awkward for him to admit he's been misrepresenting my career, but he's doing it. My mother is working up to it. She can now say she's a tattoo artist when directly asked, but she still gets uncomfortable with follow-up questions. The question of whether I went too far by letting their lie create consequences has become less important than understanding why the lie existed in the first place. My mother wasn't ashamed of my career because it was low class or unprofessional. She was ashamed because my career represented a world she'd tried to escape from for 35 years. Every conversation about my work reminded her of what she considered her most impulsive, regrettable decision. She'd built her identity around being someone who would never get a tattoo, all while hiding a tattoo she'd gotten in her youth. My career made it impossible for her to maintain that false identity. Sometimes, the lies families tell about us have nothing to do with us and everything to do with their own secrets and shame. My mother's deception about my career was really about her inability to face her own past. I was collateral damage in her decades-long attempt to pretend a part of her life never happened. My career forced her to remember what she'd been trying to forget. She's working on accepting that her tattoo is part of her history, not something to be erased or denied. And she's learning that my career as a respected tattoo artist is completely separate from her impulsive mistake at 23. It's slow progress, but it's progress. And I'm no longer willing to hide my career to help her maintain a false identity built on forgetting her own past.